slab. Just think of it this way: can a lightning bolt discharge through you and into the ground, or an electrical device? If the answer is yes, then you're probably grounded.
Well, the lightning comes from the ground also. It comes from the sky and the ground. Simultaneously meets in air.
Yeah, you're right. There's a negative charge and a positive charge, and the charges meet, and then you get a discharge.
So with all the dirty electricity we're around, I'm not even talking about like wireless stuff. I'm talking about like, just the electricity we're around in our house, the heaters, the fridges, everything like that. We're getting all that dirty electricity in our body, and it's bouncing around, and it needs to go right out of our body. And if you're barefoot, it can go out of your body into the ground.
Oh, so you're saying that negative electricity, because we're wearing shoes when our body's absorbing it, it has nowhere to go, so it stays in our body?
The positive electricity does, because in the electrical, everything's inverse. So positive is bad and negative is good. Think about a car battery. When you're going to get shocked, it's the positive that'll shock you. So you want to let the positives out of your body into the ground, and at the same time you're letting it out into the ground, you're getting replenished from the electricity. It's like
dear, dude, you're. I don't like using the word, even though it doesn't really mean anything ill. But like, you're ignorant about electricity. Electricity. You don't understand electricity.
All right, bro.
What is it? What should he be saying instead of electricity? So it's like I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but like, please expound on what you're trying to say for a layman like me that doesn't have a high school education.
Well, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but it's I call it dirty electricity or unclean electricity.
No, what he was saying was your terminology of electricity is wrong in some way. So I was asking him,
it's very.
What should we be calling it?
Layman, yeah, no, it's very. I mean, there's some stuff that he's saying.
Is it more?
There's definitely some stuff that he's saying is correct, but like, it's still mystical to most. It is to most people. Electricity always has been. It's like magic.
Yeah.
But no, like when you do some study on it and you understand what amperage is, voltage is, resistance and Ohm's law, and start learning about electromagnetism and the law, the fundamentals are the same with all electricity. It's just like what kind of, like, how strong the charge is, what balance of these things that you have, and like whether it's grounded or not like what kind of ground are you talking about? Like, it's pretty well
defined. Like he's referring to electrostatic instead of actual electricity, like what we're thinking of.
Yeah,
no, I know man-made electricity, right? But we are made up of electricity. It's not too, man-made, right?
Electricity. You get the same types of voltages out of a lightning bolt or something like that too, or an electric eel. Or
what he's talking about is man-made
stuff. You can.
Right, but I understand that. But what I think specifically is talking about is electricity that is unnatural, that is man-made from certain power sources, not natural electricity. You know what I mean? That's where I'm trying to figure out the distinction between the two.
We're surrounded by all these devices all the time that are basically what it is. We can't regenerate our red blood cells in our body, right? And so people get swelling and all kinds, like all these different sicknesses, whatever it is all attributed to that. And all these doctors in other countries, when they first start taking their medical practice, they all learn about EMF and electromagnetisms directly affecting body and the health and different things. But in this country, they don't do that. What they do is they put you right in the X-ray, mammogram, CAT scan, you know what I mean? All that stuff. Basically, they're doing like the opposite of what they should be doing. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, in your house.
I see where you're going. Let me ask you this. Yeah. So somebody explain to me, we have electricity, but we also have frequency. And I know from a lot of stuff that I've listened to, frequency plays a huge part in our cells and our body, and how our complete function is all about frequency. What's the difference between that frequency and resonance in electricity?
So look, I have an EMF reader, right? And I can test stuff if dirty electricity is coming out of appliances that don't put out Wi-Fi. Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example, like a cheap $19, $20 baby monitor with those really cheap white thin cords you plug into. That thing was I went and did a reading in this lady's house, and it was putting out more millimeter volts per meter than her Wi-Fi router. I mean, this thing was live, and I was like, I warned her, like, you have to have your mom go outside at least for a half hour a day on the grass, not watch all this TV. But I couldn't believe the baby monitor was putting out so much dirty electricity. And her mom's sleeping on a bed that has metal coil springs, right? She's not touching the ground at all. And then she got all LED lights in the house. It's just like the bombardment of all these things together is like
that's frying and changing your cells and your molecular structure inside your body to a negative way that maybe that also is contributing to this massive disease of like cancer and things like that.
Dude, actually, baby monitors, man. I'm a father. I found some shit. Like, baby monitors creep me the fuck out.
Well, especially
these newest ones. They're all like internet connected to your phone, so that no matter where you are, you can always check it and blah 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 blah. But that means hackers can get it, and so can like the government and whatever else. And they've
Lunatic. I wanted to. Can you answer my question though, real quick? I love hearing from you, Lunatic. I love you, but you kind of stepped on my question for dude about this that we're talking
I'm sorry. No, I'll back down.
No, you don't have to apologize. Yeah, like I love hearing from you. I love you, but yeah, I don't want to go off on a tangent on baby monitors because I want to talk about that too.
No, you're right. My bad.
Okay, so you're asking about like electromagnetic frequencies, like from a Wi-Fi router, as opposed to like the electricity that goes through like man harness cords and devices, right?
Well, not only that, but I'm talking about frequencies as far as like even sound in music, because there's certain frequencies that are supposed to be good for us and good for like even like for a baby, say in the womb. It's good to play certain sounds and tones to develop a fetus properly. And there's also, and same for plants too. And there's negative tones and negative frequencies that will kill a plant. So I'm wondering, what is there a connection between the electricity and the sound frequencies and the hertz and all that shit? Like, is that connected or is it something separate? Like how do you?
So like if you were to get like one of those like saucer bowls and you have sand or whatever, and then you put on like really powerful speakers, you can see it change, right? So it changes like in a symmetrical like ice. What do you call it? Like a snowflake like structure. If the music is what do you call it? It helps our circadian rhythm.
Yeah.
But if it throws off our circadian rhythm, it's going to be
if it's at the wrong frequency, it looks ugly and it looks gross and it's fucked up. But if it's at the natural rhythm or what do you call it, frequency that the earth puts out, because the earth itself puts out a frequency, right? That is natural and it's harmonious and it's beautiful and it's gorgeous.
The frequency you actually get through your feet, bro, it comes in through your feet. If you look at your toe, like skeleton toes, they're pointy. They're like like the foot is like it has pointy bones in it because it's like a conduit for electricity. Just like think about the only parts of your body that you accidentally shock would be like your elbows when you bump them, and you only shock yourself when your elbows are bent, not when they're forward. So they're bent, they're creating that arc, or like that, like if it was a crystal, it'd be like the terminated point, right? So I haven't had any you walk through the house, you get like an electrostatic shock or something, you touch somebody or something. I haven't got shocked like that for it's been almost 2 years since I started going barefoot. I haven't had any of that shock. I don't get any headaches anymore. And I used to get headaches. I'd be on my phone or the internet for like a half hour, an hour. I would get gnarly migraines, bro. And I don't get them anymore. I don't get the migraines anymore because I can still use all the appliances if I'm outside, or like if I go outside, and like put my feet in the grass, dirt, sand, anything that's not man-made, basically, and that like basically, I'll throw this out there. If anybody has a baby who, a young kid who cries all the time, they can't figure out what it is. He's not hungry, he's not thirsty. The doctors are like, oh, she could have earaches or colic or whatever. Try going barefoot out in your grass. and having the baby in your arms, like letting the baby's bare flesh touch your flesh.
See,
So
I'm glad you brought that
can,
up because that's one of the
yeah.
reasons why I'm pressing you on this subject because my fiance at this moment is pregnant. She's 10 months now pregnant, and so I keep waiting. I'm excited for the moment for the baby to actually be able to hear because I keep warning her. I said, babe, you know when this baby is ready to hear me and ready to hear my voice, I'm gonna reading flat Earth books to your belly. I'm gonna be playing Mozart. I'm gonna be playing all kinds of crazy ass shit some just sounds, frequency sounds, and pumping them into your belly because I feel like it's probably good for my baby, right? So that's why. And I'm glad you brought that up about just making her go outside and walk around in the fucking grass in her bare feet. I might make that. I may
Yeah.
make her do that shit too. I
It's
don't know,
important.
but
It's really important, bro.
I mean, I could be crazy. I don't know because I'm not. I don't know everything, but I feel like
Well,
it
think about it.
sounds right to me in my head. In my head, it
Yeah.
sounds right to me. It makes sense to me. And nobody's
Think about
pushing
this.
it. You know,
Everything is
a
grounded,
doctor's not
bro.
going to tell me
Everything.
that. The doctor's not going to tell me, hey, read to your babe, read a flat Earth book to your fucking girl's belly, play fucking Mozart or play certain frequencies to the belly
No,
to help the
no.
fetus. Like nobody's going to tell you
There's no
that.
profit
That's
in that.
why. That's
There's
why
no
I
money in
believe
that,
there's
bro.
something to it. You know what I mean?
There's
Just
no money in that,
remember,
bro. There's no money in doing the natural stuff. You know?
yeah,
Right.
just remember not to overdo it because you don't want to stress her out because that can
No.
also
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
negative
Absolutely.
effects.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good point. Thank you. And yeah, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna do that. But yeah.
You know
Thank you.
the only part of a person that doesn't burn besides like their teeth in when they get cremated is their belly button, bro.
That's
Where the
fucking crazy.
placenta, you know
I
what I
didn't know
mean?
that.
That's like the life force. Think about this: babies are in water for 9 months before they come out. And they keep the air. So they're like
That's why these crazy
they're in like
satanists they fucking want to. That when somebody has a baby, they want to keep the placenta and eat that shit because they think there's power in it,
yeah
and they
yeah
cook that shit up and fucking eat it. Nasty motherfuckers.
yeah. Because think about it, it's like almost like a I don't want to say a vortex or sound weird. I don't like sci-fi movie, but for lack of a better term, like a like almost like a gateway or a lifeline to like
Yeah, the life force, right?
another
I mean, it's a right. No, I get
yeah,
it.
because like it's like the gateway or the lifeline to the baby, which is completely like in water,
The
basically
way
breathing
the
in
soul
water.
enters. It's the way the soul enters through that, like into the
Let's hear it.
child. Sorry for jumping in, but you guys are all
No,
right.
please jump in. It's supposed to be ladies' night anyway, so you're supposed to jump in.
And so nice to meet you, but you guys are all right. Your feet on the ground is that your feet on the ground ground you to the earth, and you
Yeah,
receive
for sure.
the planet's life force through the ground, through your feet, through your bare feet, and and your baby can hear you already. So if she's pregnant, as soon as she's pregnant, that child,
Even at 10 weeks?
that life can hear, it can feel vibration,
Yeah.
sound, frequency, all of those things. So you can talk now, and trust me that they will recognize your voice.
It will resonate.
Yeah,
See, and that's what I was wondering too, because
You said I
I
can
thought
talk
that's what
now.
I thought too. But she showed me. So we have this app on our phone that shows us what the baby looks like right now at 10 weeks, and it's. I mean, it looks disgusting. It looks like an alien. It doesn't even look like a human. And there's no ears and stuff. And I'm like, but I keep telling her like, look, I don't care. Baby still hears me. The baby still feels my energy when I put my hand on my belly, and I'm just in my mind thinking how much I love you and how much, you know what I mean? I feel like the baby is absorbing that energy. She thinks I'm crazy, but I don't
No,
care.
100%. It's 100% true. It is
Yeah.
100% true. You send vibration through feelings as well,
Right.
just through the sound of your voice, just through feeling, using even the word like using beautiful words. Every word has its own vibration. So each beautiful word that you speak has a vibration that comes behind it that the child can feel. So
Yeah.
it's
I
the
know
same
she
way.
appreciates it. And like I tell
Yeah.
her, like every morning and every night before we go to bed, like I'm kissing that belly and I'm saying I love you, talking to the baby, and then I tell her I love her too. And I'm constantly doing it every morning, every night. And she's like, I know she appreciates it, but at the same time, I don't think she understands fully what I'm doing and why it's important. Because
It
I don't
doesn't
think she
need to,
believes.
though. Doesn't matter,
Yeah.
right? You know what
No,
you're
yeah, I
doing.
know that.
Your
I'm
intentions,
gonna do
yeah,
it anyway.
your
I don't give
intentions
a
are
fuck.
more important. Eventually, and trust me, as a mom and as a mother and as a woman, eventually she'll understand it. She may not
Yeah.
psychologically get it, but she'll feel it and she'll feel the difference. If you even do a little test, even like ask her, like when she gets a little bit further, when she can actually start feeling the baby, like play the music, talk to it, do all of those things, and then don't do it for like a week and let her feel
See
the
what
difference.
happens. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Oh
you'll
yeah,
feel
that's a
the
good
difference.
idea.
The baby will feel the difference. She'll like I used like I okay, so when I was pregnant, I had the only thing that could stop my baby from like turning and going like crazy in my stomach was my cat. And I think
Yeah.
that's because from jump, as soon as I was pregnant, my cat always slept on my belly. So
Okay.
as soon as my cat would like jump off my belly and like go, or if I was upset, the baby would roll and twist and turn, and you can
Yeah.
feel her
Because
like flip
cats give off
flopping.
that energy, right? They give off that calming sense. They like the cats have a calming energy.
Yes. And so my
And
cat, and
yeah,
then when I would just call my cat to lay on my belly, and as soon as my cat would get on my belly and start purring, the baby would just calm. And
that's awesome.
it like so and I didn't even know I was pregnant at the very beginning, and my cat just started sleeping on my belly, and then afterwards I was like, this is why my cat started sleeping on my stomach all of a sudden. So there's something there if the animal picked it
Right,
up before I even did. Like
right.
it's there's an exchange of energy regardless whether it's 10 weeks or 10 days. Like there's an energy flow. And and just as a side note, so it takes the reason that they say like at 12 weeks is, I don't know if you guys know this, so at 12 weeks is when the soul actually enters the child.
Oh shit,
You'll see
I
it.
didn't know that. Holy
So
fuck! So wait a minute, wait a
for
minute. We're 10 weeks right
for
now.
10 weeks, and right now the baby's soul is literally entwined with the mother's, and it lives in the outside field, basically her aura, like within her aura, and it stays
Huh.
connected that way. And at
So is
12
there
weeks,
something that I should? Oh, okay. Well,
the
damn.
12-week mark is when the soul will leave the mother's aura and enter into the child, into her stomach, and you'll see
So
the
do I need
change
to be
in
as
her
a man more
face.
vigilant in this time right now to be more extra special and more in tune with her needs and more than doing as much as I can in that moment to make that process, you think, better than it
What
could
you're
be, or do you
doing,
think
what you're
I
already
don't have a
doing,
clue?
you're already
What am I?
doing
Okay.
it. The things that
Okay.
you're doing are exactly what you're
Yeah.
supposed to be doing. And at
Okay.
12 weeks, you'll see the change in her, and you'll see the change in her face. She will literally, people always say, like, oh, you know, heard the term the pregnancy glow? Well, you don't get that glow
Yeah.
until
That's what
12
I
weeks.
get. I
When
keep
the
waiting for that.
soul
Yeah.
when the soul enters the child at 12 weeks, you'll see the change in her whole field, her face, her body. You'll see her. She'll look like she's glowing, and that's because she's carrying two souls within one. Like like
Yeah.
because the baby's body's not done yet, so it can't
Right.
handle soul. So she's literally carrying two souls in one aura. So
Wow.
that's why pregnant women glow, because they got two souls.
Is it weird? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I love what you're saying, but I'm keeping thinking about myself and thinking about my situation. And I want to ask you this: is it weird that I feel more attracted to her now than ever?
No,
Like I'm
because
constantly like I want to. You know what I mean? I'm not to be dirty, but I'm
I
more
get what you're
physically.
saying. Yes,
Yeah, you know
no,
what I'm saying.
no, because she's vibrating at a higher energy right now. She's vibrating at a high level because she's carrying two souls. Like right now, the other one is close to her, So she's still connected to it. So
Uh-huh.
her vibration is high, so her energy's up, and so like yeah, she's gonna be more attractive because people are probably attracted to it too. And I know you probably walk down the street and be like checking out these guys looking at your wife, right? You'd be like, why is everybody looking at her? All of a sudden,
Man, I'll
right?
kill somebody. But yeah.
But yeah,
But
they
do you think is that
become more
natural though? That's natural, right? That's natural for me to have those feelings and good. Like
absolutely.
it's not what do I want to say?
It's natural for humans because
Is
more
that how the
human
baby
beings will
absorbs
be
my
attracted to
essence?
her as well.
Is that how the baby because like so much of what you said, it seems like it's so personal between the mother and the baby. But so then what is my role and how do I instill me into our baby? Just my voice and like does that help too? That natural
Yes.
attraction
Your
that I have and that okay.
your
You know.
your vibration, first of all, your DNA is within that child. So you're already
Mhm.
connected, okay? On a DNA and in an ancestral way. So the sound of your voice and just who you are will the child will automatically know. Like I know it sounds a little, cuckoo or crazy, but
No, it
we all
doesn't,
have a little
honestly. I don't think so.
we are our ancestors, right? So that's our DNA. And when you know your ancestors, I tell you, you'll know them even when you don't know them. So like you can stand next to one and your physical being will recognize. And I literally met somebody who I had no clue I was related to, and I kept looking at them and looking at them, and then I found out that I was related to them because me and this person are just like eyeballing each other, and like, where do I know you from? I don't know. And then my mother ends
Yeah.
up telling me, "Oh, that's like a long lost cousin from your father's side that you never
Oh
met
shit.
because I never met my father, so I didn't even
Okay.
know this person was related to me." But yet I
It's a
felt
good thing
a
you didn't mistake
connection,
it for sexual chemistry.
right? Go get right.
Yeah.
That would have been crazy. But yeah, no, but it was just a familiarity within our like you just feel it. It's a vibration our
Yeah.
bodies give off, like and so when you're related, your vibrations you vibrate a little more similar, because of your DNA. And it starts there and then it
Oh,
goes
yeah.
and then you
So
just
amazing.
yeah, and then
I'm so excited.
it
To give
sounds
you
like it.
to give you guys
It's
a
nice
little
to
bit of
hear that.
Hey,
to
hey,
give you guys a
bro.
little bit of
I'm
more
so glad you
connection.
chimed in because I'm just hearing from hard legs all night long. I'm so glad you chimed in to say that because it's supposed to be ladies' night, and I love ladies' night. Does not even talk, but I love listening to y'all because there's nothing more amazing than or sexy than flat Earth women for real, intelligent. But no, you're not around, so I'm glad you chimed in because we need to hear from you guys more often.
Could you not
I
hear me?
Anyway,
agree. I think that but you know what? This is actually really nice because it feels like a safe and protected space. So I like that.
it should be. It's supposed. Yeah, it's supposed to be. It should
Yeah.
be, and it's supposed to be.
Jackie, thank you very much for coming through and saying hello. Greatly appreciated.
Hey Gillian.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
correlate.
Hello, my friend.
I wanted to support
Matter
the
of fact, will
listeners.
you please private
Can you
message
not
me?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm
I'm
I'm sorry.
talking.
I'm sorry. I'm on a mission. I apologize. I'm not trying
I'm
to step
sorry.
on you and be a dick.
I just wanted to support her case and what she was saying earlier. Dr. Masaru Emoto looked at freezing water after saying beautiful or good words to it
Yes.
or negative words, and there's a big difference. So
Mhm.
yeah, it's supported by science. So
Absolutely, 100% supported. What he was just saying, that the doctor took like a drop of water and exposed it to the word love. Just the word, even just written down, makes a difference. Saying it makes a difference, writing it makes a difference. Just the word itself holds a vibration. And then when he froze it, it was a beautiful, snowflake. And then if they put it, if they exposed it to like hate, the word hate, it looked like gross.
But
It just like something
hold on,
exploded in the petri dish.
Jackie. Quick second. Didn't you do this experiment
I
yourself?
did. Yes, I did.
Right, that's what I want you to talk about. I want you to talk about the time that you did it because you specifically did it and had results.
Yeah, so I did an experiment using I did it with crystals and water, showing the proof that crystals actually hold their own vibration and energy. So you take a crystal and you put it in a glass or a cup, like a mason jar, and I put it in the freezer, and you can watch the water freeze. And it actually they make like little waterfalls or fountains. So like the water will literally freeze like in an upward position as if the water is exploding from the jar. And it's so cool. Like
That's amazing.
I'll have to find the videos and share them with you guys.
Hey,
Let me ask you
Jackie,
this. Let me ask
Jackie,
you this. Did you, so for my experience, and this is my first baby, I'm contemplating right now. Do I want to do an at-home birth, or should I, since it's her first baby too, should I let the hospital take control, or should I try to hire some people to come into our home and do it at home?
So what I would suggest is something that's like kind of in between. There's a lot of birthing centers that are out right now where you can actually go and they have like they look like looks like a hotel room with like a bathtub in the room, and you can actually they're midwives there, and they birthing coaches and all of those things, and they will come in and they help you when you get through the pregnancy. So you can literally give birth. It's like half hospital but half home. It's like the perfect
Okay.
in between. And then if anything goes wrong or anything is going wrong, then you have there's professionals there that know exactly when it's
What to
time
do?
to go to the hospital. You know, like if
Okay.
you need a hospital,
Yeah.
you need a doctor, then they'll be the ones they can call 911, and they're usually close to a hospital or nearby a hospital. And so you're not putting your life at or the baby's life at risk per se, you
Okay.
know. I find that
Well,
those
that's why I asked
like
you.
a good in between, you know, especially for the first baby.
Yeah.
And
That's
I've
why I
heard
asked you
there's
because
major
like
benefits
7
to
years ago,
leaving the. I've
I
heard
moved
there's
us out
major
of the
benefits
city.
to leaving the umbilical cord attached for a half hour after birth as well.
Yeah, well, there's a lot that has to do with the umbilical cord. I mean, I haven't done a crap ton of research on that, so I can't speak too much on it. I do know that there's a lot of cultures though that save the cord blood, that save the cord, and they literally will make tinctures or they'll dry them and save them. And actually, the Indian culture does this. A lot of them do it. If you've ever seen someone carrying like they'll have like a something around their waist or their wrist, and it'll be a little vial that looks like I can't even like it looks like a bullet maybe, but a little bit tinier, and it's their cord blood from when they gave birth. They make they dry it with a powder and a couple different kind of herbs, and they stick it in this little thing, and they carry it with them everywhere they go. And it's basically if they ever get any um terminal illness, so like cancer, anything that's going to kill them, they will take that and they mix it and make a tea out of it and drink it, and it heals them. I don't know how, but allegedly, if you carry that, and it will cure anything, they say. In their culture, they believe this.
One of the reasons why I
So,
asked you about the whole whether I should do the home birth or the in hospital is because 7 years ago I moved us out about 40 minutes from the city, from the big hospitals, from where we
yeah.
live at. So I'm worried about, if we did a at home birth, how urgent is it, and how, if something did go wrong, it would take at least 30 to 40 minutes
And
for her
that's
to
too long.
get to.
That's too
That's too
long.
long.
That's
That's
too
too
long.
long.
Things
Okay.
can literally happen within seconds. And when it
Yeah,
comes
even
to
with a
like,
midwife and all that,
yeah,
it can.
it can,
So I probably shouldn't do that.
it can. That's why I would suggest I wouldn't do an at home, like, especially not, I mean, and not for the first time, just simply
Yeah.
because, like, you don't know what her body's, gonna do,
Right.
Like
Yeah,
she
and
can.
we've already been told too, like she's at risk because she's
Oh, then
prone to blood
yeah,
clots. So I don't know
go
what
to the
that exactly
hospital.
means,
Go to the
but okay, go
hospital.
to the
Yeah.
hospital. Okay,
If
yeah,
she already, if they've classified her already at high risk, then you should have the birth at a hospial.
yeah.
100%.
She got some weird, like when she was like 15, she got some weird disease, like nobody's ever heard of that almost killed her. Some like weird, like crazy disease. They had to put her in a coma because they didn't even know what it was. And
Wow.
something about like Legionnaires, some crazy. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Oh,
So now they're
Legionnaires.
saying that she might be at like high risk. But we still have another doctor's appointment to actually find out if that's the truth or not, if she really is high risk. But I guess they consider anything before 3 months like high risk, like that's a high risk period because if you're gonna lose a baby, you're gonna lose it in the first 3 months, right?
Yeah. The first trimester is the, yeah. Once you pass the
Yeah,
first trimester, things are a little bit safer. Then yeah, this is
right.
the period of, yeah. Usually within the first 3 months is when, yeah. If you're gonna lose it, you lose it. I mean, it's still possible after, but it's less likely if you pass the 3 months, which is
Okay.
why the people usually keep it to themselves until
Yeah,
12
right.
weeks. But this is also the reason. See, people think it's just the 12 mark because of that, but it also has to do with the fact that that's when the soul enters into
See,
the
yeah,
body.
I didn't know that. I'm
So
so glad you
that is
came in here and told me that.
that is like that's the time. So if you lose a child before those 3 months, the soul never entered the fetus. So it's like not really losing the baby. The baby never
Mm,
actually, the soul never has that traumatic experience of death, right?
okay.
Because it never entered the body. So
The only problem
it's
with that
actually
is
better.
you as the
As a human,
female that's carrying the
yes,
baby still has the
you felt the
loss,
soul,
which
yes, because you
you
felt the
know
soul, yes.
you're right. That's
Absolutely.
the
I know this
yeah.
as a fact. Yeah, I know this as a fact
Right.
because I also lost a child too. So
That's why I
you
want you
feel
to
the soul.
please before you go tonight, private message me so that I have your info so that I can keep you up to date. Because I would love for you to maybe even talk to my girl, even if it's just through text conversations. Because just in case, like I think it's like she needs a support system from I feel like everybody out here in the channel in
I'm
Flat Earth.
really not good with
Because
this Discord thing. Killian could be my my backup on that. I don't even really know what I'm doing. It took me forever to get into the chat.
whatever. No, I understand. No, yeah,
Private message me. No, you feel free to reach out to me if you know how
okay.
to private
Yeah, no,
message.
I know how.
Or if you get with Killian and he could give you my Facebook information or whatever, he could pass it along. I'm so really bad with technology.
No, yeah, I'm the
Especially
same way. I'm not
Discord
even
is
on
so confusing.
Facebook, so I can't even. I mean, my girl is. She does all that, but yeah, I don't. This is the only social media that I do. Actually, to be honest with everyone here today, is Discord is my only. If we consider it a social media, that's all I have.
Okay, well, I'll try to check on here a little bit more often. I'll try to come on a little more.
I hope
And
so, because like I said, the
I'm sorry,
ladies'
what is your
night.
name?
My name, my thing on here is Paul. But
Okay.
we'll talk. Like if we talk later, I'll tell you. No, that's not
That's
actually
fine.
my
Don't worry.
name.
No, just whatever your name is here is fine. I'm not asking for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
Paul. Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I appreciate you, man. I love you so much.
No
That's
problem. No problem.
everything you said means a lot to me. That stuff is
Absolutely.
I love the chat so much. You guys are amazing, man. We just switch topics so much, and it's important, man. Especially stuff like this. I know we're supposed to be keeping flat Earth, but this is about flat Earth too. Damn it! Like us having babies and
Listen, when you find the truth about life and you start digging
right.
through the truths of life, you find common people who are doing the same thing. Like attracts like,
Yeah.
and the love spreads through love. And so it's all love, no stress.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
My family's behind me having a little party.
I hear them. What are you guys celebrating?
Um, one of our best friends, she graduated high school After 20 years, she went back to school and she got her high school diploma. She didn't want to do a GED. She actually wanted a high school diploma.
I'll go for her.
So she got her high school diploma. Now she's gonna go to college. So we're just having a little party for her.
What part of the world y'all at? Where y'all at? South?
I'm in New Jersey. I'm on the East Coast.
Shit, in Jersey. Oh,
I'm in
shit.
Jersey. I'm a Jersey girl.
Jersey girl.
I'm a Jersey girl, not a South Jersey girl, just a Jersey girl.
Why you say that? What's wrong with girls? Damn, that's funny.
Those are your Snookies and your.
Yeah. Italiano. Hey.
Those are your. That doesn't have to be Italian anymore. There's just the South Jersey girls. They have that. Yeah.
No, I know what you mean. That's
Yeah.
funny.
Yeah.
I like
Exactly.
it. I like it.
That show.
I like
you know.
it. It's funny though, because I was gonna think I knew you was like East Coast, but I would never guess Jersey because so many people that I meet from Jersey are just like any neighbor that I've had or friend that I've had or person I ran into from Jersey, and they say like usually right away I'd be like this motherfucker from New Jersey. Because there's something about them. Like there's something about New Jersey people. They're kind of assholes. Not to offend anybody, but some of y'all are fucking assholes.
Yeah. Oh no, don't. Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
I don't know. I guess I'm a little special. I've never felt comfortable living in Jersey.
Yeah.
I've never felt comfortable here. I've always wanted to leave, but plus I have family from Massachusetts and then Pennsylvania and stuff like that. So I think I have more of that culture.
Are you mixed?
I am.
If that's not saying something, yeah, I can tell. Yeah, my girl
I'm
mixed too.
Half white, and then the other half is like Puerto Rican, but the white is all mixed too. I'm all mixed.
I heard a little something in there. I didn't know what it was, but I knew there was something in there. But yeah, anyway, I thank you so much for setting me straight, man. Tell me.
You're welcome. You're doing all the right things, and I didn't want you to doubt what you're doing or think like, am I crazy? Or you're not crazy. It is all real. It is all true. That child can feel it. They can sense it. They can hear it. They can, like it. They will absorb the feeling, the vibration 100%. That's not a crazy thought.
I never understood when everybody that I know said that, oh man, when you have a kid, like it changes your whole life and this is everything is different. And like I never understood that until now. And that I always thought it just meant like once the baby was born and when I hold it, then I thought like something was gonna change. But I feel myself changing already. Like I wanna do, you know what I mean? I just feel different already and I just want the best for my baby already, and I don't even know, but I don't know what to fucking do. You know what I mean? Like, what do I do?
Because it means that you're actually very in tune with your wife or your girlfriend, whatever she is.
Yeah.
Like it means you're very in tune with her, which is really good, and that's really nice because if you're having all of those feelings, because a lot of guys don't get those feelings, but it means you must really love her and you're just very in tune with her in order for you to be having those feelings as well. It means that you guys are very well matched, that you vibrate very closely, like at a similar vibration. So, and you're on the same, you guys are on the same plane, like, so, and you're picking up everything she's putting out, like, which is really good. And very, unfortunately, rare. So it's a beautiful thing. That's why I want to encourage it. That's why I'm like, no, he needs to keep on. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing to hear. I don't know if a lot of men don't do it because they think it makes them weak, or I don't know if they maybe they feel it and they don't express it. But hearing you express that is like, wow, like I can tell that you're in tune with her, you're in tune with her body, like listening to you say all these things. Like you're right, because you're right there in the track. Like you're tracking where a woman would be tracking. right? With the
Okay.
feelings,
Yeah,
emotions,
yeah.
and stuff like that, which means you're right there with her, and that's amazing. More men should be, I think. But I don't know if they are. Maybe they just don't say. I think a lot
I
of
think
times
yeah,
men
yeah.
just don't
I think
admit to the stuff.
yeah. Not all. See, not all like. Okay, so like I'm the type of person like I wear my heart on my sleeve. So not all men are like that. I don't
Exactly.
subscribe to like certain machismo bullshit. Like I don't care about that shit. So I'm built a little different out here. So I don't get into
Can
all
I ask
that. Like I'll
what
tell you
is your
how I feel.
sign? Just curious.
I'm a Taurus.
Interesting. Oh, okay. You
Yeah.
must have done. You do a lot of
Maybe.
introspective work. Do you meditate?
Well, I've dabbled in meditation. I haven't been meditating, but I have. Yes, I've done some
Have.
meditation, trying to find my inner self and trying to do like yeah, I've done some shit like that.
Okay,
But
that makes more. Okay, that just makes sense. I can just tell you've done
Mhm.
work. You've done spiritual work on yourself in order to be where you're at. You usually have to
Yeah, yeah, I've done a
keep
lot of
up
work on my. I mean,
good work.
it took me a long time to find out who I was. You know what I mean? I grew up disillusioned and kind of confused. It took me forever to figure out who I was as a man, who I wanted to be. But and I grew up. I don't know. My upbringing is kind of crazy, but I just learned. And it took me a long time to learn, let's say, the game and learn certain things about myself and certain things about streets and certain things about school and life.
Yeah.
I was a slow learner, but I know now, and I just don't care anymore. You know what I mean? So I'm completely open and honest. Like you can ask me anything you want to ask me right now. You can ask me the size of my piece, and I'll tell you honestly. You know what I mean? Like I don't have any shame or you know what I mean. I am who I am, and I'm comfortable finally with who I am.
That's good. I keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. I don't wanna.
Yeah.
I don't wanna test
Trying to shed my ego.
whatchamacallit. That's important. So I don't want to hold up the chat for everybody else. You guys can go back to your flat Earth.
Oh fuck that! Nobody else has nothing to say.
Go- Let other people jump in and start talking. Is there anybody else? Anybody else even on? Steph.
Yeah,
I'm with
live
you on
life,
all that
my
stuff.
goodness.
Talking to
Hey,
your
life,
baby
what's
before they
happening,
were
my
born.
dude? Welcome to the chat, life. What do you got to say, my friend?
Why don't you guys go to Antarctica?
Why don't you go to Antarctica?
I can answer that question. I would go to Antarctica in what did he say? In a
Nanosecond.
I go nanosecond. But goddamn it,
Except for
I
this
can't. I
Antarctic
don't have the
treaty.
money. Antarctic Treaty. Thank you.
Yeah, what's your
Check it
obsession
out.
with Antarctica?
Check it out. We don't need Antarctica to prove the flat Earth. Everywhere you go, you can measure and observe it to be flat. Like
Isn't Antarctica
so maybe you want to go to Antarctica because you have something that you want to prove there, but we don't. We have already shown that there is no curvature.
Who's we? Okay. Curvature to be found where? Earth?
Yeah, no. We see way too far for it to be the claimed model that you guys give us with a radius of 3959 miles.
The globe?
Yeah, your globe is a geometric object. Like it would be 3-dimensional in shape, and it would have obstruction when trying to look around it. So, given the size of it, we can determine how far you should be able to see, and we shatter that.
Okay.
So, do
Yeah,
you understand the idea of being on the node of a circle?
No.
Do you know what the node of a circle is?
No.
So the node of a circle is the crown of a circle. And by your vantage point, your purview, when you're walking around, right, you're always on the node, the crown of the circle. You're always at the top. So from their explanation, again, I'm always going to go back to a distance of 60 kilometers out. At 60 kilometers distance, there should be an observable depression of at least 600 feet, even 800 feet. Now, the thing that I'm going to present to you is the thing that you can observe in the plain day. If you want, you can research it on YouTube. But look at the Statue of Liberty and look up boat rides, Statue of Liberty, anything around that sort. Now, what you're going to view is as people are traveling down the Hudson River away from the Statue of Liberty, the Statue of Liberty is 306 feet in height. As you're traveling away from it, the Statue of Liberty should in fact be sinking into water. So like her shins should be physically going into water if in fact the globe was curved. But in fact, what we observe is as the boats are traveling away, even at that vantage point, which is approximately maybe like 10 feet off the water, as those boats are traveling away and those people are holding their iPhones and are like, look at the Statue of Liberty, we still maintain the view of the foundation of the Statue of Liberty, which is in fact maybe 20 feet off the ground, or sorry, 20 feet off the top of the water. So it's something to observe that we can extract as rational human beings versus listening to the tales of man that have been concocted from the written word. What do you think about that, my friend?
Oh, I'm confused. Like, are you talking about the crown or are you talking about curvature?
Yeah. I've presented you with a real world view, which is the Statue of Liberty, and the Hudson River is the river that attaches to the base of the Statue of Liberty. Now, you know, if you were to jump in a boat, ride down the Hudson, looking back at the Statue of Liberty, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so as we're going down the Hudson, looking back at the Statue of Liberty, that angle, if in fact we were on a globe, the Statue of Liberty would be sinking as we're going away from her. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So what I want you to do is homework if you want. To consume that, you can jump on YouTube and just look up Statue of Liberty, boat ride.
Listen, I'm already a flat earther. I'm just confused. Like, millions of flat earthers exist, and you guys talk so much about the known world, but the container that's containing these large bodies, you guys just want to just forget about that?
Well, what do you mean from a standpoint of the bodies that contain the water, forgetting about that?
Don't entertain him. He has been explained this many times.
Oh, okay. That's why I was worried, because I'm like, why is his text still green? I thought he was already there, but
people have explained to him everything we know about Antarctica and the Antarctic Treaty and all that kind of shit many times. He just keeps going on it.
Oh, life. Poor guy.
No, I understand the Antarctic Treaty. I understand all that. I want to keep talking about it. It's just I'm confused. Like, it's not hard to break a treaty, right?
Yeah, it is. They'll shoot you, my guy.
No. So how much do you think there is? How much of these guys do you think is really guarding Antarctica, though?
Do you know how many allegedly Antarctica bases there is from different nations of the world?
There's a warship. There's warships in the Antarctic Ocean, like that will shoot you down if you try to go there.
Off the coast.
What about the Arctic?
Hold on. Off the coast of Australia, between Tasmania, it's called the Bass Strait. And there's a boat that attempted to cross, and there was a big giant warship, 150 meters in length, that stepped into place and said, yo, you need to check it because you're crossing into waters you shouldn't be here. And they're like, okay. And they double back. right? Now, just off the Tasmania coast, again, off the coast of Australia. That would be the southern extremity from my research based on what I've been looking at. And it would make sense to see a big ass boat out that way, enforcing the Antarctic Treaty. And again, Antarctic, unpacking that, you have the Arctic or the Arctic, and the Antarctic would be the opposite of that, which would be south, so to speak, which is the entire ring that encompasses north.
Yeah, can I maybe come at that from a logistical perspective, right? So let's just say that you were in charge of guarding a perimeter as large as the Antarctica would be on the flat Earth model, right? There's only 3 places you can actually get there as a civilian trying to break the law, and that would be either from Australia, South Africa, or South America. So, and that would also consequently be the 3 easiest ways for the militaries to get to and from Antarctica if they're going by ship, would be via one of the ports in those areas. So it's not as if you have to guard the whole area anyway. And that's even forgetting that they're going to have much more advanced systems than radar for tracking kind of the movement of ships in the area anyway. So yeah, it really isn't that difficult with both technology and logistics considered to defend such an area.
Exactly.
Thanks for that witness, my guy. I'm actually going to post a video right now about that boat that got snapped up.
And as you can see on that picture I posted, there is many bases, many men, much material, ships, and all that kind of stuff that is literally in place to either research whatever is out there or guard whatever is out there. So the personnel is there to be able to do to seek out these kind of things.
I apologize for the really poor thumbnail, but the video content again is of the boat getting snapped up.
Yeah, I've seen these. I just don't understand how is Antarctica part of the known world? Is Antarctica Earth? Is it part of the known world, or is it unknown?
I mean, I think Antarctica might be also the wrong name or term to give this outer perimeter of what we have been shown on maps throughout times. It's more like the outer regions, it's not supposed. We don't even know if it's one land mass all the way around or one ice mass all the way around. It could be many things, Could be some land, some ice,
Exactly it. It's beyond our purview, right? But we have to consider what we can see. And I mean, my biggest thing is, do you understand the concept of what you can actually grasp versus what you can't even begin to see? Like, what do you think about that? Like, do you witness anything beyond the sky that moves?
Beyond the sky? What do you mean, like beyond the atmosphere?
Beyond the stuff in the sky. Like, I think it was Glatt. It was Glatt that checked me on it. He's like, that's sky science. So forget about the sky science. Just look at the ground science on stuff. Does the ground science tell you that we're on a curve or we're on a plateau? What does the ground science tell you about that?
I mean, on land, it feels like curvature on land, but I understand how there's no curvature on water. That's why I'm a flat earther. But I'm just saying, the container, what's containing these large bodies of water? If it's Antarctica, can there be curvature in Antarctica?
We don't know if Antarctica, that's what I said, we don't know if Antarctica is one landmass around, creating these basins. We don't know this.
What's containing the large bodies of water?
I mean, in the outer perimeter of what we know of, we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know.
You just know it needs a container. Is that what you're saying?
That's
okay. Let's try this. Life. Are you a God-fearing man?
Yeah.
No.
Right.
I'm Muslim.
Pardon me?
I'm Muslim.
Awesome.
Your God.
So on the second day, the Creator, he created this thing called the firmament. Okay? That term has been perverted left, right, and center. But the firmament, which is what was created on the second day, is the lid to the pot, if you will, that we're in. Okay? The aspect of the boundaries of that pot we don't quite understand. But we know that it is the opposite of north. Because if you travel north, you will eventually get to a point, because that's magnetic. So by default, south is just the opposite of north, which happens to be, as I can see it, like a target. You have the middle, which is north, and you just paint by default an outer ring. That's just the way I understand it in my way of understanding stuff. Anyway, having unpacked that, I look at it from a standpoint of you have the pot, and then you have this thing that the Creator created on the second day being the firmament, which is the lid, the container for the gas, and the bottom of that container is the container for the water. Because again, he created I think it was the lands and the waters. No, how does it go? He had created the waters and then he inserted the land into the waters. I hope that makes sense. That's the best we can do right now with what we have, my guy. I'm so sorry we can't do better than that.
I think we can do better if we cut the bullshit out.
I didn't know you were here, my guy.
If we take care of these people that are deceiving the masses, I think we can know more. I mean, that's just me though.
So what you're proposing is a worldwide revolution, which we are not promoting on this channel.
Listen.
I mean, how much years have y'all literally been talking about flat Earth on here?
7 for me. What?
Wait a minute. Are you attempting, or not even attempting? Are you challenging us on the question of what we're doing?
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, are you guys just talking about flat Earth?
Yeah, because
Waiting for new
hold on a
people.
minute. Wait. Hold on a minute. I think I need to put you in your place right now. Because here's the thing, okay? You have to understand that we hold this line, right? We hold this light because we speak the truth. This is what we do. Our Legion doesn't do anything more than that. Whoever comes to us and seeks understanding, wants to know more, we will explain it to them, we will unpack it with them, and we will give them rational things that they can understand to try to unpack what is happening before themselves. Right? So, as somebody who's just stepped onto the playing field, right, please respect the people that are in place doing the things that you have yet to understand what is being done. Because challenging the action that is taking place, I'm sorry, you can't. No, my friend. It doesn't work like that.
Well, basically, you're spreading the truth. That's basically all that's done here.
That is exactly what we're doing, my friend. Through understanding and spreading light and love. That's it. Spoken word, man. Spoken word.
I understand that. I mean, of course, this is the truth. I understand that, but you guys don't really know. You guys just really don't know the Earth.
What do we don't know?
You talking about the Earth?
I'm gonna kick this guy in a minute. Stop. What the heck, man? Sorry, I'm getting impatient now.
Yeah, just relax. You had your piece. Okay, so what do you mean we don't know the Earth? What is the Earth?
Well, you guys agreed that Antarctica is part of the known world, right? Part of Earth, right? So you really can't say the Earth is flat.
Oh, that's where you're getting. Okay. I see. I see what you're saying.
You don't know.
Okay. So is like the whole curvature in Antarctica and everything else is flat? Is that how it works? Is Antarctica making up for the missing curvature? So like What kind of ball is that? Is that the kind of ball that
I
NASA
can
shows
give you
us?
an example. I can give you an example.
Oh, you can just make up like weak arguments. Since we haven't been to Antarctica, we don't know that the Earth where we live is flat, right?
Okay. You've measured what's like the known world that you're around, right? But if you say that Antarctica is part of the known world and you haven't, none of you guys have measured for curvature there, and it's part of Earth, how can you really say that you know Earth is flat? I don't
Let me explain it to you one more time. So if we're measuring everywhere from California to Japan and everything in between, all these people in all these different countries, right, we can't detect any curvature anywhere. And you're saying, but you haven't been to Antarctica. Yeah, we haven't been to a little island in the South Pacific that hasn't been discovered yet either, right? So are you saying that because we haven't been to Antarctica, that's where all the missing curvature is?
I mean, no, the Antarctica. Okay. The large bodies of water, it needs a container, right?
Like Antarctica?
I don't know if you guys want to say it's Antarctica or not. That's why I'm not saying you guys think it's Antarctica, but is it Antarctica?
Who cares? All the water on Earth is flat. Who cares? This is a fallacious argument.
Do you know what a man looks like, bro? Because you haven't met me, and I'm a man. So you don't know what men look like because you've never met me. You are dismissed.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you don't know if the Earth is flat, like the known world. If
You don't know if men have 10 toes because you haven't met every man.
Bro, that's not.
Yeah, you don't know what a woman is. Listen, man, you don't know what a woman is, so you're gay because you haven't met every woman, so that means you're gay.
I'm actually telling a fact, though.
You're homosexual because you don't know what women are.
I can tell you,
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
No. It's not the same thing. I can tell you, I have met one. You can't tell.
Yeah, he's just derailing or deflecting, or I don't know what the real term is.
Oh my goodness.
How do you really know the Earth is flat if you don't know the known world?
Life.
Whatever we can observe, what does a container or a
I guess I deserve that.
And whatever we can observe is also measured to be flat. Therefore, we can say that we are on a flat plateau of some sort. What the outer perimeter is, we don't know. We don't know. We can't go there and explore because there is set regulations to set on man, so we can't go in these places. We cannot go to the North Pole; it's illegal. We cannot go to the most southern regions of our world. So we don't know these things. So we don't really discuss them a lot. It's more like a thought experiments.
I muted live so everybody could explain to him that, Nolan Ryan knows baseball, right? So imagine somebody handed him a baseball and said, "Hey, Nolan Ryan, have you seen every baseball in existence? How do you know baseballs are curved?" You see how dumb that sounds, wife? I'm going to go ahead and mute you now.
Yeah, it does sound dumb, I'm not going to lie. But I'm just confused. Like, how do we really know the Earth is flat if we don't know the Earth?
Good. Okay, life. You can repeat yourself ad infinitum, or you can recognize what Tim told you. What Tim told you is that the available territory that we have access to demonstrates itself to be flat. Beyond that, you are correct that in theory, right, past that boundary, it could do any number of permutations, right? That's fine. Logically, that's true. It could.
All right. Yeah, I agree with that.
What's your point? I mean, if you want to know the realm in total, you have to go to every part of it, right? Which we don't have access to. Not only do we not have access to the extremities to the left and to the right, but we definitely don't have access to the extremities downwards, right? Even if it was a globe, right? No. Yeah, think about it. even if it was a globe or whatever it might be, nobody's been further than 8 miles down. Nobody knows what's down there. Nobody knows what's out there. But we do know that the territory that we have access to is 70% water, and water, when measured, is flat. So the territory that we have access to is flat. So what's your point of your question is my point. Are you just trying to be contentious on purpose?
No. You made my point basically, and I agree with you. I just didn't understand how flat Earth has been around very long, and I was just confused of why is there no curiosity of Antarctica?
Dude, there's plenty of curiosity.
Are you kidding me, bro? People have went there and like lost their life trying to get there. No curiosity. Like people have sacrificed themselves.
Yeah,
people used to die on ships trying to reach new land. So,
dude, stop right there, bro. Let's talk about that because you make a valid point. Okay, what is the number one curiosity of territory for the average human being? It's a very simple answer. It's the number one thing that's promoted in all media, in government, pretty much everywhere, right? And that territory is outer space. Right, a territory that we have no access to right now. Transversely, the North Pole is accessible. The South Pole, whatever, is accessible. And the oceans are accessible. But the oceans aren't even 80% unexplored, right?
Wait, what if they made up space to distract us from Earth?
Bing, now you're getting somewhere, Holmes. Like I was about to say, the ocean is largely unexplored, right? Did you know that there's an ocean underneath the ocean? Did you know that there's an entire ocean underneath the ocean that we have, right? The continent shelves, the continent shelves float on an ocean, a hyperdense ocean. And some people have even theorized, right, that is what causes the tides. Now, you won't hear that in any mainstream, right? You'll only hear that in obscure things. But what you'll hear in mainstream all the time is that it rains diamonds on some planet, and some other planet smells like body odor, and some other planet has pink crystals on it. You'll hear that all day long, but you won't hear about anything cool or unique about the Earth. Why is that? I think you know the answer because you already said it, which is they're trying to distract people from the actual tangible, accessible evidence that we have available to us and put us off into La La Land, millions of light years away, hundreds of years in the future. Eventually, we'll reach Centauri Prime and we'll colonize the planet and we'll eat pink grapefruit, right, that glows in the dark, or some bologna sandwich like that.
Yeah. They want us to look for life on other planets, but there's unexplored life probably here.
And I'm sorry if I triggered life. Actually, the reason I said what I said was to trigger you in order that you would see the ridiculousness of that statement of saying, since we don't know Antarctic, doesn't that means we don't know Earth is flat. That's just a fallacious argument. It is basically the same thing as saying, because you don't know all women, that you don't know what a woman is. That's the reason I said that, and I'm sorry if I triggered the rest of you.
But what is a woman?
Oh shoot, you're not going to go there.
What?
A person with a uterus capable of bringing life after collecting semen.
Wrong, because some women don't do that. The correct answer is an adult human female. categorically can't be denied in any way, in any logic string. Now, you could try to parse the words adult, you could try to parse the word human, you could try to parse the word female, but a woman is an adult human female. It's that simple. Anybody has any problem with that, well, I'll jettison you out into space.
As a woman, I'll accept that explanation.
Yeah, there's this old saying, vacuums don't suck, women do. That's also wrong. Listen, that's also wrong, because vacuums do suck, right? This is a standard globe argument where they come in and try to be pedantic to us. Vacuums don't suck. I have a PhD. Well, what does the term suck mean? Where did the term suck become invented? Right? Suction is what the word we chose to define what vacuums do. So yes, vacuums do suck. And if you think they don't, you're stupid. So we'll play a little game. Like, think of anything that sucks, right? What does it do? It evacuates a cavity so that pressure can fill it. That's what a vacuum does, right? Usually. Like in practical sense, like a vacuum cleaner, a vacuum pump, all of those types of things, right? So we have defined the action of the ambient pressure filling the available space, right, in a vacuum as suction. So yes, vacuums suck. And yes, Globers, you're stupid.
Here, I second that.
I think the real purpose of what we're doing here is actually to help people think for themselves so they can, in the future, make decisions that are based on their own cognition instead of what they've been told to think. That's the purpose. So if you miss the purpose of why we're here, then of course it's going to seem confusing that we're just sitting here talking about flat Earth. No, we're helping people think for themselves. That's the first step.
And we're also interacting with like-mindeds that like to explore different ideas, which is also a thing we do here.
Yes, yes. And developing a community amongst ourselves.
Are we talking in general or to a certain person?
I think we're still semi-talking to life, aren't we?
Mm.
I haven't seen the discussion like swept around to something else.
Yeah, so any other hard questions out there? Like, what's a woman? Do vacuums suck? How much is blue?
I have a question. So I've been looking into refraction, and like I was looking at some of the textbooks, and with mirages, it sort of explains refraction as this curved line going up. But when I was looking at it, it didn't make sense to me with the idea of refraction having to cross a boundary, and it's sort of more linear rather than curved. So do you guys have any input on that?
I'm having a hard time drawing a picture of it in my mind.
I can try and explain it a bit better. So my understanding of refraction is, say you have a straw or something, put it through water. At the time between the light hitting the water and then going into the water, that makes the index of refraction. And therefore it's at that moment that the refraction, the angle of light will change. Whereas what the textbooks are trying to promote for mirages and stuff is that because it doesn't have a boundary, it's just like the hot air and the colder air interacting. Therefore it's continuing like to the index of refraction is continually changing rather than the light only changing at one certain point.
Right. So I think you're referring to terrestrial refraction, which is a model interpretation to explain phenomena that wouldn't work on a flat Earth, wouldn't work on a globe Earth versus a flat Earth. So, right, the globe has geometry. They call the horizon the intersection between your eye line and the curve of the Earth, right? And things disappear beyond it. So that's a hard line. That's a geometric line, right? That can be calculated.
Yeah.
And the problem is that we see all kinds of things beyond that limit. And because of that, in order to salvage the model, they must have light bending. If light doesn't bend in the way in which they need it to, then you falsified the globe Earth immediately. So they came up with this idea that, refraction basically just circles light around the Earth so that it goes perfectly into your eye to match any observation. Okay, notice how I said any observation. Because all that you need to do is just get an observation that shouldn't be able to be seen geometrically, and then just scale refraction up and down until you get a favorable result, and then say, this refraction must be there. Premise 1, I already know the Earth's a globe. Premise 2, I can see something I shouldn't see. Premise 3, therefore this amount of refraction, exactly the amount I need, must be present. Now, do you need any evidence that it's present? No. Because you just assume premise 1 is true, and you roll with the logic. Now, the problem is that there are observations in the hundreds upon hundreds of miles that supersede these, petty little claims. And what they have is what's called a standard lapse rate. So, imagine concentric rings around the Earth, right?
Yeah.
Circles. So as the light is traveling horizontal, it's going to intersect those concentric rings, right? And be redirected, be a refraction like you said, and then eventually end up back at your eye. Some globers have even claimed that because this is true, you could actually see your own ass if you had a high enough zoom camera, right? So the light would go all the way around the Earth and come back, and you could check your pimple out and pop it, rather than use a mirror.
Okay, I haven't heard that one.
Yes, it's from one of the legends, the anti-flat Earth zealot legends. I think it was from Rumpus.
Okay. Yeah,
so these are the kinds of arguments that they come up with, and the point is that it's all post hoc. And what I mean by that is they run into a problem. They say to themselves, well, this can't be true, but I already know Earth's a globe, so what's happening? Well, if I bend light, then it solves my problems.
Yeah.
The problem is that when you actually test these things with lasers, and actual hard measurement type things, you find that refraction that they need isn't present. It's wishful thinking.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I was just sort of asking because it didn't sit right with me, and this is sort of confirming that I'm not just crazy to.
Yeah, it shouldn't sit right because this is what they call in science unfalsifiability. So you have a premise, right? You assume it's true, you claim it's true, and then any evidence to the contrary is solved by a rescuing device. No matter what, it's solved. So, for example, I can see a photograph of a 1,200-mile stretch, right, in infrared. Shouldn't be possible on a globe Earth. Refraction. You see how it works? You just say refraction, and then all of a sudden it's magically possible on a globe Earth. And you notice how that makes every observation, no matter what, be unfalsifiable for the globe. So it doesn't meet the scrutiny of rigorous science.
So it's the globers versus the flat earthers have different understandings of what refraction is. And
absolutely. Globers
go in circles
mostly
and
don't
never
know what it is.
Make a point.
Yeah, the problem, like I said, though, the problem is when you get to brass tacks and you actually try to measure it using different wavelength lasers. Like we had a guy, Dr. John D., a flat earther guy, use 2 different wavelength lasers over like a foot or even inches above a lake, right? And different wavelengths refract at different rates, right? Because refraction is wavelength dependent. So he did that to mitigate and judge how much refraction was present to see if his laser was actually crossing the lake. Now, what you would expect is a big hump of Earth curve in the way, water, right? So the laser would hit the water and it wouldn't reach the target.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it didn't. I'm sorry, it did. Now, the Glober's claim would be that it's refraction curving it around the curve, but he mitigated that out with the 2 different wavelengths so that he could see how much refraction was there, and it wasn't. And there's numerous other examples, like over frozen lakes, or a husband sending his wife out with a flashlight and he can see her from a frozen lake, or on a salt plain or a desert. Or recently the military conscripted and hired a couple of universities, right, in coordination with Boeing, to test a laser at 120 kilometers. Okay, and the laser system was multi-wavelength, right? Why did they do that? Because different wavelengths refract at different rates. What are they trying to do? They're trying to get range distancing and targeting lasers, right? Accuracy. And lo and behold, the data that they brought back did not match the globe model. And these are professionals, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
not people on the internet going to an Earth curve calculator and moving a slider left and right until they get a result that flashes green. That says, "Oh, Earth's still a globe because this slider said so."
Yeah, I'm not currently like I don't believe the globe Earth theory, but I was just more asking to try and understand refraction a bit better. But yeah, the question has been answered. And one other thing, because it was in a textbook, one of these university physics textbooks I borrowed from my friend, it also was saying that this refraction, which I guess is terrestrial refraction, helps explain sunsets. And it seemed really ridiculous to me because it was saying that the sunset, the light will hit the atmosphere at different densities of the atmosphere. But then how is the light hitting it at different densities when if there's a theoretical boundary, the density should be the same because of the density gradient. But yeah, anyway, I'm kind of just digressing.
Well, look, we have I hear what you're saying. So the standard lapse rate pretty much works like concentric circles, like you said, because it's more dense at the bottom towards the ground and it gets less dense as it goes in altitude. But we have some graphics in here, and if somebody is handy with their memory, they might be able to pull them up and put them in live stream for you. That it shows like what would be necessary would actually be vertical columns of gradient density, not concentric rings, in order to get the rate of curvature that they need for the light, even if it was true. So in other words, imagine instead of, like a donut and then a bigger donut and then a bigger donut, just imagine rays, like a clock. That's how they would be oriented in order to get the results that they need. And obviously, the atmosphere isn't oriented like that.
Yeah. And also, I might just ask one more question on refraction. Is my understanding it changes to witness refraction and get that boundary line, you need it to go from a solid to a liquid or a liquid to a gas. Also, it has to change states. Is that correct, or am I just oversimplifying?
Well, the standard definition is different media, right? But there is optical gradient density lenses, right? Which can be shown that it's the density within the same media, right? Let's say glass, for example, or plastic is probably what they make it out of. So they try to make a lens that has differential densities, right? So it's not just the shape of the lens, but it's the density within the shape that is also guiding it. And Globers will use that to try to say, this is how the Earth works. which is all fine and dandy, but you need to prove it in reality, right? And I don't see them doing any of that stuff, which is the proving. You know, I see the military go out and shoot lasers that supersede the globe Earth. I see amateurs go out and shoot lasers that supersede the globe Earth. I see it all the time. I don't see any of the contrary happening. What I do see on their side is appeals to lights in the sky, like stars, right, or the sunset, which they already need refraction, right? So they have to beg the question that the refraction's already been proven, assume it in the first instance, right, and then put it into their argument. Which, by the way, there's a standard running narrative that the whole idea of terrestrial refraction was invented to explain an eclipse that was impossible in the globe model, that being the Selenelian. It's literally called the impossible eclipse for that reason. Basically, the geometry of the bodies, you shouldn't be able to see them because they'd be below your horizon. So their answer for that is that light curves around the horizon to your eye, right? And so the idea of terrestrial refraction was born from, like I said before, a post hoc need to explain something that we clearly see with our eyes that doesn't fit the globe model.
Okay. Yeah, well, I have to get going now, but I appreciate you taking the time to help answer my questions. Okay, see you.
Well, with a high enough powered telescope, you could see me before I get there. From behind. From behind.
Look, there's AI behind a hill. Wow.
Damn, that must be reflection.
Great explanation of how the globers use this refraction. That's an excellent description of what they do. Every single observation they make makes it look flat.
Yeah. Either reflection or they sprinkle a little bit of gravity on it and it works.
So, my friends who don't know this, the very rhetoric in their own Earth curve calculator sites and stuff explain it as this. Okay, so how it works. We change the effective radius of the Earth in order to lower the sagitta, which is the apex arc between point A and B. And to do that, we have to increase the radius of the Earth. In other words, make the Earth appear flatter than it is to match the observation that appears to be flat. Now, why in the world would they need such rhetoric? Think about it.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth appears to be more flat than the globe, right? So we need to do some math to make it more flat so it fits the observation. Wow. Little Freudian slip there, Holmes?
Yep. Isn't that wild? It's absolutely like magic. Watch me use refraction and make everything look exactly as it is.
Yeah, what other rhetoric do they have? Okay, we all observe and experience the Earth as flat and stationary, but it's definitely curved and moving. Duh. Isn't it obvious?
Everybody says so. So it must be true.
And we don't fly off because of gravity. Duh.
Yeah, but that's another good one. So gravity, right? People will ask flat earthers for alternatives to gravity, right? because in their mind, flat Earth requires an alternative because flat Earth can't have gravity in any sense of the word that they know, and that's false. Okay, any permutation of gravity works just fine on the
Of
Earth's
course, what
surface.
goes up must come down. What the hell?
Exactly. But I mean their claim of specific geometry, because of course their claim is that you need a sphere which pulls everything to the center of mass, right, in order for it to have this radial field lines out from the center, right? Lo and behold, that's not even true in their model.
But yeah.
But you can have many permutations of the Earth shape that will still get that same surface effect.
I agree.
So the truth is, as a flat earther, you do not need an alternative to gravity. You need an alternative to talking to idiots who don't know about gravity.
Yeah, well,
you know what?
The idiot who discovered gravity. I mean, he, the first idiot.
No. He wasn't stupid. No, sorry. I got to correct you there. He was actually very intelligent. He came up with an idea. He fleshed out the idea. He entertained the idea. And then he rejected the idea. And he wrote it himself, saying that whoever believes this is not in possession of a competent set of mental faculties. So,
but they're leaving that shit out.
Yeah, that being Newton.
Yeah, I know. But they're leaving that shit out in the school books and all that.
Of course, you can't have the person who created something and then come back and say, "No, I think I made a mistake," and then people go, "No, you didn't make a mistake. We believe you, right?"
Yeah.
We believe you. No, but I made a mistake. No, you were right the first time. No, I made a mistake.
Yeah, there's another book which I can't think of. I'm not sure if it's the Principia or if it's Galileo's book. Or whatever, the foreword is written by someone who's not the author. And the foreword of the book literally says, these planetary bodies, if this premise which you're about to read were true, must do this based on the laws of perspective and etc. They don't do this, therefore this entire thing you're about to read is false. Then you go on to read the rest of it and you're like, wow, we live in a heliocentric, circly, jerkily, spinally, winnily universe. I was like, dude, did you forget to read the foreword of the book? And like you said, Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, all these guys, like none of their stuff is like
they were hypotheses, right? They had no way to prove it back then. That's what I don't understand. Is that's what I keep like trying to tell people. I'm like, they had no way to prove their theories. Like there's no way to prove. There wasn't a way to prove the shape of the Earth until the airplane was invented, and then you could get in it and go up and look. So.
Yeah, but they also had counter evidence at the time that their theories couldn't follow.
I know,
like
but
Newton,
I'm like, you really want to see it with your own two eyes. You really can't see it with. Technically speaking, you wouldn't see it with your own two eyes until the airplane was invented, or the balloon, or when you could get up in the air. Like that didn't happen 400 years ago. People couldn't fly; they couldn't get up in the air and see that the Earth was a globe. I don't know. It's just I just find it interesting.
That makes sense.
Like 400 years ago, it had to be a hypothesis at the end of the day. Right? Because you couldn't jump in the air and see the whole Earth or see even the plane.
I was about to say, wasn't it like just 100 years ago? It was still a hypothesis.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm just saying, but I think but isn't it like 400 years old? The heliocentric, globe model.
Yeah, but supposedly they were still teaching it in school in the 1900s.
The version. There were other versions of let's just say a galaxy,
like a geocentric deal.
Yeah, I do know that. I mean, I've seen things where people said that they literally taught flat Earth probably up until about 100 years ago. I've seen, those types of videos where they're like people who are really old, and they're telling them like, yeah, I was in school, and they said, unless those people are lying. But hey, I don't think that old lady in the nursing home has a reason to, lie that she learned about, that she learned the earth was flat first, and then they told her it was round. They took it away. That's what she said. They took it away and then started to teach them that it was round in the 40s sometime, where she went to school anyway, which was interesting. I was like, really? Wow. I didn't think it was only 100, like 100 years ago that they were doing that, but thought it was before that. But who knows at this point? They could just have us all fooled as to when they literally really did introduce it, They could have us fooled as to when it was introduced. We don't know. They've changed our books and everything else.
Yeah.
Who knows when it really came about?
Yeah, as far as I know, before the moon landings, most of those thoughts about space travel and satellites and stuff like that was pure science fiction, only found in science fiction books, And after the moon landings, it was like, okay, it's a fact. So, yeah. As far as I know, that is.
Oh, so you're saying, so basically before that, people really were still like,
I guess
space is a fairy tale?
I guess they were on the fence because they did start to teach the globe model before that, as far as I know again. But a lot of these ideas about space travel and satellites orbiting and all that kind of stuff was pure science fiction. Like satellites was mentioned in science fiction books way before they were even, taught as fact or shown as fact,
Oh, I didn't realize that. That's
Yeah. What is his name?
The Universal Pictures movie before the movie with the little movie, the Earth spinning around that has the continents. The Universal Pictures back in the 30s. That they got that perfect. They knew that before it actually was proven. So that's awesome.
Yeah, that was weird how it looked. Looked like crap.
We also have, like, here in Denmark, we have this comedy act or something like that, like from way back in the times, where it's called Erasmus Montanus, where people out in the rural areas and stuff like that, they 100% believe the earth was flat. But one of their sons then traveled into the big city and went to one of the fine universities. And he came back and told all these farmers and stuff like that the earth was round. And he was then ridiculized and stuff like that. This show is actually from 1723, allegedly, but could be that in some regions, like universities and stuff like that, they actually believed in the globe, but the majority of the people, common folk, didn't know these kind of things,
So, where you live in Denmark, do most people like subscribe to the globe now, or do they still believe that it's flat?
I would say that it's an idea very frowned upon. Like you can believe that the world is controlled by a shadow government and all that kind of stuff, but do you mention flat Earth? You are complete retard, and you should be on a mental hospital or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's worldwide.
There is a small group that, but it's really hard to make any what's it called, communities or interactions, like actually collecting a group of people to do it.
Gotcha. You're just a lunatic if you're just a crazy person. Okay, all right. I was just curious.
Check the live stream voice text for a snippet of what happens in families.
Yeah, I like that one.
Made that the other day.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. Oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. As long as you don't think the Earth is flat, that's okay.
Well, this one's different, but yeah, I get it. For the audience listening, it's a young man saying, "Dad, I'm gay," and then Dad says, "Thank God. I was worried you might be a flat earther."
Yeah.
So funny. Because that conversation happens.
Change it to, Dad, I'm gay. Dad says, don't worry, son. I haven't met every single woman either.
Or Dad just goes, "That's okay, son. I am too." Like, what? How'd you do that? Oh shit! Prepare for it this evening, folks. I'm getting my funny bone out.
That was a good one. I like that one. That was funny.
Both of us at the same time.
Yeah.
Is that what you did yesterday?
Huh?
You know what you did yesterday or the day before?
Yeah. I do it a lot now these days. I'm happy. What of it? I swear, Larry, if you're not talking to me, that would be awkward. I don't think he was.
I'm not sure.
I was.
Okay. Oh, thank God. Whew.
Yeah.
I was about to be embarrassed for the first time in my life.
even though it seems like Groundhog Day a lot of times, I'm like, wait a minute, did this happen yesterday or was this?
Yeah, it's hard for everything not to blur together in these conversations, in my opinion. But maybe that's just because I've made myself a lot older physically than I am. Not a lot of brain cells left.
Oh man.
They obviously.
What's your maximum Red Bull in 24 hours?
Maximum what?
Red Bull consumption in 24 hours.
It was over a case and a half when I was young. Yep, in one day at band practice. Because I was in a punk band and I was having to play as fast as faster than ever.
And you lived?
Huh?
And you lived a case?
I lived, yeah. I mean, listen, I was burning calories.
Some cases are bigger than others.
Well,
so
it's
how
20
many in
per
a case?
It's 20 per case. 20 regular size, 12 ounces.
I don't think I've drank a case of those
ounces.
in my entire life.
Well, you're not missing anything other than a sweet buzz that lasts about 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, in the hospital I drank some of that. Though. That when you work in the mid.
Yeah, I haven't done that much lately. That was back in the deployment days. The thing is they gave it away for free, so they got you addicted.
Wow.
And they have a customer.
And I had to drink that shitty coffee. Ugh.
Dude, we had Red Bull obviously, and then this other one called Rip It. Man, Rip It was good. The grape Rip It. Oh man,
never had them.
When I was in the service, there was no such thing as Red Bull.
Well, yeah.
Well, a few generations ago, men had 80 times the testosterone that they do today. So you probably didn't need Red Bull back then.
A really good way to increase overall testosterone and growth hormone production consistently is every day stand up. Doesn't matter if you got weights with you or not. Just do a bunch of squats until you get tired. The more you know.
Dude, I just do one massive squat.
Yeah, that's pretty common.
Ronnie Coleman did 800 pounds 2 or 3 times. So just get the heavy weight and just do it once. Hell yeah. Nope, that'll never happen if you don't work up to it.
Have there been any discussions with the globalists today?
I think a couple, but I wasn't here all day.
What was talked about? Anyone knows?
I think lately people are just talking about light. A lot about light. And people seem to think that light bends when it doesn't. It travels in straight lines unless, and then when it's acted upon another surface or medium or whatever, then it stays in a straight line. You have to do lots to beam of light to make it bend one way or another. So, like sugar water and all kinds of very specific circumstances that don't happen in reality.
Yeah, that's interesting. The problem is that what's your sample size of light to know that it doesn't curve in its path? Now, I want you to consider that seriously, because the assumption in the globe model is that light travels straight. Therefore, we need it to quote unquote bend, which is obviously redirect itself around a curve. But if it's already curving, then it's just arriving at your eye in a curvilinear fashion. So maybe refraction's a bunch of nonsense. You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, and it should be easy to measure if that was the case. You'd be able to see it bending.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people, when you ask them such a question, they will provide an example of light going quote unquote straight over like 2 feet. I'm like, oh wow, 2 whole feet. Oh,
2 feet, huh? Beautiful.
Yeah.
How about 2 miles?
What have the professionals of the world done in trying to study and understand the nature and behavior of light?
Well, they've done a lot. I don't know what they've come up with that's even relevant, but
Personally, I don't think they've done anything in quite some time. I think they've just piggybacked off of what people did that hundreds of years ago and just stayed with that. They've used these assumptions from years and years, hundreds of years ago, and no one's even fact checked, the information. It doesn't make sense. If you're gonna come up with a theory, check everybody's work, right? Like, they don't check anybody's work and just take it as fact.
Yeah, they don't need any facts in the global world, because all you have to do is find anything that counters flat earthers, and then that's accepted. It doesn't need any proof. Just them saying so seems to be their proof.
Bullshit. That's what I call.
Is there any information that you all are aware of that explains various topics in physics that are not from the globalist, materialistic, atomist perspective? Because when you look it up on the internet, that's the most common articles that will pull up, the most common results that will pull up from these common academic consensus of atheistic, naturalistic, materialistic atomism. Because I find myself, when I have to research the issue, whatever particular issue, like just now, I'm on my laptop and I just typed in light, and that the explanation that's going to be given to you concerning the nature of light and or its behavior is from some sort of atheistic, materialistic, atomistic, naturalistic perspective. And then I have to be bothered with having to reinterpret and chew the meat, spit out the bones. So do y'all know any sources of information that explain physics, whatever topics of physics, from a different perspective?
I heard good things about Carl Proteus Steinmetz.
There's always Ken Wheeler.
Yeah, Ken Wheeler.
He's a little too abstantagacious and pedanteracious with his big verbosolocity. There are people who read his stuff word for word as if they're explaining something to you. And then you ask them what it means, and they're like, I don't freaking know. What do I look like? A thesaurus? I'm not saying whether he's right or wrong. I'm just saying he uses a lot of big words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but regardless, there's a lot to be learned from that type of argument. Whether it be light is a wave, light is a particle, light requires a medium like the ether, light is freestanding in its own, self-consistent medium. Like it doesn't have an external medium, it is its own medium, whatever. You go down the list of all those things, and you just put two paradigms against each other and two people trying to discuss it between each other, and almost without fail, it becomes personal for some reason. It's like people can't compose themselves through a discussion about the nature of light.
Well, I recognize why that it becomes so close to heart, why it touches the heart, because the cosmic paradigm and overall the metaphysical theory that one holds in their worldview, in some worldviews, the nature of light is a necessary cornerstone so as to maintain the coherency of their cosmological paradigm, so as to maintain the coherency and or justification of their overall metaphysical paradigm. And to be less abstract, depending on the nature of light and behavior of light, that either makes or breaks the academic cosmic paradigm. And if the academic cosmic paradigm breaks, and the cosmos is really something else that is far more indicative, that is far more less likely or even impossible for the God to not be real, then that is even a much greater no-no. And Edwin Hubble and folks who were his peers in the early 20th century, they had no reluctance to acknowledge that they chose conclusions concerning the cosmos and the celestial bodies and everything else in the cosmos because they did not want to believe a cosmic paradigm that obviously necessarily indicated that this is designed by a person. The cosmos is designed by a person, aka the God. Couldn't bear the thought. We don't want that conclusion. So yes.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh man, let me find my quote.
Yes. These same questions still stand no matter what your state of heart is, no matter what your state of mind is. The questions of human experience, what makes it intelligible? How do we know what is the case? How do we know reality? How ought we to live in the meantime? What is the ultimate end of all this? Questions still stand, and you don't have an infinite amount of time to find the answers to those questions. So I strongly recommend that anyone listening open your ears and seek the truth as a matter of life and death, because this is a matter of life and death.
Yeah, let me read my quote here. One of my favorite quotes. So, all willingness, being the scientific community, to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to understanding the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its contracts, in spite of the failure to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just so stories. Because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept only material explanation of the phenomenal world. On the contrary, we are forced to, by our a priori adherence to material causes, to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. And that's the answer right there.
Who was that
Why science is what it is.
Who was that by?
Richard Lewontin.
That is one of the best.
Right there.
It's one of the best hostile witness statements that you could ask for. Yep, that's exactly what we keep trying to tell them. They want to disagree that it's a philosophical religious stance, but all their experts disagree with them. It is a religious stance.
And the thing is, this is true about everyone. It's inevitably true about everyone in the way they think and the way they behave. And so this is why I persist in destroying this false dichotomy where people think that there are religious people and that there are non-religious people. Absolutely not. It's inevitable. Even the atheists, you study the way comparative religious studies scholars define religion, and you study the history of religion, and you pay attention to how we use the term, it's indicative that everyone has a religion. So then what is a religion? A religion is either a belief or a custom that is held with supreme value above all else in one's worldview, and people behave according to it. So when your most precious notion in your belief system is that there is no God, or the earth is a ball flying in a vacuum, or all of reality is just matter in motion, or whatever, then you are going to interpret everything, your entire human experience, through those presuppositions, and you're going to try to behave that way. Now, the reason I phrase it, try to behave that way, is because if you have an incoherent worldview, you can't actually fully behave according to it. But people try. And so, because people have an incoherent worldview which can be refuted, then you can point out the incoherency, the inconsistency between their behavior and their worldview, which necessitates a re-examination of one's view of the world, especially how they ought to live. And so it has been the cardinal sin of quote-unquote philosophy in academia is avoiding the issue of worldviews. They just want to itemize and specialize in particular subgroups rather than finding unity in the diversity. The university. They call themselves university graduates, and yet the university does not find unity in diversity. They cannot make sense of the world overall, and they refuse to. And even when scholars like Dr. Greg Bahnsen or Cornelius Van Til or Dr. John Frame and persons like them raise this issue, well, obviously we have a conflict in worldviews. The very presuppositions of our worldviews are contrary to one another. How do we solve the disagreement? How do we find the truth to this question? And the vast majority of the academics in academia, they just hand wave the issue. The hand wave fallacy. It's not important, they say. But look at the world around you. The world around you is a world full of humans with contrary worldviews, contrary ways of life. ergo the conflict that occurs, ergo the pain and suffering, misery and agony that ensues from that disagreement. And the issue is obvious before us, and so the solution thereof is obvious before us, but we refuse to apply it. Except the small minority of persons like myself, praise Yah, that actually recognize and have a heart that want to solve this issue. I want to ask the questions. I want to seek the truth. I want to listen to the arguments. I want to scrutinize the arguments. I want to accept the truth, acknowledge the truth, and adhere to the truth. Even with the most touchy, the most stingy, the most intimately painful issues that face all of us humans in our human experience. This cosmological controversy, as I call it, is not a small thing. There are people who have come out of various ideological groups and changed their worldviews, have a paradigm shift about a particular thing, but now we have before us, like before, in the days of Copernicus, where people's entire view of the entire cosmos is changing. The thing in which all history occurs, people are changing their perspective on. That's not small. That's not unimportant. If there were no cosmos, there would be no history and no human experience for us to have. So what is light? What is the structure of the earth? What is the structure of the cosmos? What caused it to be here? Why? How are we to live in this cosmos? What's the ultimate end of history? We're mortal. Why? What do we do in the meantime? How do we solve that problem? What's the solution to that problem? Excuse my French, but we need to stop dicking around as though we're immortal and we can just dilly-dally about these issues. The fact of the matter is that if you get this wrong, you will either, this is eschatology here, if you get this wrong, you will either inherit everlasting cursedness or some degree worse than the present condition, but not utter cursedness. Or you inherit utter blessedness, or you inherit some degree better than the condition you are now in, but not utter blessedness. Those are all the options. It's vague, deliberately, because it describes whatever particular worldview you have of eschatology. Utter blessedness, not utter blessedness, but some degree better than the present situation you're now in. More of the same, I forgot to add that, so it's 5. More of the same, some degree worse than your position, but not utter cursedness or utter cursedness. That's all your options. Now, are you really willing? This sounds like Pascal's wager. It's not necessarily a proof of anything, but it's a poignant question that is directly experientially relevant. Are you really willing to gamble with your life? Because you're just not in the mood to seek the truth. Because it's too inconvenient. Because it's contrary to your preferences. Instead of conforming your preferences to reality. Or are you going to seek the truth and stop gambling with your life? But what do I know?
Well, Kamala Harris said speak truth. Right? She said it over and over again, right? Speak truth, speak truth. But how does one speak truth?
Try again. Try again. We want to hear you. Try again. Fix your mic. Try again. Try again. In the meantime, when Larry returns, around 11, 12 years old, I had many, many questions. It was like this explosion of curiosity. And for the longest I can remember, I've been very interested. It hasn't always been the case. I've been changed by someone very important. But I was very, very, very curious to have all my questions answered and doing the best of what I had, my little working poor self, with my little laptop, my little phone, my little tablet, my questions in my mind, in the internet. I asked questions, I seek the information, critically thought about the information, listened and considered the arguments. Going through the procedure of investigation, even when it got irritating, even when it got frustrating. Because the truth is worth it. I mean, to all the relativists or subjectivists or nihilists or skeptics out there, there is an option out here that says there is a God. He made us to love one another and to love him and to enjoy communion with him. And because we are sinners, we've broken his law, we deserve punishment. Now, there's an option. If that is true, that is either true or false. If that is true, and you don't repent, you know what the consequences are. If it's not true, then so be it. Then what is the truth? But to really walk around this earth in your human experience and just think and do and intend according to your preferences with no regard for the truth, I don't need to explain to you. You know full and well that's detrimental. You know full and well you're gambling with your life. I don't need to go into no in-depth explanation of that. You know that it's gambling with your life. And the odds are not in your favor. Not in anyone's favor who lives that way, thinks that way, has a heart that intends that way. I wanted to know the truth, especially as it concerns my ultimate well-being. There are many people out here who are in utter misery and agony and pain, and they need hope. And the question stands before every single individual human. What do you hope for to gain utter blessedness? Some people hope in Yahushua, Jesus. Some people hope in Allah. Some people hope in Lucifer. Some people hope in Ahura Mazda. Some people hope in Zeus. Some people hope in the horned god and goddess. Some people hope in themselves. Some people hope in the government. What's the truth?
Well, man, well, the new syncretic hotness is if you're going to worship anything, right, why not worship the thing that gave us life, has always been here, gives us everything we need, is our home.
My mama.
Obviously, I'm talking about Mother Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like.
So make no mistake about it. Oh yeah. But make no mistake about it, the idea of the Earth being flat has opened up a spiritual journey, quote unquote, for many people who otherwise wouldn't be interested, but have essentially, settled for worshiping the material. Right.
Agreed.
Much like the guys who I just read the quote, right? Where obviously we're spiritual beings, and on our spiritual journey, right, to the truth, we only limit ourselves to material answers. Like, how are you going to ever arrive at the truth if the only thing that's true is material? Because then you then must say to yourself, well, my own sentient consciousness can't be true because it's not material and therefore can't be proven by this apparatus of truth that I've set for myself, my own limitation.
An excellent internal critique of the materialist worldview. And that is what ought to be done. It's being done, but it's not being done nearly as often as it should. internal critique. Okay, this is your worldview. This is my worldview. Explain. I'll explain. Okay, I have these questions. Okay, I detect what I perceive to be an error, some incoherency, some empirical inadequacy, some lack of justification. Here's my worldview, etc., and the debate ensues. Most people don't want to do that. And the fact that most people don't want to do that, what does that say? It means that most people don't want to seek the truth, even when they're able to. They don't want to seek the truth when it's available to be found. They don't want to accept the truth when it's brought to them. But they want to complain about various instances in their human experience that they perceive to be unpleasant, that they perceive to be unjustified, that they perceive to be immoral. And then when the debate ensues about the issue, they don't want to continue the debate unto the end of the matter, the end of the matter, concluding on the truth, acknowledging the truth, adhering to the truth. And even when the truth is brought to them, like I just said, they reject it. So what does that say about humans? We're not just blank slates that just gather data. We're not just machines that just take in information and compute it without any sentience. You don't just input information into someone's ear and they either accept it as true or accept it as false and understand it immediately. No. Not only are we conscious, including of oneself, we're also intellectual, we're also sentient. And that sentience also includes emotions, desires. If you don't desire the truth, you won't accept it. Even with the truth that you are endowed with, I'm speaking from my worldview, of course, and everyone is, even with the truth that you're endowed with, that you've always known and have never not known and cannot know, people reject that in preference for a lie, let alone any other truth that they're not endowed with, that they have to gain, that they have to learn, whether it be brought to them or whether it be available at hand's reach for them to go get. That's a problem. And we recognize that problem even in this forum when talking about the cosmos and physics. And not just in this forum, we recognize in our human experience. You and I are not in a vacuum. We're on the earth and we have our human experience. We have pain, we have misery, we have agony, we have suffering, we have loneliness, and all the other things that are wicked and evil and corrupt and heartbreaking. What makes sense of that? For the materialistic atomist, there's no such thing. There's no such abstracta. If your worldview is just material, then there are no abstracta. There's no knowledge, there's no information, there's no emotions, there's no consciousness, there's no intellect, none of that. It's obvious. When your worldview consists of only half of all reality, it cannot account for the other half, the abstracta. Obviously, that's inadequate. Cross it out. You don't need to write several hundred-page books to understand that. You don't need to go to a university for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years and so on and so forth to understand that. This is why I preach the gospel. This is why I accepted the gospel. This is why I preach it. There are people who disagree, and so the debate ensues. Never mind. They don't want to debate. They don't want to see investigate. Fine. So be it. That's their choice. And they're going to suffer the consequences. I'd rather no one do that. They disbelieve, they disagree. I'd rather them seek the truth, as they should, and then accept, acknowledge, and adhere to it. Jackie, what's all that for? All that was unnecessary. It's not unnecessary. It's more than just about the cosmos. It's more than just about what is the structure of the cosmos and what is actually the essence and nature of the things in the cosmos and how it functions and its structure. It's more than that. We all know it's more than that.
Can you twist this for me real quick while I shoot it with the nailer?
Are you talking?
Got it.
That was totally online.
Wouldn't no, I did it on purpose.
Oh.
Wouldn't Wonka Vision be great where you could just like stick your hand through the screen? And a bar of chocolate.
I don't know. I feel like some of my skin cells would get lost in translation.
Yeah, but you see, people believe that kind of stuff is possible.
What? Muppet or Wonka Vision?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, people believe a lot of things, don't they?
Yep. In a material world, right? As long as you can think of an idea that's based on materialistic explanations, then it's plausible. So yeah, breaking yourself down to a million pieces, sending yourself across space, right? Just like a radio wave, and being received on the other end.
Yeah, I think.
And people believe that you can do that with your body, and then your mind will follow. Like, what is that? Star Trek. Right? And so many of these metaphysical ideas are posited in what? The mainstream science fiction. Thought I was going to stop at mainstream science? No, science fiction.
Gladfeld, you typed a comment in the voice text chat. I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. When I said what I said about materialism being a worldview that only acknowledges half of reality, that's not me implying that I am omniscient about all things.
Okay, then you don't know half of reality, do you?
I wasn't saying that I know half of reality.
Then don't make the claim.
The materialist is only I'm saying the materialist is only acknowledging half of reality.
So that would imply that you know the whole of reality. To be able to say someone only knows half of something is to say that you know the whole of the something. To be able to discern half of it. Yes, that's how it works.
No, I'm not saying that they know half of reality. You are not listening well. I'm saying they're only acknowledging.
Oh, my friend. I let you talk. Let's just keep that clear.
I am saying that they are acknowledging only half of reality. So if you're going to counter-argue me, listen to what I actually said and address what I actually said. If you persist with the straw man argument, I will discontinue, demonstrating that you don't actually want to debate me, you want to debate a straw man of me. What I said was, the materialist is only acknowledging half of reality, meaning they are only acknowledging one of the two categories of ontological entities, concreta, to the exclusion of abstracta. Materialism says there's only material, there's only concreta. Ergo, they are disregarding all abstracta in their worldview. It wasn't a claim about how much anyone knows. It was an acknowledgement, it was a critique that they're only acknowledging half of all reality. The concreta not acknowledging the abstracta. That's what I said.
Yep. It's categorical logic. Qualia versus.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
What's this mic sound like?
You sound good.
You sound like you are British.
It's making you sound British for some reason. I don't get it.
Thanks.
How does it do that?
I've been messing about with this, but it's doing me head in.
Wait a minute. Are you actually British?
I am British, yeah.
Oh,
okay.
shoot.
So let me change that. So, see, what I really thought is you're Australian, and it's making you sound British.
Yeah.
So it's actually making you sound Australian.
Yeah, Americans seem to have a problem with that, don't they? With the whole Australian English thing.
Some of y'all blend the differences.
Australians sort of go, "Oh yeah, all right, mate.
Yeah.
It's 40 k's away." Sound a bit like
the
that.
less intense the Australian accent, the more British it sounds.
I don't know. Anyway, yeah, this is a good conversation. So I thought I'd come in and try the microphone. but it's still not.
Go right ahead.
Still not good. I mean, thank you.
It's working really well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But the problem is I can't really hear myself speak because once I've got the headphones on, you know what I mean? It's a nightmare. So I know what a deaf person feels like. So it's a bit weird.
You know,
That's why I have one headphone in right now.
I had the same problem with a gaming headset I tried to use. I couldn't use it because I
That's what I'm
couldn't hear
using.
myself.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing now. So yeah, it's not easy. But
I ended up pulling one ear off and putting it on something else.
Exactly what I'm doing.
Shoot, man.
I know this guy who's really good with tech, and I'm gonna get him to sort it. I'm gonna get him to clean my laptop, and then at the same time, I'm gonna say, look, I need to monitor it so I can hear myself. Because if I keep pressing buttons and then it won't work, because that's what I do. I just click, and then don't work anymore. So.
Oh my gosh, are you from Liverpool?
No. Liverpool sound like this. Jimmy's a murderer.
I thought I just heard one word that sounded like it was Liverpudlian.
Oh, I'm from the middle of the UK. Interestingly enough, it's called the East Midlands. So
East Midlands.
It's pretty creative. So yeah, that's where I'm from, in the middle bit.
Are you in England?
I sure am. Yeah.
All right. Now.
So, this is definitely my kind of conversation. So, but as I say,
definitely mine also.
Yeah. Well, you're making a lot of sense, dude. I mean, not that I subscribe to probably a lot of stuff you do, but you can tell you're a living man, dude. That's what I'll say for you.
I would like to speak to anyone for as long as they want to, because this is a matter that is worthy of discussion.
Absolutely.
This is a matter of life and death.
Absolutely.
People don't want to accept that. People reject that. People will probably argue against that statement. But you heard me earlier. It is a matter of life and death.
Well, that's
and I love my neighbors so much that I will have the conversation with them about whatever the matter is for their everlasting well-being in mind.
I mean, this is we might part company here, but if I had one thing I'm going to keep coming in here, if that's okay with whoever organises all this, and just keep saying and reiterating over again, it's the ideology is really the bane of human existence. It was then, it is now. So that's
bro.
It just is, and all of us in this server know that more than anyone. Ideology. You've seen how it grabs a person, and where it reduces them to.
Especially with an ideology that has such dire consequences that affect the people's ultimate well-being. That is worthy of discussion. Is that true? Is it not? Let us discuss, at least. And then at the end of the discussion, conclude on the truth.
Hey, AI, you're drilling on the live stream.
It does sound like a power drill.
AI, are you there?
He muted himself.
Oh, he okay.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know what I want to say really, but like I keep seeing people talking about this gospel and that gospel. Good luck to them, but I think if you reach a certain level of awareness, I think the spirit's within us, is it not? And I see some people banging on about chapter and verse, and I think to myself, the last thing a person needs is more scripture. I'm sorry, but I realise I'm probably upsetting a lot of folks, but if that, what my recommendation to that person would be to buy a dog, go and walk in the forest, and sit with the dog and a tree. If you really want to know God, that would be my advice. No more ideology. No more words. Words.
Well, is the problem thinking?
Absolutely.
Is thinking the problem?
Absolutely. When I first came in this server, they were talking, what is ego? What is ego? Nobody really, I could sum it up for you in one word. It's memory. Is it not?
So if the problem is thinking, are you not thinking right now? Are you not perpetuating the problem?
I'm not thinking right now at all.
So you're thoughtlessly speaking to me.
Sure am.
So how do you know what you're saying is true if you're not even thinking?
It feels right deep down, every cell.
Feel right?
Feel.
Your feelings have truth or false value?
Absolutely, you know truth. As soon as you hear it, as soon as I hear lies, it resonates in a weird way.
What do you mean by feel right? Because if you mean feel in the sense of tactile contact, right, the sense of feeling on your flesh, that doesn't have truth value.
Well, from a Chinese perspective, a Chinese person. Sorry.
Well, just to finish the example so you really understand the point. For instance, sensation number one, I rub sandpaper on your face. Sensation number two, I kiss your forehead. Which one is true? Which one is false?
See, we're going down a sophistry route here.
No, not sophistry. I can defend what I'm saying. The reason I said that is because I think you recognize this. The sensation on your skin doesn't have truth value. When I rub the sandpaper on your skin, that isn't true or false, because that's not a matter of truth or falsity, because it has no truth value. It's not information. It's empirical sense data, but it has no truth or false value. Same thing with the kiss on your forehead. And so I say that because you said you know the truth because it feels right. So I asked you, in what sense do you mean by feel? If you mean feel in the sense of tactile contact, right, one of your five senses, then that has no truth value, and therefore you cannot know truth that way. If you mean feel in the sense of your emotions, then that also has no capability of informing you of the truth, because that also has no truth value. For instance, I intimidate you and you feel fear, or I hug you and you feel peace. Which one is true? Which one is false?
Yeah, dude, I like listening to you talking. I'm not sure. I'm struggling to comprehend right now, but yeah, you seem to be. I don't know. It's difficult.
Well, let me take it a step further. So we have a problem on the table, right? Which is people criticize others for having what, in their view, is a philosophical belief, a spiritual belief, a metaphysical belief, any such belief which doesn't originate from empiricism, right? So in other words, it exists within the mental space only. The problem is all information exists within the mental space only from the point of a sentient observer. So any conclusion that you come to, whether it be empirical or rational, it all exists within the mind space. You've either been informed from the empirical data or your rational faculties. But you must filter all empirical data through your rational faculties in order to derive the truth of one proposition over another, or to even derive the truth to trust empirical data in the first instance. Therefore, all beliefs, all truth claims, all propositions that one holds to be true are metaphysical in nature, period.
Abstracta. True. This is true. So, with the last thing to conclude this point, if you mean feel in the sense of your tactile sense, that has no truth value. It cannot inform you of anything being true or false. If you mean feel in the sense of your emotions, that also has no truth value. It cannot inform you of anything being true or anything being false. So feeling in either sense is not a valid nor is it an effective method of knowing truth, especially given the fact that you only make intelligible your empirical sense experience, the empirical sense data, in your mind.
Perhaps
you are making sense of the empirical sense data.
Perhaps
you're not just
choice of words then.
You're not just having senses and you're not thinking about it. No, you're having sense experiences and you're thinking about it. So thinking is not only not the problem, it's inevitable. So it's not a matter of should we think or should we not think. Are we thinking, are we not thinking? It's a matter of are we thinking well or poorly.
Right, but we have faculties as well. Before you go on, we have faculties that do this for us, right? That we've been given, that we're born with, that allow us to spontaneously or instantaneously, or at least what appears to us to take no time at all, right? Gather a sense of intuition about the truth of a proposition, right? And one might call that a feeling, like my gut feeling, or women's intuition, whatever it is. And all that is just a faculty that is crunching data of truth sets that we already have experienced and truth sets that are just innate. And so when you combine those things, right, you just get an instant sense that something's wrong because you can't explain it. You just know it's wrong. And then if you think about it more deeply, then you can elucidate to yourself why you feel that way.
Right. Why you feel the pleasantness or displeasantness of whatever information was sent to you. So we all have a a priori prior knowledge base through which we interpret information. And then we change our attitude and perception of the information given to us based on our intentions of the heart, what we want, what we desire. If we don't want the truth, then we're not going to accept it. If we do want the truth, then we're going to accept it. And our ability to think. Our ability to think, the knowledge, the a priori knowledge that we're endowed with, that we have always known and have never not known, and the prior knowledge that we learned throughout our human experience, through history, the beginning of our existence up to the present time. And furthermore, you can detect whether you like, dislike, prefer, don't prefer, are pleased by, displeased by whatever information is given to you because you are thinking and understand what was said, or at least you have an impression that you understand what was said. Either you do understand it and great on you, or you don't understand it and hopefully you seek more information so as to adequately understand what was said to you, so that you can then move onward and upward from there.
Yeah, I like it. I like listening to you, dude. You got seem to have a good sense of things, for sure.
Thank you. Praise God.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen, I've read things about. I've read more about other religions than my own, if I'm honest. But I would like someone who really knows chapter and verse to walk me through it, because I sort of walked away from. Well, no, I didn't really walk away from it. I liked looking at Buddhism and Chinese philosophy, and that made so much more sense. And so I thought, well, I'll just go over here for a bit. And then, I went over to, well, all of them really. And then, yeah, I could definitely go through. So I've got some old Bibles I could do with looking through, but they're so daunting because, well, this is going to sound weird, but my mother ended up marrying a parson. And he died, and I ended up with his library inadvertently. I didn't ask for it, I didn't want it. But basically, his library is now in my house, and it's, well, it'd be a treasure trove to you, I imagine. To me, they're just all. Listen, you'd be a fool.
I'll take it.
You'd be a fool. You'd be a fool to say this is not some of the most profound writing ever put to page. This is a fact. That,
Very interesting.
Absolutely.
Worthy of consideration.
However, I still feel that, ideology is a big problem for humanity. and we need to get away from it. Personally, that's my own feelings, and I'll reiterate that every time I come in here.
Y'all willing? We'll speak again soon, and I would like to speak in more depth with you one-on-one, if you will. I sent you a friend request, and I also messaged you on DM.
Well, the thing is, I always click on YouTube, and I love listening to this free this vibe on this server. It's great because
Yeah, there's a problem you have, brother.
Go.
The problem is that the content of the server is not limited to the stream, because there's off-topic conversations that are had in other rooms that aren't streamed. So if you're not here in those rooms having those conversations, you're missing out.
What I'm trying to say, I'm happy to speak in this server. That's exactly what I was trying to say. I'm happy to come and speak in the server because, as I say, I like the free-flowing conversation. It's just when you get the bad apples in. I've been told specifically the other day, well, we put up with him because he gives us a chance to talk to the audience and show them up to be wrong. But these people are shining you on, for lack of a better term, and they enjoy it. That's how they get the kicks, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they get paid, if they get paid in some way. And as I say,
brother, I've been doing debates for decades, okay? And I will guarantee you that 99.9% of the zealots not only will do it for free, they would pay for the opportunity to do it. They don't have to be
more
paid.
sinister than that, friend. I really do. I think it's more sinister. Them people that were following Witsit about, I don't know if you watched that tour, but that were organised, that were coordinated. I'm telling you, I mean, yes, someone were.
Yeah. I'm sure there's people like George Soros and all those types of guys back in the scenes, but the rank and file, they naturally, right, want to be at the throat of somebody, right? And so when you give them an inferior, okay, and let me be crude for a minute, right? You give them a kike, right? You give them a nigger, right? You give them a flat earther, and they'll be happy to take the advantage to nobly punish that, infidel of a loser of a human that doesn't deserve to breathe, right?
I like,
because now they have a righteous reason now, you see, to be allowed to punish someone, whereas before they weren't allowed to treat people that way. So your mom will say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all, unless it's a flat earther, kick them in the balls.
Yeah, I was just going to say I appreciate the fact that you're not afraid of words. That's nice.
Yeah.
But the other thing is as well is that we've got to be minders P's and Q's, because I don't want this to get kicked off of YouTube, and there's all sorts of things I want to say that I've realised that probably can't go down that road. That's a shame. That's a shame. I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean, I've been made to understand that they take sort of government back and forth from America.
Well, the majority of the topic that's the purpose of the server is actually not blacklisted. So we can function quite adequately without going into those topics in the main streams or in the main areas where people are going to complain, or there's going to be an algorithm bot that's going to search it for phrases or links.
Yeah.
Right. And, to be fair, yes, that sucks. And there are people who don't like it. And there are people who, have said as much, like they're willing to go against the rules intentionally. Right. And I'm not singling anyone out here, because there's many, many people that have said such a thing. But the point is like, you got to be wise. You got to be like a serpent, like it says, harmless as doves, wise as a serpent.
What do you think about this Roe versus Wade then decision?
Oh, okay. So
before you begin, I just want to say, God bless you, and DM me and call me if you want to talk, and that goes for everyone listening. And good night.
Thank you, Gregory, for your words. Lots of wisdom in that man, for sure.
So Roe v. Wade, much like many other things in the political sphere, was brought on by not grassroots, right? It was brought on by political activism. And part of it is called the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. Also, the other one, which is thesis, antithesis, synthesis, right? And of course, a third one, which is called the Overton window. So all these three things put together are designed to shift the morale of the people into a new paradigm. Okay, so in the past, the whole Roe v. Wade, okay, many people think Roe v. Wade, the decision was about abortion. Okay, it wasn't. It was about what's called rights underneath an umbrella of the constitutional rights, one being privacy. So the argument for Roe v. Wade being, I want to have an abortion, was actually an argument about the right to privacy. Now, many people don't know this, and they think it's all about abortion. And so, out of a sense of justice or whatever it is, they fight against it, thinking that it's all about a pro-choice, pro-life argument, and that's all it's about. But the decision actually creates what's known as a penumbric right to privacy. So by removing that at a federal level, you've removed language from the Supreme Court that recognizes this right. Now, anybody listening right now who's worth their salt will realize that that's a problem. Because now you must create new Supreme Court level writing to recognize this right. You see the problem now? For example, without the right to privacy, right, you can't have an abortion in your home on your own. Because think about it this way. A woman has proximate cause to her body in proximate first instance, right? If she decides to terminate a pregnancy that she is only aware of in the privacy of her own home without anybody knowing, not even her husband, boyfriend, cousin, whatever, who would ever know? I want you to think about that really hard. Who in the world would ever know what she did? Unless there's monthly routine exams forcing women to line up and get, did you commit an abortion this month exams? Or do you have an AR-15 in the house exams? Now you see where I'm going with this. Without the penumbric right to privacy, the government then has a vested interest to know what you're doing in your private home. So it's not as simple as Roe v. Wade is about abortion. And mind you, they just, as far as I know, kicked it back to the states. They didn't repeal the idea that anybody could have an abortion at all, which a lot of people stupidly are making dumb arguments. It's like, oh my goodness, we're going back to the dark ages. Women are going to bleed out in the streets. I'm too stupid to do any research whatsoever about reality. So there's a lot of panic, but there's also a lot of ignorance.
Yeah, these people, they're obsessed with control, absolutely obsessed with it. And imagine, because I can put myself in other people's shoes really well, and I can put myself in those. Imagine you've won the Monopoly board, and instead of turning the board over, they refuse to, and so it's like, look at all these plebeians all over my board, and I've got some real sinister theories, probably not worth mentioning here, but yeah, because you think about the Freemasons, founding fathers, everybody talks about, because they're having this weird thing about, well, they must be good because they did that great thing with Bill of Rights, Declaration of Independence. I mean, that's the best thing ever. But then you've got all this moon landing stuff, and you go, well, wait a minute, they're like opposing each other. One's, but then you realize that even this Bill of Rights is still another man telling another man what he can and can't do. So it's control again.
You're wrong. You're already wrong. You've already screwed up.
Okay. Explain.
Okay, so the Bill of Rights is the people telling the government what it can do.
Well, I just thought it'd be self-evident that you'd know what you can do, because everyone knows right from wrong.
No. See, the problem is whenever you form an organizational government, the organizational government must have rules because everyone has different opinions about certain things, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so the people agree we're going to have a ruling body over us. There's 10 of us. We're going to pick 2 people to rule. And these are the rules that they're going to rule us by. Everyone agrees. And then the 2 people you trust to execute the rules, right, in the manner in which, in the spirit in which they were written, right, which is what we have the Supreme Court for, to try to decide, what is the spirit and what is the final say on what the Constitution was, right? Let's take, for example, so Roe is going on, right? But what else is going on? They made a major decision upholding the Second Amendment, right? Which is what? What does the Second Amendment say? Does it say you have a right to a gun? No, it doesn't say that at all. But look, I'll put it to you like this. The Second Amendment doesn't give anybody a right to a gun, period.
A right to bear arms. And
all you have to do is read it. No, it doesn't do that either. Doesn't do that either. Okay, so what it says is
and bear arms.
A well-regulated militia being necessary for the liberty of a free state, right?
Mm-hmm.
The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. So the sentence assumes that the right to bear arms already exists. That's not enumerated in the Constitution anywhere. So it's appealing to rights that are preeminent. So what is it saying? It's saying to the government, hey, government, you are not allowed to infringe this right that we already possess.
It reminded me of something, actually. I thought about just today, which was, so if they were this force for good, Freemasonry, then perhaps it were corrupted along the way. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Because everything's like that. Every organization starts with this brilliant thing, and then it just gets corrupted along the way somewhere. And that's what it seems to be. I don't know. I could be wrong, of course, but that's how it seems for sure. I don't know how you feel about it. I'm obsessed with Freemasonry. Did you ever listen to Bill Cooper? I love Bill Cooper. What a guy. Died on his front doorstep. You should listen to someone that was shot, killed on his front doorstep. Probably by Freemasons as well, because police are always attached to those organizations. The Fraternal Order of the Thin Blue Line Gang. So, yeah, I'm always interested in talking about Freemasonry.
Yeah, me too. I got his church. I need the whole side of a brick's falling down.
Yeah, I'm mildly obsessed, I've got to say. I don't know. I feel like I probably know more about it than the lower level ones at the Blue Lodges. But think about this: the information you're disseminating here, you'd probably just think of what level you'd have to be at in Freemasonry to learn that. Because surely you'd have to be, a 33rd degree Mason to know that person knows the Earth is flat and stationary. Surely.
So, speaking of first world problems, I got this deck board and I installed it. It's the front step, 12-inch wide. And it's split, like just throughout the days that I had it. Basically right on where the nail line is going to be, where you step. So it's like now it's weak, where basically the lever in it will be when you step. So that sucks. How do things happen like that? Okay. How does a piece of wood know I need to split exactly down this line so that you can't put nails here, because then your board will basically be split in half and broke?
Yeah, I
You
always
see?
amazed. Yeah, I'm terrible with stuff like that. I'm just not good with my hands. My brother's really good at making guitars, and he's good with all that stuff. And my uncle is actually a carpenter. Well, he was. I think he's retired now. But it always amazes me watching these guys how they just note grain of and all the different types of wood. Oh my God, so many different types.
Yeah.
So I'm useless with stuff like that, dude.
Dude, I plugged in a light, right? So one of the lights blew out, and I plugged it in, and I plugged in a different light than the one that's there. And the past couple of nights, nothing showed up at all. Check out this beauty. All of a sudden, I'm getting like moths. Holy moly! So cool. His wings look like the bottom of his wings look like curled up leaves. I feel bad because a lot of them are dying just because I put the wrong light bulb in. I got you, buddy. There you are.
I've heard you on Nathan's show a few times, haven't I? Nathan Oakley's show. No.
Yeah.
Or is it? I don't know. I could be wrong. Is it AI Overlord or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Cool. Yeah, you always have a good well, something good to say anyway. A good worthy addition to the conversation. So that's cool. They've got a good panel there. I personally like the conversations they have when Nathan's not just shouting at somebody. You know, when Nathan's not necessarily really involved, when the panel's just, you know, he chirps in sometimes, but the panel's just all having a good conversation. Not necessarily about housekeeping questions, they're just talking. And they're my favourite shows he does. So, yeah. I don't know, there's something fundamentally wrong about debate. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I mean by that, but
what are you talking about?
Well, I think I was thinking of John. Is it refracted curvature? Is it? I think he said
What's wrong with him?
He's great. He's great. I love it. His voice is like silk. It's like butter, isn't it? But I think
the most silkiest voice. Silkiest voice on the show is Quantum Eraser for sure.
yeah. That's another John as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So I had to make sure what you're trying to say.
John's a good name. I'll try to say that in order to have a debate, in order to add this, you need two sides of a contention, don't you? But most of the things that are argued, there isn't a two sides to it. It's just, you know, the elevation angle argument. There's not another side to that, is there? You can't get an elevation angle with a curved surface. So it's not
Hey,
debatable.
guy, we spent much time in the debate room that other people have where they just mostly get together and debate all day. I'm just curious, have you been to those other displays?
Sorry, you talking to me?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting. I was curious if you heard the other, there's other discords where people debate. They do hear it a lot too, but have you heard a lot of debate?
I've heard enough to last me a lifetime, I think now, to be honest. But yeah, do you recommend any? Do you have a recommendation or?
I just catch them live, and I think those are the best.
Sorry, I missed that. Sorry, say that again.
I just like to watch them live. I'll be quiet. My microphone isn't working.
Oh right, Larry. No, you just chirp in whenever you want, Larry. Yeah, no, I enjoy listening to. I just don't like the whole shouting somebody down and the funding muting and it's like, ugh. I like the other day the guy came in and he was like, you can have an angle. No, you can have a vertex with curved lines, and then he just went, "You're going to mute me," and he run away. Just run away. It's the funniest thing I've ever heard. But yeah, the tactics from these people, it's pathetic. They've got nothing. And I imagine they're quite scared. Well, not, the people who can see down the line. Because you have to appreciate the fiendishness of these plans. I mean, they're not... It's cleverness on a scale that I can't even fathom. But as I always say, the mind is clever, the body's intelligent. So I'm not sure how much intelligence there is in it, but there's a lot of cleverness. Wow. Something to behold is that heliocentric model. And yeah, they're fighting. They're not just going to let it go. Yeah. Watching them people all surrounding Austin Whitsitt, they look like demons. They really did. I don't know what to say, but I was worried for him. I really was. So, yeah, I think we're all under attack, guys. I don't know. I'm just talking to myself now, I guess.
No, bro, I hear you. Can I be heard?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. What's up with your mic, Larry?
It sucks. It's Friday. I'm getting throttled.
All right. It doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's information war, I mean, we're just talking, right? We're just trading information. We don't want nobody to get hurt. I mean, look at what, economic warfare does.
Yeah, yeah.
To a nation, We're just exchanging ideas, So our warfare is a little different, But news today, Roe v. Wade was taken away, and the President of the United States put together some sentences that were like proper. He didn't fumble his words. Imagine that. He was preaching nonviolence.
Okay.
What the hell was that? Sorry, that a child.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. The Roe v. Wade case is a Supreme Court ruling where it took it from the state's rights, where the state could decide whether or not they wanted to do abortion, and now it's going to be back in the state's rights hand because they abolished the federal governing of abortion.
Oh yeah, right.
The Supreme Court did.
No, I thought that were a good thing, but the other guy, I don't know his name, QE. I'm sorry, I'm a bit new to Discord, so what was his name? Oh, AI. Yeah, he's made me look at it in a very different way, in a controlling way, and I get his point. He's making some good points actually, because it's always about control with these people, these bloody psychopaths.
I mean, from what I can understand, I can understand the logic behind it. Sure, I think their logic was that there was nothing in the Constitution referring to abortion, either pro or against. So it's not up to the federal government to decide what it is. It's a state's issue. I think the real problem is that Roe v. Wade was made just that it came about because at the time the Supreme Court or whatever courts felt that citizens had a right to privacy and had a right to dictate what they wanted to do with their own bodies and all that. And in the same vein of Roe v. Wade, there was, I can't, bear with me because I can't remember the names of it, but I know that there was one bill that basically allowed people to marry outside of their race. I think that was one of the ones. And then gay marriage as well. So it's if Roe v. Wade isn't federally protected thing, then that means these other things could fall away too, under the same logic. So it's like this is it's kind of it's risky, it's dangerous. It's
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah. Earth measures flat. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
It was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about how the liberals are going to be fixed, and just be careful out there, folks. That's all. Because you might be on their side, but that doesn't mean you're still not a target. People talk crazy shit when they're angry.
Oh, it's nuts out there. That's why I try to keep it simple with the Earth measuring flat.
I completely, yeah, it's difficult because I guess I'm a pro-lifer, and I agree with you.
Alrighty, so the Earth still measures flat.
Yeah, sorry. That's a little hint, folks.
Are we trying to keep things like on topic to like specifically Earth stuff? Is that
I can't imagine how abortion relates to the Earth measuring flat, but if you can, go right ahead and make the correlation there.
Oh no, sorry. I just no, I was wanting clarification. Like,
I'm just being a dick. Really, truly, I'm just being a dick. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's just a bit. Okay, got it.
Doing it well. Doing it well.
Oh, great. Yeah. Well, hey, at least I do something right. It's all love. I swear. It's all love. I just think that.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking. Usually, especially on like a Friday, Saturday night, people are going to come in and out without advertising that they're here. They're getting a lot of listeners, and the first thing that a lot of newcomers might hear is if we're talking about Roe v. Wade and all this stuff. Well, that may or may not be flat Earth, and a lot of people come here to just hear us constantly talking flat Earth, right? And now that is an impossible ask, right? But at least we could try to keep it off of those topics, because the Schmorschen topic, I believe, is off limits for YouTube, as is a lot of like the word that rhymes with suspection, stuff like that. So anyway, and yeah, so that's my opinion.
I didn't know that.
There we go.
I didn't know that. That's great. So
I'm just stuck trying to figure out words that rhyme with this section.
I apologize. I just watched some YouTube and got the information and related to you. So I didn't think it was an off-limit topic, the Roe v. Wade thing.
Here, this is my opinion, Hank, is that the closer to Earth measuring flat we can get it as consistently as possible. That's my goal. I don't know if Schmorschen is off limits or not, but it's certainly not Earth measuring
Wait,
flat. That's
so
all I'm saying.
you mentioned YouTube. Is this being recorded?
Yeah, live stream on YouTube, couple different places.
Oh dang, I didn't know that. Huh.
Yeah, that's why I come in.
That explains the title of the voice chat, I guess.
Right.
I just have it playing on it back.
I could give you a hint what rhymes with smerection.
That's not even what I said.
Oh, I thought.
Listen, anyway.
Right? No, Jay
Anyway,
said
all these things.
All right.
Yeah, like I'm still hung up on it.
All these topics have to do with the Earth, in the sense that the Earth is part of your world, in the sense that that's part of your worldview, and your worldview informs how you make your decisions, which is one of the reasons why they want people to believe in the heliocentric paradigm, because they want them to be bent philosophically towards that end, whatever that end may be, whether it's materialism, whether it's, like Carl Sagan says, that you're just an insignificant speck on a pale blue dot in an infinite universe, whatever. It's all philosophical preloading. They're setting up the basis of a corral around your mind into which philosophical ideas must fit. And anyone who's outside that circle, right, is then castigated, overly scrutinized, sometimes vilified, sometimes even excommunicated by their own parents. All for believing that the Earth isn't a globe.
Yep, it's a symptom of a problem. Globe belief is a symptom of an overarching problem.
Absolutely. It's the ideology again. The ideology. When I come in here, I want you to all go, it's the ideology guy. Like Cheers, when he used to go, Norm, it's the ideology guy. I'm just going to keep banging on about it. It's the bane of our existence.
Oh, yeah, Norm. Poor Norm, shit.
Also, I'd like to say that if we refer to YouTube, we should just call it ThemTube from now on. Okay.
Sure. Oh, Kawaii.
So yeah, there's a correlation between the worldview that allows people to go crazy about virtue signaling current events and such, and believing a globe Earth. So yeah, I get that. It's kind of the same to me. It's some of the same thought processes. Is like, it's basically, if you can believe the globe nonsense, you can believe just about anything. In my opinion.
I could honestly argue like the opposite.
Okay.
I just wanted to point that out. But like that particular statement, like if you can believe X, you can believe anything. That can be applied to a lot of different things.
Yeah, but okay. I guess you're right. But what I'm saying in this instance is that the globe is so far off of reality that, you know, if you can believe in the globe Earth paradigm nonsense, you can believe that you're talking to trees and shit. You know what I mean?
What?
I mean, again, the same thing can be said for flat earthers. You know, like from like people who believe in the globe. Like I guess it's like two sides of a coin, where the other where like one side thinks the other is crazy for thinking.
Oh, they think we're crazy, but we happen to live in reality. That's the only difference.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You're off base already because trees do talk to each other.
No, they don't. They communicate.
Wait a minute. You're not supposed to talk to trees?
You can communicate with trees,
really?
but trees cannot talk. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
I sense their tree. I sense their treeness, though.
Their treeness. Their treeness.
Oh my goodness!
Like as an
This is a family show.
As an empath, I can feel what the trees are saying to me.
Right. I've counted your rings, tree. I know how old you are. I know what you're about.
Just put your hand on the bark and go like, I understand you.
I see what you mean, tree.
They do have some kind of an energy, though. That I'll attest to that.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's awesome.
One of my this is a little off topic. I don't want to take it too off the rails, but there is like a cool like thing I've seen online where people will like hook up like electrical things. They look like jumper cables, but it's like small and it's just like it's basically sending an electrical current through the plant. I've seen people do that with like trees and bushes and like flowers and mushrooms and stuff, and it creates like a cool, funky kind of like music and stuff. So it's like
Nice.
I don't know, it's pretty interesting.
Well, a guy recorded trees for like in excess of 30 days audio, and then he compressed it, and he essentially got the universal rhythm out of it, which is like a musical beat that exists in all cultures, even though they were separated by time and space.
Interesting. Oh, I
Yeah,
love
so that's
shit like
something
that.
interesting to look into.
Where lies this beat now that I may partake?
Wait, what, Larry?
I want the beat. Where can I get the beat?
I know. I'd like that beat too. Can you post that about that tree beat?
There was this girl in the 80s. Yeah, there was a girl in the 80s that had the beat, but I'm not sure where she left it.
Yeah, that was in the 80s.
Would that be Belinda Carlisle?
That was a. You'd have to travel through space time to get there.
What the fuck is space time? Yeah.
You gotta get a little musical there, I guess.
Is it real or is it only in my mind?
That's right.
Well, until we can prove that the world is not a simulation, it's actually both.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
Listen.
Sorry.
Listen.
Sorry.
Christianity, simulation theory, and then we got evolutionists. Then you got all kinds of nonsense, unfalsifiable. My opinion.
What does that mean? Sorry,
Unfalsifiable means it can't be proven true or false. It can't. It can't be made. You can't. So like rockets go to space. Well, you can't falsify that because you can't take a rocket to space. You know.
Oh, I was just joking. I was doing a bit. But I wasn't like.
I know. I'm hyper specific to a fault, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, no, I assure you, it was just a bit. I suppose with Discord servers, you can never tell.
Well, yeah, sometimes it's just hard. Sometimes with, especially, I mean, I sound sarcastic constantly, so I don't know how people deal with it.
I've just been told that I sound like serious too often, and my voice can be a bit monotone. At least that's what I've been told. So sometimes I have to really make it clear it's a joke.
I read you.
Yeah.
So hey, I'm back. What did I miss? Anything good?
Well, we had a huge party. We rented a movie, Snow Dogs. You know, like that movie with like the sled dogs and stuff. We made 30 pounds of popcorn, but like half of it's burnt. So, you know, just got to pick through it. I don't fucking know. What the fuck is this bit? I'm going to go back to drinking water.
So technically, you missed nothing.
Yeah. Anyway, I was gonna say that. What was the thing? The final nail in the coffin of the heliocentric model for you or anybody listening?
For me, okay, I'll say it. Well, it's really that I've been so many places. I've observed it flat and stationary, but really just observed it flat. It's like 60,000 feet, 35,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 14,000 feet. You know, all kinds of different observations in planes, gliders, helicopters, all kinds of shit like that. And then, on top of that, I measured a frozen lake once that's around 5.4 miles long, or at least the distance that I had was about 5.4 miles, 1 foot observer height, yada yada. And that didn't have any Earth curvature. Now, that's only not even 6 miles, so I'd like to get a bigger distance. But, yeah, anyway, that's what it was for me.
Funnily enough,
Have you heard?
ours is very similar because when I saw.
Have you heard?
Yeah. Go ahead, guys. There's 2 of you trying to go.
Yeah, sorry. Just want to say real fast, water.
Water's a great answer.
But go ahead, Andy.
I was just going to say seeing an amateur balloon at 125,000 feet or whatever it was, and seeing that horizon right in the middle of the screen. As soon as I saw that, I thought, "Holy shit! This is."
Yeah, if that's real, holy shit, right?
Surely we should have to look down if it's a ball. Should be sloping away, you know, right? No, I don't know. I'm just like, and it hurts everyone.
Well, yeah, and the big one is like from left to right. There's no drop from left to right. So like they can say, oh, the horizon is just, you know, that's Earth curvature. It's just too big for you to see it. Okay, but where's the shit from left to right? I get it from me to the horizon that if you think that's going over a hump, fine. Where's left to right? Like no matter how high we go, you know, it's over.
What was that? Excuse me. That guy who went up years ago in that, or his name? It was like his name was like shit. What was that guy's name on the? I'm not a Star Trek person or remember the the bald guy. What was his
Sir
name?
Patrick Harris.
Yeah, not
John Luke Picard.
Picard, yeah. Picard, he that guy, that was his name on it. He went up first and said it looked like, they asked him what it looked like, and I think it was 10 miles. And he said it looked like a flat disc with upturned edges, something like that.
Oh no, yeah, that's just a. I'm not going to mention that.
Oh, why not?
I don't think that it proves anything one way or another, but a lot of people do.
Oh,
so.
No, I know, but I just thought that were interesting. I mean, I don't know.
What was the guy's name? Jacques? I forgot his name already.
I thought it was
Picard something.
Yeah.
Augustus Picard. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I said Star Trek.
Augustus Picard.
Big on the whole, you know, Trekkie Star Wars thing.
Right, yeah, so there has to be a correlation there. I don't know about causation, but yeah. Augustus Picard and Jean-Luc Picard is, you know, it's how I butcher those names.
So, what's your name, dude? Glat, Flo, what's your actual name?
My first name is Sean.
Have you seen Shaun of the Dead?
Yeah, it's pretty funny, but I don't spell it that way because my parents weren't drunk.
Actually, it's SEAN is an Irish spelling.
You're correct about that.
Oh, well, you did say they weren't drunk, so I guess they weren't Irish.
No, the spelling in Shaun of the Dead is SHAUN, I believe, or something.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I must have blocked that out or something.
No, here's the deal. Every other spelling,
that's great.
Every other spelling of Sean is phonetically correct. Mine is the only phonetically incorrect one. My name is Scene.
Yeah, Sean Connery. I'm sure that's.
And I was named after Sean Connery. My mom said, if you ever feel nervous around a group of people, just tell them you were named after Sean Connery. And I found out that was kind of a bribe as time went on. But it seems to work.
Dude, there's worse men to be named after. I mean, what a legend. I mean,
my brother did a very similar thing. My brother's name is Liam, and he was told to tell people that he was named after Liam Neeson.
Named after what?
Liam Neeson.
Oh, Liam Neeson. Yeah, nice.
Yeah. Qui-Gon Jinn.
I like Neeson. He's good, and Liam is a neat name in my opinion too.
Yeah.
So sorry, the lady's name. I don't know your name. Sorry.
Allie.
Allie. What was the thing that you saw then that you thought, well, that's a bit weird?
What?
About the globe, not.
Oh. Okay, so I can't lie. I'm not a flat earther. I initially joined the server to hear more about it. Because...
I'm not a flat earther either.
Oh, cool. I just joined initially to learn more about it because I had literally heard nothing. Like all the information I had was like from like media outlets, and like they skew very negatively, like right off the bat. So I was just wanting to interact with people who, believed in like a not globe Earth, and yeah, honestly, I can say it's been really educational for me to just hear your guys' point of view of life and stuff, and like all like the tests that you've done to like prove that like your findings, I guess. I don't personally believe the world is flat, but I don't think it's like a perfect globe either. I've seen recently a few different depictions of Earth, and it's a very lumpy rock, right? Like there's weird parts that like jut out. It's like not a perfect sphere. Like
so it's not a globe.
It's spherical-ish in shape.
No, it's either a globe or it's not. Sorry.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
So Allie,
what?
Allie, so Allie's saying that, how do you reckon with that water never sticks to the outside of any object, ever?
How do you reckon the pictures of a perfect sphere, dude? Are they all wrong now? Come on, get out of here. Get out.
What?
I don't mean that literally.
No, I know, you're fine. No, you've all been very nice.
Ali, you're in a bit of a den of wolves here. Sorry. I think this was my fault.
No. Go ahead. No, it's not your. It's no one's fault. I'll shut up.
I'd like an answer though. How does water adhere to any outside of any object? How do you reckon in your mind about?
Like, okay, so like if you're talking like oceans, I figure gravity, and again, it's a lumpy space rock, so it's like where the oceans are, it's just deeper in those areas. Like I know the Earth was at one point completely covered in water, at least like to whatever science shit I've seen, and then it just slowly the continents like moved and stuff, and then it made land.
Okay.
But
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But like. You said objects, so I'm thinking like smaller scale than that, like a glass. Like if I have a cup, and if I pour water on it, why does it not stick? Which gravity?
A cup is a container. That's not the outside. Pour water on the outside of a cup.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, sorry, I should specify. I meant like the outside of the cup, and like it doesn't stick because gravity, I guess.
Okay, so gravity then is supposed to turn things into balls, then, right? Into a sphere. Is that correct?
Gravity got lazy on the Earth, though. I'll tell you what, it's just, man.
Yeah. Well, let her answer. So is that correct? Gravity is supposed to turn things into a sphere, right? Is that correct?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, it's like, I wouldn't say yes 100% a perfect sphere because like I don't.
Well, okay, let's take the perfect. I didn't say perfect sphere. So let's take the perfect part out. Any kind of sphere, lumpy or not. Isn't gravity supposed to turn things into spheres, lumpy or not? Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, great. So why don't we see curvature of any type over water in nature? It's never present. Why is that?
Because I think we live on a very lumpy rock where you could be at certain parts and there's
Wait
not
a minute.
any
Wait a minute. I'm going to stop you because I'm asking over water.
over water.
Yes.
Why we don't see any curvature?
Yes, over water.
So, okay. So I would chalk it up like if it's just open water, like you're on like sitting on the beach or something, I guess, and you're looking out into the water. There's nothing out there, just water. I would figure that we can't see curvature because human eyes just aren't that good. Like it can't like see super far to see a curvature. But I know that like
Okay, so stop right there because it seems like you might not know the information that we have here as far as how much of a drop there should be in a certain amount of distance. Do you know what those numbers are? And let's say 5 miles?
No, I do not. I've seen them here, but I don't know the numbers like up.
Oh, okay. So look, I live in San Diego, right near the harbor.
Oh, San Diego.
I can look 5 miles across the harbor at a beach where there's 6-inch waves breaking, right?
Okay.
I can zoom into those 6-inch waves or 1 foot to, 6-inch to 1 foot waves. Literally, I can zoom into those waves 5 miles away. There should be 16 feet of drop. How come I can see people's feet in the water 5 miles away?
Not only
They're
that,
supposed to be 16 feet.
You can't have lumps. Sorry, 16 feet below your line of sight. Yes, that's where it should be, and it's not correct. Also, if there's a radius at all, a set radius, it can't be lumpy. Okay, radius is 395, Dine. That needs to be reconciled too. Otherwise, I mean, wow, it's getting sloppy out there for the globe. Anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't want to be.
There is on the land topography, right? But when we're talking about water, the water should, under the gravity model, conform almost perfectly to the globe, despite interference from certain things like tides, waves, maybe human interactivity, right? But for the most part, the water should be 8 inches per mile squared. That's why we measure over water. Thanks.
Okay. So a lot of math.
Yeah, we avoid the topography. We've made measurements and observations that should be impossible. In fact, the people that argue against us, the anti-flat earthers, they don't disagree with us that we can see too far. They just argue about why we can see too far. So if you wonder why we're here, it's because we can see too far, and so can you. And that's all we're asking you to do is go outside and verify for yourself. It sounds like you got a good place to do it if you live in the Bay. If Sunny lives there.
I don't live there anymore.
If you scout some friends, why don't you see if they can make that observation for you? Just willy-nilly.
I mean, okay. So I just thought of a question, and I don't want you guys to tear me apart because I know that, like you said, like I'm in a den of wolves.
We're gonna go easy on it. We realize what it is. It's an interview. Go ahead, ask your question.
So I was just thinking. So you've mentioned doing all these measurements and stuff to prove that the Earth is flat, but what if the Earth is just so large that any kind of level of, well, I don't know how to phrase this. I guess like what if the Earth is so large that your readings are showing that it's flat, but only because it's so large that like whatever readings you've done aren't broad enough to actually.
Okay. I'll take this if I might. So that means everything else in their whole entire solar system is off. It's wrong. All the sizes, all the distance, the size of the sun, everything is off. Then everything's wrong. If what you're saying is true. The whole thing, it throws the whole entire thing out the window. It falsifies the whole entire thing if it's larger than they said it is.
I thought that. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong. I've encountered a lot of flat earthers here who don't actually like believe in like the solar system and stuff. Is that like a normal thing, or?
It's not a belief.
It's not a belief. It's just empirically true. We're not in motion. There's no curvature. Earth's not moving, and gas pressure requires a container.
Okay. Where do you think we are then?
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you a quick couple of questions on those three things I just mentioned. Do you know of where, when, and how anyone in history has ever measured the curvature of Earth directly?
I have no idea.
Okay. And how about detection of axial rotation? Do you know of anyone who, by any means or whatever means, has detected axial rotation of Earth or the motion of Earth?
My dude, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, no, that's an honest answer. We're not in motion. It's never been detected. But the third one is, can you provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, I could not.
And the reason you cannot provide a demonstration of it is because a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's never been done. In other words, the second law of thermodynamics is true, or they lied.
And that's the problem, isn't it? Because you ever since you're a baby, you've been told a thing, and it's tricky business. And I understand how uncomfortable it is. And this is why we're going to say about the final realization. It hurts. It actually hurt. Well, I can't speak for everyone, but it hurt me. Like I had to sit down. I had to lay down. It's troubling on a big scale. And
So I'm the kind. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to wrap it up real quick in a nice little bow. So here's the thing. You're going to have to make a choice. Either you're going to choose the second law of thermodynamics, or you're going to choose what men have told you.
Yeah, I get the feeling that she's a journalist. Ma'am, are you a journalist?
No, I am a 23-year-old stoner who's a barista. I am.
So you're not asking questions because you want to learn something.
No, I'm legitimately. I'm legitimately I'm just a regular person, just asking, trying to expand my own worldview. You know, like I like to go into circles of people that have like opposite opinions to me, because online it's really easy to get locked in an echo chamber and just listen to the sound of your own opinions. So I try to like expand it a bit and just like interact with people I wouldn't normally interact with, like just like offline, you know, day to day, that kind of thing.
I apologize, please.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I just like I suppose like the only hurdle for me, I guess, is that I am a very kind of like I'm a logical, and like there's like a cause for things, there's a reason, right? Like I have all these like different like pagan like religious beliefs and all that, but whatever. So roll with me. The Earth is flat, right? That's what it is. There's all this evidence, all of the physics, whatever, math. It's flat. My brain goes to why, like, where are we? Like, it's like the world is flat. So where are we? What is this? What is reality?
Let me help you out. Okay, so reality is what you gain from your senses, right? You got more than 5, right? So close your eyes when I say the word Earth. You see the blue marble, right? Spinning in space.
Yeah.
Earth is really the stuff outside that the earthworms are playing in. And when we discover a new world, it's like a new continent, right? This is the new world. Remember your history? Okay, so It's really important to understand that you are standing on dirt. It's the dry land. What you're perceiving in your brain is because you've been brainwashed as a child, and it's basically image of a model, right? Some old guys a long time ago invented this patriarchal model, and it's been handed down to you just like Santa Claus, except for if you're not really good at math, which most people aren't, they're not going to look into the curvature rate and go, oh my God, I can see way past the curvature rate that NASA gives us. And we got Earth curve calculators provided to us by ballers. We do the math ourselves, and that's what we tell you to do. Go outside, do the math yourself, make an observation, see what you can see. So that's what happened. We can see too far. Technology is advanced. We've got really badass cameras and telescopes now, and we know that on a clear day, we can see the horizon 10 times further than it's supposed to be on the Earth that you were told was the model that you were given because you watched it on TV and saw it on, coloring books ever since you were a child.
And every movie.
Yeah. So what you actually observe if you go in your backyard and you meditate for 3 days and 3 nights is that you'll see that you are completely at rest, so is the Earth, and the sun, moon, and stars are making a revolution once every 24 hours, roughly, above your head.
Huh. Interesting.
That right there is
That's
the
your
moment of
primary
silence.
knowledge.
That moment of silence right there is key. Listen, folks, she's considering her worldview might be skewed, and there might be something to learn here.
Not yet. Not yet.
I know. I just wanted to plant the seed so she could hear it, so the audience could hear that. Anyway.
Because I kept talking with my brother like that. My brother brought it up before me, and I was like, and he's saying, he was showing me like memes, that one with the tennis ball when it's spinning with the water, and I'm like, that's a tennis ball. Hello. At some unknown size, then gravity takes over.
Yeah, I love that. Where's the threshold where gravity turns on? How heavy does something have to be before it's attracting other masses? I can't wait for that answer. Still waiting.
We weren't arguing or anything. I was just saying to him, "Oh, you can't compare a puddle to an ocean."
Even if you had the answer, it's logically non-contingent upon the shape of the Earth anyway, so it'd be highly irrelevant.
So I'm not like a science person, but I know that basically the amount of like mass that needs to come together to like create its own orbit, it's like basically about the same weight as your mom.
Yeah,
same weight as your mom.
That was hilarious. Nice. She'll fit in just fine here, even if she's a Glober. That's fine.
Your mom's so fat, she has her own refraction index.
Still trying to calculate the radius of your mom, but we got the Earth just fine.
Yeah, the problem is they modeled the gravitational accretion with software, and it didn't work. So much like your mom, it wasn't attracting anything.
Oh shit! Oh, it's brilliant.
Got him.
No, I was just like in that moment of silence, before I thought of your mom joke. I was just, oh God, my mind went to like so many different conspiracy theory places. I was just like, whoa.
Well, that itself, believe it or not, so they say, will print the lexicon by the CIA, conspiracy theory. In fact, I watched the interview when that was first introduced in America, and the guy just kept saying it over and over and over again. And it's something that people latch on to. You hear it a lot, don't you? And it's sort of, it's almost like a trigger. I don't know, for lack of a better way of explaining
Talking
it.
about words.
Imagine wizards like Harry Potter. They don't call it spelling for nothing. And there's lots of
the same way.
Yeah, I was just about
Sorry
to say.
Go ahead.
You perfect. Good man, Larry. You're good man. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Flat Earth is the same. That's what I said to you. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a level realmer. Hooray to the level realmers.
I like this is maybe a trite, cliche kind of thing in our community, perhaps, but I'm a globe math debunker. That's what I am. So, because it measures flat, it's not a globe. I don't make any claims for the whole Earth being flat or anything, right? I just know the globe math is incorrect.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say to Ali, the reason for the 3 points, those 3 questions I asked, the purpose of those questions is to hopefully illustrate to you and to everyone listening in the audience that everything you know about the globe itself, in other words, curvature, rotation, and the vacuum of space, is only a belief. There is no empirical evidence from any source that we can find that can prove any of those 3 points. Those are the 3 positive claims of the globe. Therefore, since all of our human experiences, yours, mine, everyone on here, everyone else on Earth, is the same, we experience Earth as flat, stationary, and gas pressurized, meaning a container. So therefore, the burden of proof clearly lies on the globe, not the flat earthers.
That's just his way of saying we haven't got a replacement thing model.
Right. What?
So falsification is independent of replacement. One more time. Falsification of something is independent of replacing that something with something else. We can say something's incorrect and doesn't match reality without having to replace it with something else. It is what it is, right?
So what you're saying is that, like, what you're saying is that, like, you're basically just stating that the Earth is not a globe. You're not making a confirmed it is something else thing. You're just proving the science wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, we
proving the pseudoscience wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, we falsified the radius of Earth, period. So if you want to know more about that, also to clear the air, so there's no idea in your head of what we actually think. We're not a disk in space. None of us believe that. None of us here think that Earth is in orbit around anything. The sun, the stars, and all the luminaries rotate above us in a clock-like fashion. They've done so from the very beginning of recorded history, all human history. They actually reset every year over the same exact geographic spot on Earth as they have always. That's how we navigate by them. So that's it.
Yeah, so to what he just said, why is he explaining anything that has to do with the things in the sky? Well, the answer is because the globe was derived from reverse engineering the patterns of the things in the sky. Right? So you got a problem there. It's like the proposition of whether the Earth is flat or a globe relies on the object in question, which is the Earth you're standing on. So ancillary objects like things floating around in the sky really have no bearing. So if you have a proposition, is the Earth flat or a globe? Well, the real answer would come from a direct measurement of the surface, would it not? Yeah, I'm sure you would agree that that's the correct way to determine it. So obviously you can't do that really on land necessarily because land has topography. It's all up and down, left and right. Squiggly and scraggly. So you'd have to use a surface that's on the Earth that is essentially level so that you could determine whether that level is flat or curved. And it just so happens that we have such a surface which covers 70% of the known territory, which is definitely a sufficient sample size. That's water, right? And we all know what water does. I mean, simply by stating what water does, it lays flat and level. That's what it does. So, I mean, what more needs to be said? But obviously, it's still in contention. So let's derive a sufficient methodology to determine whether it's curved in the manner in which the globe prescribes. So you say, okay, we've got this water. It covers 70% of the Earth. Now I need a sufficient sample size that's within the margin of error for the equipment that I can use to measure. So let's use a very efficient methodology for determining something's flat and level, a laser, used on construction sites all the time. So we'll use a laser transit methodology. Now, what sample size do we need? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds good. At 25 miles, the curvature drop rate off of the off angle, because the horizon intersects your view, quote unquote, and then it drops away. And so something would disappear behind the Earth curve, right? The 25 miles, right? So 90 meters.
Miles you cut out.
We lost.
Yeah, so at 25 miles, it'd be 90 meters, right? So that's plenty within the margin of error for the laser. So we shoot the laser. Sorry, we got to set the laser up first. So we set it up 6 feet off the ground, let's just say 2 meters. Then we set a target 6 feet, 25 miles away. And so we have a maximum differential of level that's 6 feet. Plus or minus the beam divergence and any ambient refraction. So let's give it another 2 meters. So we'll say 4 or 5 meters total. So now we got 85 meters. So the beam is either going to hit the target or it's going to shoot over the target by 85 meters. If it shoots over the target by 85 meters, right, that would comport with the globe model. Okay. Problem is that the laser hit the target. So we actually have a variance of 2 orders of magnitude off from the globe model prediction in real life.
Damn. This is a lot of math.
Isn't it crazy though?
I understand what you're saying though. That is kind of crazy, yeah.
The whole deal's crazy. We spent years just like showing how wrong all this stuff is. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say it's been done a lot. That experiment's been done a lot. People with mirrors, people with all kinds of things. And let's not forget water itself. What's better than water for measuring level? But anyway, I digress.
Nothing. I don't think we can't find anything else that, and it's funny, it's like, well, what does water naturally do? And if true, the earth is, a majority of it is water. So again, what does water do? It rests at level. That's why they call it sea level, because sea, it's level.
I honestly.
So we don't want you to believe this today. Like if you got converted, you're gonna take your bill. Right? So what we actually want you to do is to go on the side and see Mother Earth's measurements for yourself. Ask Mother Earth, and that's just a funny way to say it. Go ahead.
I swear I saw the Curvizon the other day, though.
No, I think that's your cell phone company, Verizon. People get them confused.
What was Verizon used to be called?
Verizon?
Yeah, it used to be called something else before it switched to Verizon. And they hired James Earl Jones to say, we are blank blank, and we're switching to Verizon.
AT&T?
No.
AT&T still exists.
Okay, I can't answer.
Are you thinking that Verizon had a previous name for its company, or did the company that you had? Oh, it did. Oh. I was thinking like maybe like they. I was thinking maybe like they bought out another company and Verizon just like took over.
CenturyLink? I don't know because they're new. Anyway, go ahead.
So, Allie, you said you used to live in San Diego?
Yeah, I did.
Oh yeah. Do you live near a body of water now?
I do, just on the complete opposite side of the country now.
Oh, okay. So you're on the East Coast or something. Yeah. Like Larry,
I hate it.
like Larry said, we want you to go out and test this yourself because it's a simple line of sight test. That's all it is. You're just going to see if the obstruction that the globe says is there at 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the surface is correct. So in other words, if you're about 5 foot above sea level, looking out, your visible geometric horizon on the globe should be no more than about 3.5 miles. So if you see things 5, 6, 8 miles out, 10 miles out, and actually the Statue of Liberty's been seen from like 65 miles out at sea. The whole thing.
That's hella far.
Yeah. You know how much drop there would be? See, the globe requires elevation drop. Do you understand that part?
No.
Oh, okay. That's crucial that you understand that. So from where you're standing on the ocean, near the ocean, as you look out on the ball, it should drop away. In other words, the elevation of the surface of the water should be lowering. It should be going below your line of sight until there's an actual obstruction at a specific location based on the globe math. It has to be there. If it's not there, it's not a globe. If it's never there, definitely not a globe. We've falsified the curvature measurement by thousands and thousands of observations now. Laser test, long distance observation, infrared photography, all kinds of things. So I suggest stick around, and you'll find out what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
You sounded surprised.
People accidentally did it. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, go for it. I was just going to say, you sounded surprised at 60 miles. Well, there are observations all the way up to 1,200 miles.
Yes.
God damn,
So
what the fuck? That's insane.
Yeah,
Also,
we're talking orders of magnitude beyond the globe prediction. We're talking where things are supposed to be below miles of curvature, not just feet, miles. Yet we can see the object all the way down to the base town.
Yeah,
the water leading up to it.
Yeah, and to get the magnitude of what is actually going on with what AI just said about observations of, let's say, lighthouses 1,200 miles or different observations like that, it basically would make your globe larger than the entire solar system. So I need to ask you, what would be your margin of error on this globe? Like how much plus or minus, like when we manufacture things, we have a tolerance, right? So what would your tolerance be for the margin of error of the globe being off? Would 2 times be enough for you to say, if it's twice as big, it just can't be right? Would that be about right?
So I feel I should clarify something. You guys explaining like your math to me is totally fine. Like I'm able to follow along fairly well. But it has been a hot minute since I have dealt with any level of math like this. Like I don't know.
Here's the deal. It's not hard.
No, it's just like if you ask like, do you know what this is? Like, or like you're familiar with this concept, right? I can assure you, it's most assuredly I am not familiar because I am not knowledgeable in this.
That's okay.
So,
Listen, Allie, you don't have to be because they've already given us all the information. Look in the live stream voice text right now.
All right, see the live stream voice text. You see that nightmare of a math problem happening, right? You don't have to worry about any of that. Just focus.
Okay.
Just focus on, see the black dot in the middle of the cartoon globe where everything converges right there. Like it looks like the top of Texas or some shit. See what it is? See that? Okay. So look at that black line and see the horizontal line to the left. Under it says 3959 mile radius. Okay, and that goes out, says 0, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the vertical one that says the same thing, and it says 0. So this is a 90-degree angle, and this is how we get the radius of an object this shape, and with the size that they claim that it is. So we can see not infinitely. Let me just say we can see times and times over, way further than what that cartoon allows. Way further. So if the Earth has a radius, it's bigger than you could ever imagine because we can't find where it starts to curve, and it's supposed to start curving at some point downward. Drop over distance is supposed to happen. And if you look back up at that cartoon, you can see with these numbers, it's not that big of a ball. At some point, we would be seeing drop over distance. We'd see any kind of curvature either in front of us or left to right, but it's always, and it's called a horizon because it is horizontal and it's never not horizontal. So anyway, what I'm saying is we've debunked this math with measurements and observations. And that's a big deal because either they're lying about the size of it or they're lying about a lot of other stuff. I mean, it's just doesn't match reality, basically. This thing here. It's 3959 radius. There's no drop. We can't find any drop.
That was really well explained.
No, it wasn't, but thank you for sitting through it.
It was great. You dumbed it down for me, and I really appreciate that. Oh man, I don't have the brain cells.
So let's just say for sake of argument that they're lying about the size of the globe and that it actually is in the margins at some of these observations, which puts it, 240,000 mile diameter, right? Ridiculous distance. That means that the sun, right, is now not going around the equator, which is the halfway of the quote-unquote globe. It's now just going around the top, much like a circle on an 8-ball, like a pool ball, right? That means that their interpretation of the universe and then the way in which they describe it from the perspective that we can observe it from the Earth is false automatically. It also means that there's either an almost, massive magnitude of water wrapped around the alleged globe that they say is now massive in size, or there's more land. So no matter which way you look at it, your entire universe is false, or your entire world is false. Either way. So you can see it's no small thing, right?
Yeah,
it's not like it's a globe or it's flat. No, it changes everything.
So definitely not like a sphere. I'm definitely feeling more like lumpy space rock, though. Very lumpy.
Well,
it's so lumpy we can't find the lumps. It's flat, but hey, at least it's not a globe. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there.
Don't body shame her.
Listen, here's where you are correct, Allie. It is lumpy on land. Land is lumpy. It has terrain. Yeah, we're talking about water, and the horizon itself is a line.
We're talking about water.
Well, listen, the horizon.
You're gonna have to get used to how Sonny does things. He's ace though. He's super ace.
I'm anal about it. So the horizon is a line of the horizon. We use the horizon to navigate over the oceans using a GP, which is our ground position. We can only do this with the luminaries above us with a flat horizontal datum in order to achieve an elevation angle with a sextant. This is how we find our way over the ocean. You can't do this on a curved surface. Impossible.
Yeah, she's never getting this, dude. She's never getting any of this.
No, listen.
It's so nice of you.
No, that's not true. This is easy.
It is. The problem is this. Now, intellectually, if you're just saying that this is just an intellectual exercise in a thought project, that's one thing. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we're actually finding our location in very close, very closely to where we actually are, using the luminaries above us and a horizontal datum to get the elevation angles. It's very simple. Now, the other thing I want to say, you don't have to know math about this globe thing. You just take the charts that they've given us. They've done the math for us. I mean, if you could have somebody double check the math, as far as like the Pythagorean theorem, which is just triangles, very simple, but they've given us a chart. They've actually told us how much drop there should be over distance in the Earth curve charts. So all you need to do is take that chart, take it out to where you live, and test it for yourself. Find out how far something is that you're looking at, and then look at the chart and say how much. It'll tell you how much drop there should be, or how much hidden there should be.
Hold on, let's draw attention to something real quick. So you just said go out and test it for yourself, right? So we have a resident glober who comes in here with the mission to present the globe side, right? And that's what he says he likes to do. He just likes to be a guy that just likes to honestly present the globe side so that people know what it is. When pressed, should you test it for yourself? He says, no, I don't need to test it. I just, I'm confident in it. I don't need to, why would I test it? Now, in light of everything we just said and what Sonny just said, encouraging you to test it for yourself, and the other guy saying, oh, there's no reason to test it, doesn't that sound weird?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. That's like hella weird. Like I don't know why he would like. I don't have any. That's weird. Like why he'd be like, no, I don't need to test it. Like especially when you guys are like out there testing it yourselves. Like
right, and he's in this forum. Yeah. He's in this forum, which is essentially, it doesn't say it on here, but it's essentially in a way a debate forum, and he's here presenting the globe side. So it's like, well, are you going to test it sometime? Nah.
So it's worse than that, actually, if you'll allow me to interrupt. If you were to actually Google right now or any search engine result, how do you prove the Earth is a sphere? Right? They're going to tell you to look at Aristophanes, look at how he measured some shadows from a well and a pillar like 300 years before Christ. Right? And they're going to tell you to look at the sun, the moon, and the stars, and eclipses, everything but go outside and measure over water because it's flat and stationary when at rest, and should be adhering to the 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate. So why is it that flat earthers are telling you to actually go outside and look, and globe earthers are telling you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, but don't look at the surface? Whatever you do, don't measure the surface. That's what's basically going on.
You know what? That reminds me of that song. It wasn't me. You saw no curvature on the horizon. It wasn't me.
The Shaggy defense.
Exactly. You got me on camera. It wasn't me.
It does seem interesting though, now that you bring it up, because like flat earthers, or is flat earthers even the right term? I don't fucking know. But just like y'all are like focusing like on the Earth itself, right, and taking measurements from the Earth. And it's interesting that you point out that I think you were talking about that one guy, or you might even talk about globe people in general, but how they're like, oh, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars. It's referencing Earth against other things, right? But it's not referencing the thing itself, I guess, if that makes sense. I think that's peculiar.
That's the moral. That's the moral of the story. You figured it out. Now you know the answer.
Remember earlier when I joked about like this simulation as like a bit? It's less of a bit now. Still like mostly a bit, like 90%. But that like 10%.
Is that bit like an act bit? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, like a bit, like a joke, like a comedy.
Like a joke,
skit
yeah, like an act. I get it.
No, it's not like an act. No.
Well, a bit is an act, but I guess you're saying so. It's a someone's taking the piss. It's a joke.
Yeah, like when you say it's like an act, it's
fibbing.
It has like a negative connotation to it, and like it's meant to be like lighthearted.
Oh, yeah, but even though it's a lie, I get it. No, I fucked it up. So the audience is like, what are they talking about now?
That's two British references I made off you, Sean. Taking the piss. Americans.
Yeah.
Americans don't say taking the piss.
Oh, you taking the piss, mate?
But I know
We're taking it from you. We're taking it from you.
Yeah. We're gonna take your saying, taking the piss. Sorry, go ahead.
His privileges revoked.
Yeah, right. I need a talking band. 10 minutes. Go ahead.
So I want to talk about the matrix theory, right? So if there's a matrix, I think there would have to be a designer, right? And we talk about this here all the time because it pops up. But the reason that so many people are so against the whole flat earth thing is because they've been programmed to be this way, because that means that there's a designer. If there's a designer, there's going to be a judgment day. And that's what people focus on. Like older books like the Bible, the Quran, they're flat earth books. because Copernicus wasn't born yet. They didn't come up with the idea of a moving Earth yet. So when you're thinking like Matrix, it's because your worldview is being questioned, and it looks like you're intelligent enough to entertain both ideas without believing in one at the same time. So while you're doing this, like, you're going to start questioning everything. And with the whole flat Earth people, we're not compartmentalized. So if you hang around here, you're going to learn so much stuff, from philosophy to science to math. I mean, you name it. We cover a lot of stuff here. And that's all.
Yep. So the only place anybody has ever seen the globe Earth is on a cartoon on your TV screen. That's it. Not in reality. So, if you have an open mind enough, you may be ready to move on beyond Santa Claus 2.0. That's what the globe is. It's a Santa Claus story for adults. So you may be ready to move on beyond the adult fairy tale. We can't tell you if you are. That's going to be up to you.
We've lost a belief in the spherical Earth. We haven't been the news. So we have primary first-hand knowledge by experience. And I would ask you, what secondary informations have you come across to convince you otherwise, to ignore your primary first-hand knowledge? And I don't expect you to answer that today, but I expect you to think about that over the next, week or so. And if I'm convinced you to go outside, go find a bay somewhere where you live, and take a friend and a couple cell phones, and maybe like a spotlight at night, or maybe you don't want to be in the beach at night. Maybe a mirror during the day. How about that? To get your ladies, want to go at night. So bring a mirror or a telescope and make some long-distance observations. And when you do, you're going to find out that sometimes you can see closer because of bad weather, because the atmosphere isn't perfectly transparent. It's actually translucent. So some days you won't be able to see it, but I went on the 4th of July, and I saw it day and night at Corpus Christi. From in the water, from in the ocean. I can see 10 miles away at either side on the bay, and there's no 6-story buildings, which there should have been 66 feet of curvature. So it's like seeing past the 6-story hump of water, right? It's like seeing on the other side of it at things that you shouldn't be able to see. So it's like an impossible shot. If you think about it from like a hunter's point of view, you can't shoot the deer on the other side of the hill, and you can't spot them either. So that's all I got.
How's everybody doing? It's 5:05 here. What time is it there?
It's 5 past midnight for me.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I should be asleep.
6 after 9. 6 after 9 here.
5:05 here.
Yeah,
Portugal.
I'm on American time, and so is that guy.
It's 5 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's 6 a.m.
Damn.
5 a.m. Here at Portugal.
You're up bright and early.
As UK.
8 hours difference from me, I guess, right?
Apparently, I was born at 3 o'clock in the morning, so I guess it just stuck or something. I don't know.
I was born at like 2 in the afternoon on like a Tuesday, I think. It's the most random time. My son, though, he was born on August 8th of 2018 at 8 p.m.
Nice.
8 p.m.
3 times 8, 24.
Dang. Math.
So what do you think, Ali? Do you still think you live on a ball, or I'm assuming you do, and that's fine. Hey,
So to sum it up, I'm thinking about a lot of different things that I can only categorize with the vocabulary I have as conspiracy theories and like shit like reality isn't real, like crazy shit. That's why I really haven't been saying much. I've just been listening. It's one of those moments where like you question everything, you know?
well, that's good, isn't it? That's a good thing.
Yep, you're in a good spot. Really applaud you for being there. But I would ask you, do you remember Santa Claus living at the ice at the North Pole?
That's probably not a good one. Well, it's probably not a good. I know what you mean. But my belief in Santa Claus was shattered at a very young age.
Cool.
So I didn't like
is
exist
there a North
for a while.
Pole? Does the Earth have two poles?
I thought it only had like a southern pole, which is like Antarctica, and like the quote unquote North Pole would be like I think Greenland.
That's my point exactly. See, I think you're about 20 years younger than me probably, because when I was a child, the Earth had two poles, right? And global warming had to stop, right? And this was in my lifetime. It really came about that it had to stop because if we melted the ice caps, plural, then the sunlight wouldn't reflect off into space anymore, and it would cause, flooding. But that hasn't happened yet. But go look on, Google Earth right now and see if there's a North Pole. Because there was when I was a child. In fact, where did all the panda bears go? I'm sorry, polar bears. So that ought to make you question things. Because they show us maps now that are totally different than the older maps. And it's not that people suck at map making, right? Because it's not really that hard. It's that the map has changed. And when you look into the Antarctic Treaty and you find out that you're not allowed to go anywhere near down there without being stopped by military vessels and turned around. And you look at the Antarctic Treaty being the oldest treaty, and all these countries don't break it, and nobody's allowed to go down there.
I mean, I guess my logical mind just like thought of it like, well, it's cold as shit there. It's probably pretty dangerous. It's probably like polar bears and shit. So that's why they don't want like just regular people going there.
Yes, really.
I do know though that it is actually quite easy to get a job working in Antarctica. I've seen it all over online, honestly. And I heavily considered it for a bit because you don't need to be someone that's like super high up in like the sciencey world to do it. They are looking for people to just exist there. It doesn't take much. I don't think you need like super specific scientific like higher education, but like I think you need like something under it. But basically like you don't need to be anyone special to get a job there, and they actually pay pretty well. But I like when I think of like, oh, you're not allowed to go to Antarctica, I think of it more as like a safety reason because a great many people in this world are not as smart as they think they are, and they think that they can surpass the laws of nature.
Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
What? What am I wrong about?
You're wrong and you're not wrong. So the safety reason is not to protect the people. It's to protect the environment. They could care less if humans die out there, as long as they die without having any fuel, cigarettes, or otherwise, hazardous materials that would contaminate the pristine atmosphere.
That makes sense. Humans are pretty messy.
Yes, because a frozen, barren wasteland is just so precious to the ecosystem.
Yeah, with one species.
Don't like polar bears live there? Is that Greenland?
No, that's in the north.
Don't
in the north.
No. Hold on. Nobody skip past this part. Okay, check this out. So, the way in which they describe the seasons, right, and the distribution of heat and all of that, right? It would seem like you should expect the north and the south to be pretty similar. Now, when you go north towards the North Pole, you find numerous species, right, going all the way up, life everywhere. When you go to Antarctica, it's like a barren wasteland. There's nothing. No plants, no animals, no biting flies, no gnats. Now, where on earth can you go where there's no gnats to bite you? I mean, think about it. It's crazy.
Oregon. Sorry.
Now, there is, penguins or whatever the heck on the coastline, but on the continent proper, there's nothing.
I want to go.
Unless you count, the aliens.
Have I got this? Am I way off? Do they cover the windows? Have I seen that or something? They cover the plane windows.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, the planes that go there have the windows are blocked out. Mm-hmm.
What?
That's right.
A bit weird.
You can't. You're not allowed to look out there at the horizon over there.
Hold on.
Yes. Well, listen, Allie, you may not be aware, but there's this thing called the toxic male gaze. And if they would allow men to look at the pristine environment of, the Antarctica, it would be spoiled forever.
Just by looking at it.
Yep.
Oh, so it's Earth's special place.
Apparently so.
Can't look at it. Gotta protect her virtue.
No one owns it, but no one can go there.
Yes.
So
so in the north, like AI was just describing, there's something like 176 species of animals going all the way up to about 60 or 70th parallel north. Now, why is it so different in the south? There's one species. Discounting the fish, one species of animal, the penguin, only on the coast. It's the highest and coldest and driest place that, so they say, on Earth. So why are they protecting it like that? You can't go explore there. You can't go past the 60th parallel. People have been sunk trying to do so, and people have died in the process.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's very weird.
Bizarre.
Especially that we know water's flat and horizontal.
So think about this. Let's say that we did live in a spinning water ball for 4.54 million years. Wouldn't there be like thousands of Hawaiis? Do you think they're hiding land in the Great Pacific? Because that's what they used to do. The Phoenicians wouldn't allow other people to go explore, right? And who had the technology besides a few groups who could make those kind of ships that were just large enough to go over the ocean, but small enough to sail inland on rivers? The Phoenicians, the Vikings, who else? Maybe the Samoans? Nobody else had that kind of technology. So we're thinking this is like Iceland was to old Europe. They told the Europeans, like, hey, you don't want to go to Iceland, Iceland literally translates to tundra. You don't want to go to tundra, it sucks. It's a desert. It's a white desert. But it turns out Iceland is actually green because of volcanic activity, and I guess there's probably other reasons too, but it's actually green, habitable land. So we're thinking that Antarctica is the new Iceland. We're told that it's nothing but Iceland, but if it's possible to, terraform Mars, wouldn't it hypothetically be possible to irrigate some volcanic activity in certain regions of this, place and make little biodomes of, dome-covered populations and they can survive? Especially as technology increases. So what we're thinking is there's untold mass amount of fortune out there and land, and they're herding us into pens like cattle, and they want us to stay on the farm, and they don't want us to have land and be able to, grow and prosper naturally. They want us in these, man-made cities so that we can be easily controlled. That's speculation on my other half, but I think it makes sense that there's more land, more resources, and we're being lied to about a lot of things these days. In fact, I don't know if you trust your mainstream media after learning about Operation Mockingbird, or if you know what NASA actually is. the public relation or the propaganda arm of the U.S. military-industrial complex. But if you want to watch cartoons, which they're cartoons of a baller. If you want to watch cartoons and fireworks go off at the coast, Cape Canaveral, Houston, wherever you like to see your rockets go off, that's fine. You can believe whatever you want to believe. We don't care what you believe. You can leave here and never look into it. We don't care. We're just offering you the opportunity, if you wanted to get an Earth curve calculator, where you don't have to do the math. You just type in the numbers, go make an observation, and bring a friend so that they can see it, and then ask your friend to ask their friend, like, hey, look at this. Am I seeing this right? Are you looking at the same thing I'm looking at? And then if everybody realized that, hey, there's more land, then maybe we'll be able to get away from this scientific racism where everybody thinks we're all enemies and we're actually all the same, one human race. We're on a flat plane where we're all level and there's nobody higher and more important than anybody else, like kings and queens and bullshit. Like, no, we're all on the same level. Sorry, bro. Calm your ass down. You have no authority.
Well, no, and that last part there that you just said, I wholeheartedly agree. Like, we are all human, and people spend way too much time fighting with each other and not stopping to realize that we're all people and that you have no reason to be rude to someone, And, you can't speak for other people what their experiences are like. So you can only take their word for it and their experiences and their studies and stuff. So, yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that last part.
Yeah, I'd like to interject on something you just said right there, that all the fighting that's going on is directly connected to this globe and the people who purport it out into the education system. They're the ones. They're the ones creating all the wars. It's part of the globe. It's part of evolution. It's all connected to the globe.
Remember the weapons of mass destruction they found? The images from NASA? Did they actually go and test them, with a biopsy kit or with, the scientists, or did they just tell everybody that there were weapons of mass destruction? Because NASA.
Don't worry, they won't lie to you about where you live. They're nice people. They'll tell you the truth when it comes to the most important questions in life. No problem.
See, the globe is a weapon of mass deception.
No,
Well, they haven't lied to us before. Why would they start now?
So anyway, the main thing you got to do is take this globe claim and go out and compare it to reality and see if there's a match.
No, don't do that. Sorry, my cat has the zoomies.
Cats know the earth is flat.
Yeah, that's why your cat did that, because what you said was very apropos, which he said go out and check it against the globe to see if it's real, and then you said, no, don't do that.
I would have to disagree that cats know the earth is flat, at least for Charlie. He is an orange tabby. He's got one brain cell, and it's bouncing around in his brain like a DVD timeout screen. So, yeah, he doesn't
know. There are no such things as coincidences, yeah?
Is this the same lady that identifies as a stoner?
I am a stoner. Yeah.
I was glad to hear that you had identified as that rather than, a fire hydrant or an Apache helicopter.
Apache helicopters are cool.
But you would be the nicest sounding Apache helicopter I ever heard. I would have to say that. If you were.
Here, can you imagine actually hearing one above your house? What is that? Is that like a hospital chopper? Maybe it's the Red Cross. Oh no, it's the Thundermaker. What are you doing here, Thundermaker?
I actually remember once in my life, I can't remember where I was, but I've lived in all corners of the United States, and the middle. But anyways, I remember seeing actual attack helicopters flying information above me, and it was loud as shit, and it was fucking terrifying. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Exactly.
I mean, it turned out that it was just like it wasn't like in any danger or anything. I think they were just flying from one base to another or something. But yeah, it's just scary.
Yep, corners don't occur on a globe. Corners don't occur on a curved surface, but you know where corners do occur on a flat floor? I have corners on my floor. I bet you do too.
Okay, stop. My cat is attacking my couch. Stop it, Charlie.
I'm telling you. Because your cat hears my voice and your cat knows the earth is flat. It's trying to urge you to go check yourself.
Oh, well, now he's attacking a ball. He's attacking the globe Earth. I mean, you might be right.
Yeah, me and that kitty might get along pretty good. One brain cells attacking the ball there.
Okay, cat, hit that ball. Hit that ball. Hit that ball. Hit it again.
So it sounds like, you said you smoke pot, so you're standard trait openness. You're going to be open-minded. I think you'll probably go before the summer's up. I think you'll go out to the beach and check it out for yourself. It's just you can't start talking about it to everybody until you do some research. And there's lots of stuff down below in the Discord. We got all kinds of rooms full of all kinds of information. And we're here 24/7, so welcome to the server.
Well, I was already planning on going to the beach this summer, so you might be onto something. And no, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, my cat just chased the ball across the room. You are a huge distraction, Charlie. Oh my God.
Keep in mind, you observe the Earth as being flat, and you feel it as stationary. So anyone claiming anything to the contrary, it's their responsibility to provide you with evidence to the contrary.
Right. Anyway, yeah, I've got an orange cat too, or a ginger cat. Monty.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He's the best cat ever.
Yeah, my boy's Charlie. He actually just had his adoption day, because I don't know his actual birthday, but his adoption day was in the end of May. And he is officially 5 years old, ready for kindergarten.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
What's the cat use?
No.
What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. If you go to YouTube and look up Flat Earth, ThemTube, that's a really bad idea, because you'll get his anti-flat earthers, and they specialize in ridicule. That's their number one weapon, unfortunately. So
Ridicule? Like flat earthers ridiculing globe? Or the other way?
Number one globe proof. Insults.
They love to ridicule people like us who can think for themselves. And it's really not for... It seems like it's against us, but it's not. It's really for you and anyone like you who's going into this and thinking, well, what's all this flat earth business? And then as soon as you hear all these ridiculed and laughing and that, you clam up. They know human psychology really well. These people are fucking, excuse me, but sick bastards. And I'm going to go into Jesuit priests of it all, but I just can't be bothered. I'm going to bed because it's like off 5. But yeah, you sound really nice, Ali. So all I'd say is just think for yourself. That's what you need to take from this conversation. Think for yourself. All right.
So, Ali, I got a question. Why would they lie?
I'm sorry?
Why would they lie about the Earth being flat or sphere?
That is the plaguing question, isn't it?
What if, and this is just speculation here, they've always wanted one emperor to rule the whole Earth, all the way back to Nimrod, all the way back to Alexander the Great. What if they keep trying it over and over again, and it keeps failing? But what if they have to trick us into submitting to a one world government by space invasion? Because presidents in the past, 1991, 9/11, I think there was a speech given by George H.W. Bush, talking about, that may be the right date, talking about like our differences would disappear. Or maybe it was Ronald Reagan. I think they all talked about it. One world governments at one point. There's probably compilations on YouTube or BitChute that talk about, the one world empires, what they're after. It seems to be the goal. We have an IMF type bank, the Federal Reserve style one world bank. You know what I'm talking about, right? In every country except for like North Korea, Syria. Before 9/11, there was a whole lot more than just, Venezuela. It was also Cuba. I think Iran, right? All these people don't have the one world banking system. They're like the enemies, right? So it looks like we're going to war for the bankers, and they're trying to complete a one world order. We got a one world religion. Most people believe in heliocentrism, like most people in the whole world. So that's the one world religion. The one world currency obviously is the dollar for now, and language is English. But they're trying to consolidate like all this power, and how much more effective would it be if we would unite under a common defense? That's why they always make up terrorist, or the boogeyman, or insurgents, or right-wing nationals, or all these crazy things. It's always the boogeyman on the news, right? It's always scaring you, and this enemy that sometimes we fund Al Qaeda, and then they're bombing our buildings like after we funded them to scare people into submission. But what if it's all about that? All about scaring people into submission. And that's why they would lie. For power, because isn't that why psychopaths and sociopaths usually tell lies to gain power? But we got on the NASA website, they also tell the truth in their documents. Their documents on their website, they're talking about a flat stationary Earth. So they present the children with mass attracts mass, and they present the adults with space-time equals MC squared, but it's all like just another lie. So what is truth? That which is verifiable, right? Can you verify any of these global claims? That if you go high enough, eventually you'll see curvature. And if you keep going higher, eventually you'll see it spin. And then if you keep on going higher, like eventually you'll run out of breath, right? That's what they tell you, right? Turns into like a near perfect vacuum. Right?
You're making too much sense.
Yeah, I do that. So what about, they tell us, there's dirt in the sky that we can walk, right? You go high enough, there's even other planets. You've never experienced any of this stuff. Only a couple of Masons. Only a handful of Masons who work for, the government, NASA.gov, have went up there and actually seen it from this point of view. And then it got reported on TV, schools, like internet, like over and over again until it became the truth.
Man, that's... I can't tell if I am too high or not high enough, but that makes too much sense. I hate this. I hate that it all comes back to fucking power and control.
Oh man, I'm so glad you said that, because if you ask a Glober how high you have to be to see the Earth curve, they don't know whether they're too high or not high enough either.
Yep. They can't seem to.
I'm not being silly. Exactly, I'm not being silly though. That's what's so funny about it. Nobody knows the answer. It's like, so how high do I have to be to see the curve of the Earth in my field of view? I don't know. This number, then the next person, that number, and the next person, some other number.
When you first said that, it made me think, how high do you have to be to see the curvature of the Earth? And my mind immediately went about 3.5 grams worth.
Yeah, guess what? I mean, they like right along with that. They can't tell us, even their experts, they can't tell us where this curved horizon is either, because we keep looking and it's simply not at the place where it's supposed to be, 1.22 miles from the observer at 1 foot above the water. We can't find this anywhere, and they can't show it to us either. That's a big problem.
Sorry, I was responding to something. That's God damn. I really, it's like, so one of those times when I'm like stumped for words. So all I can really say is just, wow.
So you asked earlier. You asked earlier. I'll be quick, Larry. You asked earlier, where are we? Right. Well, I'm going to tell you where we've all lived our entire lives is in the Antarctic Basin. As far as we can tell, whenever we go south from any location on Earth, you're going to run into ice. So there's ice around us, all the way around us. The north is the magnetic north, where all compasses point to the north. When you're going west, your ship, you keep adjusting to the compass heading of west. You're just circulating around the northern magnetic point. So that's where we are. We're in the Antarctic Basin. Why we're here, who made this place, we don't know, but it's not the globe they told us.
Yeah, just to add on to that thought quickly, metal loses its magnetic conductivity or its magnetism. So now it's no longer magnetic. Metal is no longer emitting a magnetic field when it's in molten form. So the idea of a globe Earth having a iron nickel molten core that's generating a magnetic field, you can throw that out the window. But we don't know what's generating the magnetic field. It's just unverified.
So basically, boil it all down. We can only dig 8 miles deep. So what's past 8 miles? Nobody knows. Right? The Russians dug it, not us in the United States. But yeah, we can only go so high, right? And we can only go so far out. So basically, we're kind of stuck here, but it's actually a pretty good place to be stuck because before civilization kind of crept in, you can go outside and get a deer, get some berries, get some fish, drink out of the water because the silver hadn't been taken out of it yet, out of the rivers, and then it's actually a pretty good place to be, but it seems like we've messed it all up. But yet they pretend to care about it. So if they were so bent on global warming, right, how come we don't all have like mandatory marijuana plants for each human on the land? If carbon is like causing the problem, if there's too much carbon, well, maybe Gary Anslinger shouldn't have done away with the marijuana and the hemp, right? Maybe they're messing with the ecosystem and then blaming it all on us. And now there's going to be artificial shortages, and it's our fault, or it's Russia bad guy fault, or whatever.
I feel you there, honestly. Just like, but like before, like all this fucking civilization, capitalism, what the fuck ever happened, like I'm sure this was probably an amazing place to live, right? Like I want to go back to that. Like ideally, like in my future, I want to have land, and I want to be able to just have like a homestead, right? Like grow my own food, have livestock, all that, just so I can support myself and just kind of disengage, I guess, as much as I can,
if you did that, that would be the most radical, defiant thing you could do to the government, is to be self-sufficient, radically self-sufficient, to where you didn't need their water, you don't need their power, you don't need their energy. You're completely 100% like out of the system, not using social security number, not using their banks, not consuming all their bullshit energy drinks and stuff like that, like living like free on the land. If you did that, like there's nothing more defiant you could do to the system.
And honestly, that seems like a much happier way to live, because like all the work you're doing is just to support yourself, and to support like your loved ones, like your animals and all that. So it's that's the thing. mostly. I would join a commune if I wasn't like so weirded out by it. But it just sucks that like in order to get to that position in my life, I need to have a substantial amount of money to get all that started. So it's like I have to be like cog in the machine so I can leave.
And on that topic, just so you know, I used to fall for it myself. It's not capitalism that is really the cause of any problem. Capitalism itself is just an economic system, but what the cause is something that they call capitalism, but it's crony capitalism, or it's a combination of fascism and combined with some other things. But they'll oftentimes point at major multinational corporations, make large profits doing this or doing that, and say, "Oh yeah, you see, capitalism's run amok. Capitalism's gone out of way." But this isn't capitalism. A lot of these corporations, they accept something called corporate welfare, and they also have a lot of what do you call it? Which is basically subsidies, like Elon Musk with his cars. His cars would cost a lot more if they weren't subsidized by your tax dollars. So you're paying for Elon Musk's cars, even if you're not driving them. And the same thing goes with so many other things. So just so you know, it's not actually capitalism. It's just regulations and taxes that are not equally distributed, and then just the bigger fish just go to the top, and smaller fish die off.
Okay, so you're saying it's that like capitalism inherently is a problem.
It's an oligopoly.
So capitalism, a great example of capitalism would be like if weed is made legal and you're allowed to open up a weed shop, grow some weed, and sell some weed. And that's capitalism. So nothing wrong with that. But, what they're doing, what they call capitalism, is when, a big major corporation from out of state comes in, buys up your weed shop and the other 10 within a 5-mile radius, and then, raises the prices to 25% more, and make it so, they only accept from certain farms and stuff. And then, and then they pay off some politician to make sure that, the barrier to entry is, a whole bunch of regulations and taxes and hoops you got to jump through. So anyone trying to compete with them, it's hard for them to compete with them. And then they call that, what I just described, they call that capitalism. That's not capitalism. Capitalism involves a free market. What I just described is not a free market. So if it's not a free market, it's not capitalism.
Correct. In Canada here, where they quote-unquote legalize it from coast to coast, they've only regulated it. If I wanted to open a dispensary tomorrow with the gentleman that was just speaking, the two of us would have to have $1 million to get the business license.
Yeah, I actually looked into that for like a particular state. I don't remember which one, but like the laws and regulations around getting like a license to dispense and stuff, it's nuts. Like there's so much red tape. It's possible, but it's not easy.
Same thing goes with automotive. The same thing goes with building houses. Same thing goes with regular restaurants. There's a lot of barriers to entry. Take for instance, even a few years ago, there was a big controversy coming up where in Texas, and I think it's still in place in Texas, it's very much against the law. Like you'll get fined heavily for it if you're caught braiding hair for money without a license.
That's dumb.
And even though it says, there can be no law for made against certain races, but, there's only one race that I know of that braids hair. But anyway, that's not important. What I want to talk about...
Well, I was thinking that. I was thinking the same thing.
Right. Yeah, it's sad that they do. They do full-on raids.
Only one... Well, hold on.
The hair place.
Only one race has braids? I don't know.
Yeah, the human race.
Yeah, he was basically...
if you know about black hair, it's like an industry. And they got it on lockdown. Like the ladies, they put their hair on layaway. It's like a huge amount of money. I'm not joking.
I know what you mean.
It's honestly really cool the kind of hairstyles they can do. So yeah, it does seem very racially motivated, like those particular regulations.
Anyway,
I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's just to keep small people down and keep big people up.
Yeah. I want to say about the oligarchy. So, plural is oligopoly, right? And what we have is a bunch of nations who aren't nations; they're actually businesses, and they're competing with each other, right? But at the same time, working together for their goals, just like the left and the right. They always vote yes to war. I mean, no matter what side you're on, it's a pro-war party, right? So even if you're conservative fiscally and you don't want to spend the billions on war, right? Trillions or whatever they're spending over there, like making money disappear in black holes is what they're doing. But yeah, the oligopoly is what we're under right now. I don't think we're actually under any kind of communist or capitalist government. It seems to be like corporations control everything. And the number one corporation would be the United States. Like everywhere you see that name, that's the corporation that's masquerading as a country. But the United States of America is different than the United States. In fact, there's two popes. There's the black pope and the white pope. And there's Texas, the state, and then the state of Texas. And then there's the city of London, and then London, the city. One is a financial district, and the other one is the city that everybody knows about. Right? So there's two of everything. And I know it sounds crazy, but when you look into that, it'll blow your mind. In fact, there's two of you. Like, do you spell your name in all caps? Why is it like that on all your paperwork? That's not you. You live in a body. How could this be you? When a cop says, is this who you are? Is this you? While looking at your ID, that's not you. Never was you. You don't spell your name in dog Latin in all caps. So I know it sounds crazy, but the U.S. Post Office, like everything with the U.S. owner-controlled U.S. territories, it's all controlled by the corporation, the United States. And it is a corporation, and the United States of America is a country. They're two separate things.
Wow. That's
So it's not capitalism by a long shot.
Yeah, when those who legalize it have been locking up citizens for decades beforehand are the first ones to be making money off it once it's now quote unquote legal, that's definitely an injustice.
Yeah, it's not even really, in a certain sense, entirely legal, at least in a certain sense if it's taxed. Because, I mean, I just don't think it should be taxed. Like, I'm not saying there shouldn't be any taxes, period. I'm just saying I don't think there should be any property taxes. I don't think there should be any taxes on drugs. Doesn't make any sense. It's like taxing your eggs.
The way I see it, till the last non-violent pot offender is released from prison, all prisons, it's not legal.
Maybe decriminalize is a better word for that. But hey, just remember, everybody, you can always use sunlight and a magnifying glass to light your bowl, refract that light, and condense it on your green plant material. Yeah, that's one way to use refraction. I don't know why the Globers keep saying it over and over again.
I think I'm gonna sign off for the night. It's almost 1 a.m. I gotta go to bed. This was a wonderful conversation, though. You guys are really nice, and you've taught me a lot. You guys have a great night, though, or morning for some of you.
Yeah, take care.
Peace out.
Cheers.
Yeah, welcome and have a good night. It's still. It's flat. And you're breathing gas.
Come back on Friday. Friday night at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time is ladies' night. So I guess it would be 2 p.m. for you.
She gone.
Yeah, it must be kind of interesting for people to come in because, like, there's 27 of us in here. It's like a 27 tool Swiss Army knife. Like, we got a tool for every occasion.
The earth is round. The earth is round. The earth is round.
His name was Teddy.
I've been called worse than a tool.
Just remember, you go into the lobby, you say refraction, you win the debate.
Hello?
Who was saying
Hello?
the Earth was round? Do
That's
you have proof
Teddy.
for that? Do you have proof of this? And round is like a coin, right? You're talking about a round like a pizza?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
Round like a
Pizza.
soccer ball. Pizza.
Yeah, coins are round.
So where's the edge?
Where the crust is. Wait, how was someone so retarded?
Where's your mama?
Ooh. Getting an abortion right now because we live in a free country.
What if she had aborted you?
Huh?
Nah,
What is
she
that?
couldn't.
What
Probably
country do you
couldn't
live
because
in?
Texas.
Texas?
Yeah,
So Texas is a country?
Texas is a country.
Texas is America.
Well, let me ask this question: Do you have the unambiguous right to destroy other people's property?
Yeah.
You do? Interesting.
Only on Tuesdays.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Steve, why is Chavez?
Are there new people in here?
No.
Well, there's a new troll. Does that count?
He's not even going to try to show us a geometric sphere edge.
Nope.
There is Paradise. Paradise. He seemed new.
So, hey, new guy, you got any proof of the globe? Or did you bring your mama to show us the curvature?
Oh, Teddy left.
Oh, no, I thought we had a troll.
Yeah, that was that Teddy guy, but he left. But Paradise seemed new too. I think he was on yesterday, but I don't know if he spoke. Hi, Paradise.
I can imagine what he's clutching right now. Is Teddy. And probably the globe in the other hand.
That's heavy. I'm out of paradise. Gambling's really addictive, everyone. Stop it. Quit. While you're with it.
Quit playing with your globe. I told you you'll go blind if you keep playing with the globe.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Happy Friday.
So, do you guys remember that movie, The Stupids, from the 90s? Like, Stanley Stupid was the name of the father. I was just thinking, like, what if they started a movie or a show that, was like The Glovers? It's just like a sitcom about, like basically young Sheldon, like whatever few minutes I saw of that, pretty much that. Just call it The Glovers. Like, hey, Sheldon, stop playing with your space balls. Come in for dinner.
But, Dad, I'm trying to reach altitudes I've never reached before.
In my
Get
imagination.
those balls out of your mouth, Sheldon, and get in here for dinner.
The Glovers, new on NBC. Yeah, starring David Spade.
What if we had a show called Up Next on All My Balls? Glober's getting dismantled 24/7 with flawless execution with monotonous regularity.
Kick him right in the balls.
Be careful with that planet, Johnny. You could get Mars crabs.
Careful with that toy rocket. You don't want to put your eye out.
You just have like the intro being like a bunch of people like launching themselves like head first into the ocean and falling off cliffs, and everybody trying to shoot rockets and hitting themselves in the balls, and all of NASA and Russia's explosions in the early days in the 60s when they just kept blowing up like over and over again. That would be like a great intro.
I was just thinking it'd be really great to have like a moon buggy, like that quote unquote moon buggy they had at one of those moon landings. I think it was like the second one or third one. And, you know, it'd be great to have one of those and like dress up like an astronaut and then go to like an actual golf course and then just try to go through the whole golf course playing golf just like an astronaut. If anybody asks what you're doing, just be like, oh, I'm just playing golf on the flat Earth, flat and stationary Earth.
Up like an Apollo theme mini golf course and just make it like a movie set.
Sure, that already exists somewhere.
I'm gonna do that.
Oh yeah, and it'd be great to like deliberately go really, really slow just to make it realistic, you know? Like no matter how much the people behind you get pissed off, just move slowly on the golf course. Gotta be realistic. Drink some Tang.
It's really kind of disturbing that this globe is like now, the further away I get from it, when people come in and they still have it, I can see their I can like hear the mental illness going on. It's really strange. It's like this globe has been injected in there like a virus, a parasite in these people's minds. It's these people, the people that scare me the most are the ones that think they still have to do these things that, never mind. It's off topic.
Hey, but good thing for that one guy at the grocery store still doing the thing that's saving all of our lives.
I know.
That's all I'll say on that.
Freaking retarded. The ones that go along with it, they're the ones that scare me the most. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. All I got to say about them is crayon munchers. Where are all these?
I'm tired of eating crayons. That's too damn bad.
What? Yeah, those orange ones really upset my stomach.
I was doing holes. I'm tired of taking all these holes, Grandpa. But that's just too damn bad.
Too damn bad. Keep digging. When I was young, we could dig holes all day long for no reason. We didn't complain about it.
Nowadays, you got to have a permit just to spit on the concrete. So you think I downloaded too much of your brain? I didn't have to teach her jujitsu today, but I wanted to. It's like two of everything. I don't think she was ready for that. But I do think now she knows there's two cosmologies, for sure. One of them is verifiable, and she's going to find out soon enough which one it is.
Yeah, it might be tomorrow. I mean, if she lives by the water, you know, like you said, that you get this object in your mind. We really don't have another reference frame until someone, well, I guess like most of us, I wish I had found this out on my own. I feel like such a dumb shit, you know? But I'm going to give myself a break because that's just the way the mind control works. I mean, they worked it very well. It started from very young age. So should give myself a break there. The important part is I know now what I know. You know, I know partly what I know now. And I know that when I look across the water and I see a ship coming into the harbor and I'm like right at the water, like I'm sitting in the water and I can see the waves breaking on the front of this boat. Even something simple like that. Like I look around now, I see black swans everywhere I look. There's another one, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. Dozens of them. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I bet a lot of you probably don't remember ever hearing that. Used to have public service announcements reminding the drunk adults to check on their children. They're still outside. It's 10 o'clock.
I remember that in the 80s and the 90s. It was like right before the 10 o'clock news. Mm-hmm. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Up next on the news, lies, deceit. But where's it all coming from? From within. The Republicans are voting Democrat. Oh no, what are you going to do? Now that it comes down to states' rights, instead of legal at the federal level. I know this sounds crazy, but I think I'm going to actually write to my politicians and vote against anyone who's for, well, their version of choice. Because my version of choice is, you know, maybe you could choose adoption or something rather than death. Maybe adoption would be a good choice. Or, I don't know, birth control, that's also a choice, right? Like actual birth control. But yeah, I know it sounds crazy. I'm like talking crazy, but if it's down to the state level, that means it's your choice.
Yep.
I'd kind of rather go out of this place like, yeah, I spoke against that stuff once I was given the choice. But when I was at the federal level, I knew I didn't have a choice, but that's different. I know you guys hate talking about this shit, but I don't care. I've been thinking about it a lot.
No, we
How
don't
many?
hate it. We don't hate it.
Like 60 million in the past 50 years.
Yeah, I started watching this 12-hour documentary about the, about the cabal, you know, how it all started. It's really amazing. It's pretty crazy. The Rothschilds, they own half of the entire Earth's wealth is owned by one family. $500 trillion. So if it
You have owners, they own you. They don't give a fuck about you.
No.
They don't give a fuck about you.
Yeah, if I were to guess, they rule over everybody. All the politicians, all the laws that were created. They created the Federal Reserve. They created this new world order, the Zionists. Like, I guess I shouldn't talk about it. Never mind.
This, the banking system that we're waging war for no.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if something's untrue, you have to censor the shit out of it, right? Not let the people decide for themselves what's true and not. No, we can't do that. We have to tell people what is correct to think, what's true and what's not. So go ahead, people. Keep listening to your authorities. Let them tell you what is true and what's not. Don't think for yourself for 1 minute. No. Just go listen to your authorities. Ask your doctor when thinking for yourself might be right for you.
Sources say now, because there could be a relationship between the pharmaceutical companies and the colleges and the doctors, just like there is between the divorce court, defense attorneys, or the two attorneys and the judge. Could this be a conflict of interest? We don't know, because we haven't seen one of those prosecuted since, what, how long? Anybody seen a conflict of interest case anywhere?
No. Yeah.
No? Oh, I guess the laws did away with them all then. There's no more conflict of interest.
Yeah. How about the RICO Act? You seen the RICO Act? You ever seen anybody arrested lately for the RICO Act? Or monopolies? Huh. Interesting. I wonder why that would be. Damn.
I mean, that would be like the head of the... Never mind, I can't say it.
Yeah,
going to work for the head of the... You know what? In a revolving door. That would be a conflict of interest. But when you regulate what you got, what you have stock for, that's just called crony capitalism.
Yeah, I just hope all this shit will fall down. I just want to see what the next step is going to be. I hope I live long enough to see something happening. It keeps me motivated to stay here.
Well, I think we're going to see something happen soon. Morpheus wasn't always looking so good in those movies. There was a time when old Morpheus, he got roughed up a bit. And, you know, Dr. Mario didn't have it easy either, handing out all them red pills. There was always, you know, like a Wario around to keep that from happening.
I had no idea that this meme was going to be so appropriate. Damn it. Oh, boy. That's called all-seeing eye drops. That's what you need when your third eye has seen too much bullshit. Darn it, Indio. Why don't you take all these blank memes out of here? Or shoot, give me the authority to do it. I'll go through the whole list. All these blank memes. Haven't heard Indio on here in quite a while.
Sonny.
Yeah.
Did you just volunteer to go through all the memes?
I did.
Oh, well, see you next year.
Well, whatever. I don't have the authority or the ability to do it.
Are you sure?
I don't know. How do I get into the database?
Well, first you have the bot mail you the list. Then you realize how long the list is. Then you give up.
I got the list.
Dude, that list isn't the whole list.
Okay. I believe it. I believe that. That's wild. She's just like, I don't know.
Dude, if you see a meme that's bad and you know what it's supposed to be, just erase it and replace it.
You erase it from where, though? Where am I erasing it from? I can't erase it from the list that they sent me. Like,
you just go to. Oh well, look.
I have
the bot will send you the list of everything that it has active for the memory block that it has. But if you encounter one, like let's say it's memes / memes Sunny25, right? And then it's supposed to be an image of a sunset. And then let's say it's broken. So then you just go memes, remove Sunny25, and then it's gone.
Oh, really?
And then you go memes add Sunny25, and you put in fresh link.
Does a memes remove have to be all in the same line with no spaces?
No.
A space remove. Let's say Audi 5000 was one of them. Shoot, this is a nightmare.
Sometimes for some people, you'll do a meme and it won't show anything for you, but other people will see it. It's just because it hasn't loaded in your side yet, and it may never. So like another day.
Yay! Well, shoot, I'll start doing that. Yeah, it's a long list. Getting tired thinking about it now.
How you doing tonight, Sonny?
I'm doing very well. I went out riding. I went to the water where the harbor comes in. I get to ride my bike at the place where I was marching on the grinder in boot camp and graduated on the parade grounds 37 years ago.
Holy moly. That's taking a step back in time.
Yeah, but I live right by there. I can go by there all the time. It's so wild to be able to go there and see that place now. It's a big field. It's a big like soccer field, like a picnic area. With
so you can just go in there and wander around, or
yeah, it's got paths. It has paths along the waterfront. There's hotels there. There's playgrounds. There's beach areas where people can rent paddle boards. Like that's where I was marching on the grinder in boot camp.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's all totally different now then, huh?
Yeah, it's all a big retail area. They made like a whole big shopping area. They put like grocery stores, shops, yogurt places, like all kinds of stuff.
What's that place that's got right where Catalina Island is out in the water, and there's I can't remember what it's called, right there on the beach. It's like wood structure. It's can't remember what it's called. Anyway, it's kind of a little. I can't remember what it's called.
Is it like near Santa Monica or Venice? You're not talking about the old POP, are you? The amusement
No, it's south of Venice. Probably.
The
I don't
wooden
know.
structure.
Well, it's a wooden. It's like what do you call it? It's a place where you can go and like shop and.
Oh yeah, like Redondo Beach. There's like a what is that place called?
Anyway, I used to go to California quite often, and I would go to Venice Beach and Marina Del Rey.
Yeah,
and
that's
just
right.
kind of hang out. Huh?
That's where I lived, in the Marina Del Rey, on my dad's boat for 8
really?
years. Yeah. From 1976 to 85. Lived in my dad's boat.
You used to go to Venice Beach where there's that Muscle
Beach. Muscle Beach.
Yeah,
we used
Muscle
to see
Beach.
Arnold. We used to see
And then they
Arnold
got
there. We used to watch Arnold and
then
Lou
they got-
Ferrigno down there.
And then they got that big winding boardwalk that winds around all
Yeah, the bike
over
path.
there.
The bike path now, yeah, that goes all the way up to like Topanga, all the way down to Redondo Beach now.
So the first year that Lou Ferrigno competed against Arnold won, but that was the last year that Arnold competed.
Yep, that's where all the surf skate rats were hanging out down there. There was a big oil rig down there. They took that out now, and they put they put an actual skate park in there now. But it used to be like the Hoodlum skate park back in the old days. And the Breakwater gang all hung out there. That's where all the famous skaters and surfers hung out.
So in those days, it wasn't to even Science Bros, like to even hang 10.
Yeah, right. I know. It's like, do you have a single fin or a twin fin? Because if you got a single fin, you're old fashioned, man.
I experienced the same thing with my drummer. I introduced him to a double bass pedal, and I was like, look at what you can do now. Because it revolutionized a lot of things. I think it did. For metal, anyway. Not for all the music, but for metal, it definitely.
Oh, yeah.
So, huh? Yeah. Just got back from the lounge.
Reina, come on. Reina. Baby.
Good. Yeah. No, I just had one. Thanks.
All right, rockin', God making.
It's that light out where you are right now? What are you in Australia, Andy? It's the next day and it's daytime, is that right? I'm fading out. I'm going to have to cut out, you guys. Have a good night, y'all.
The dreams.
It's a great conversation later on.
Yep, you too, bro.
Yep.
Glad you're feeling better. Any new people here on a Friday night? Oh, it's you fuckers again. Looks like things are slowing down. Can anybody play us some random music? That'd be great. Thanks ahead of time. Excellent. Looks like we got a new person in here. Looks like Andy might already be a flatty. Are you there, Andy? Okay, never mind. Back to the music.
Man, this music sucks.
This music's dead. I was expecting at least 1 beat per minute. Come on. So there was recently a solar flare, according to NAS holes, and I don't think anybody saw anything like actually happen. I took a picture of the sun that day with my phone. Turned out remarkably good. I don't know how I got such a good shot of the sun that day. But I didn't see nothing, but then again, yeah, I took it with my cell phone.
What is that? Oh man. What day is it anyway?
It's Friday or Saturday, depending on where you live.
And you know what? If they ever do get a one world order, they better just make all days the same. That'd be the one successful good thing they do. Universal time. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, but now it's 5 o'clock everywhere.
I'm still going to work till noon the day of my funeral, so I don't think it'll change much for me.
Somebody hot mic?
AI,
yeah, it's all the rage.
What happened to the party here?
You guys, I don't know. We're too old for that.
Hmm.
We just all listen to each other hot mic. It's a new
I wonder what he's doing. Yeah, I heard a shuffle. That was a shuffle? Did he step in a puddle? I think he did. That was a splash. Yeah, okay. Let's keep listening.
Hey, you want to know who's the best guesser? All right, let me think if I can remember his name properly. Les Moore. Crow's Bones. Man, he's so good at guessing what you're doing by the noises you're making. Especially with car trouble. Like, if you're driving while you're talking, he'll be like, hey, your right rear wheel needs an alignment. I'll be like, yeah, you're right. How'd you know?
Jeez. What a guy.
I remember him. I wonder where he went.
Oh, he was just here a couple days ago.
Oh, really?
Seriously?
Yeah.
He's
probably got the cancer. He was one of the normies that I was hanging out with in like late 2016, 2017.
He used to be in the YouTube chat quite a bit, I remember.
It's usually because he's always banned.
Ha.
He had to have somewhere to be.
Back in those days, he went under Crow's Bones.
Right.
Yeah, that's the
Who said that? Do you remember that?
Using now. It's that weather where any tools you have out are going to get soaking wet just from the condensation.
And the Glovers would be so pissed off when they watch the Science versus Scientism. They'd be like, "Why are we watching this? This is bullshit." Sorry, guy, you're not the only one in here.
Oh man, this is the worst part. You gotta clean up all your tools.
You should just replace.
Oh man, it'd take me like weeks of shopping to replace my tools.
You just put a part on something different. I can't guess what you did by the sounds coming over your microphone. Sorry.
How about this? Nice piece of wood. That one's being kept. That's another hard thing, is trying to decide which wood scraps to keep. If you keep all the wood scraps, you just end up with a big pile of nonsense. I'll keep this, and this, and this. Oh yeah.
Bag of rice, get it while it's hot. $25 today, $150 tomorrow. You decide, everybody. Bag of rice, go get it. AI, you're a smart guy. How does one dig a well without all the power tools and equipment? How did they do it back in the old days?
And
Perseverance. Well, you see, the hardest part is digging a narrow well. You know, like if you're going to dig a big hole, that's easy. But if you're just going to dig like a narrow well, that seems way more difficult. Because I'll even try to dig a post hole. You know, like the dirt that you're digging falls right back in. You know, that's like the number one problem I run into. Whenever I'm digging a hole.
Yeah, I tend to break those. I don't like using them. I have to use them like a baby. Like use them in my pinkies.
I mean, you have to think that they're going to be using some kind of digging utensils. Well, look what we got now. What we got now is the two shovels, right? That pinch, and then you got the big metal pole with a sharp end and a blunt end for digging holes. but that can only get you down 5 or 6 feet. You can't just have longer handles because then you got the separation problem. So you'd have to have like a duplex lever. Then how do you get the rocks? That's the hard part. So you're digging down through the dirt. That's pretty easy. But once you hit the rocks, how are you going to get them out? You have to have some kind of really long pole.
You know that thing that you have to have? It's like a fork when you're separating the wheel housing from the lower A-frame or lower control arm. So I got one of those. It's like spear sized, and those things are pretty hard. You know, those kind of tools. Maybe I'll be able to break up the rock with that and then piece it out bit by bit. So I think it's about 5 feet long. So if I could attach it again to another stainless steel pipe. I hammered that bitch in there. Like I just kept hammering, and it just happened to be like exactly the right size that it fit inside that stainless steel pipe. But anyway, I think that might do it.
You can also have trained moles.
Did you say you trained moles?
No, but that's just what you could use.
Let me contact the CIA. I'll see what I can do. I'll get back with you on that one.
Yeah, man, trained moles.
Yeah, like Tucker Carlson, Peter Jennings, those type of trained moles.
So, the hard part is getting the rocks out. So I'm not saying it's aliens, but it was aliens. Yep, that's what it was, bro. Aliens. How they dug the well is they borrowed the alien laser and just shot it straight down. So every time you dig a well, a Chinaman dies. Because the laser comes out in China and zaps somebody.
Boy, that's your shit. Look everything with nobody.
Yeah, but you guys remember when lightsabers were like the bomb and they could just cut through anything? And then as the movies went on, they got weaker and weaker. Like
Well, actually, untrained female. Sorry. Till eventually later on in the series, an untrained female defeated a full-on Sith Lord who'd been trained.
Yeah, but it was his daughter, though. You know what I'm saying? So there's that, you know.
I saw episode 7 and I go further, so no, I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, that girl is his daughter, man.
So
Rey is Palpatine's daughter.
The creepy blood, his armor was black. He's the one that killed Obi-Wan. That was his daughter, the street rat who was like, you're talking about Star Wars, right?
Palpatine, dude. Palpatine's the ugly emperor looking dude.
Yeah.
So him, that creepy emperor dude,
yeah,
is the father of Rey, the girl that killed him.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should watch them. I haven't seen any new ones.
I mean,
I think I'll be disappointed.
I got real disappointed because the story didn't go the way like I thought it was going to go. But that's the way it is. You know, they start out with archetypal stories, right? And then they move them into like this political wokeness, not, you know, social acceptable garbage. And remove it from the archetypes, and then you turn into nonsense.
Know exactly what you mean. Red Dead Redemption takes place in like the years right before the first war, the 1910s, you know, that era, right? And like Arthur is like supposed to be some outlaw badass right hand man to like the head of the kingpin, or you know, the gang, the outlaw gang, and he's like woke as fuck. Arthur is so fucking woke. So basically, I saw the KKK. They were hiding out in the woods in the middle of the night, burning a cross. So I snuck up on him, and I was like, well, it just seems like the right thing to do. Seems like they need a stick of dynamite. So let's just threw some dynamite in their camp. No more KKK.
And eventually they're going to have games where you try to do stuff like that, like in a sandbox game. And it's going to be like, you shouldn't do this. And then like it won't let you throw the dynamite. You should go ask them how they feel.
When you get frustrated and you throw it across the room. Microaggression detected. Mandatory 5-minute break.
Well, dude, I don't know if you followed back in the day when they made Kinect. So one of the initial ideas, what they were floating with Kinect was that it can recognize your face, but it can also recognize your skeletal motions and, you know, identify you by the way you move. And so one of the ideas that they had was, you know how like you buy a license for media? And so it might say, like back in the day, it would say, you're allowed to watch this movie with your household and no more than 12 people or something like that, it might say. So what they had this idea for the... Yeah. So they had this idea with the Kinect, because obviously there's no way to know, right? They were just kind of, quote unquote, trusting you, but of course they weren't, because nobody read that nonsense. So with the Kinect, they were like, okay, so you bought the game, and you're in the room playing the game, right? And then party number 3 comes in and they haven't purchased the game. So the Kinect recognizes the face of the person that they're not a paid customer and then stops the game from playing until that person pays. Like, that's one of the ideas that they were thinking of doing. Or like a UFC fight. Let's say you bought a license for 5 people and the 6th person walks in the room, it would stop the fight until that person leaves or pays.
Hear that, number 183. Stretch lower. Straighten your back. Up higher. There you go. Good form.
Man, that would piss me off, dude. If somebody walked in the room right as it was about to be the knockout or something.
I recently paid to watch UFC. It was $100. I split it with the guy, 40-60. And I got a year's worth of ESPN Plus. But I swear to you that Rosmami Nunez gave away the title to Carla Esparza because all she did was, come on, I'll counter. Anything you throw, I'll counter. So it was like 5 rounds of Carla doesn't want to get knocked out. Rose wants to give Carla the title. And it was just so bad. It was so
Yeah, I hate those kinds. I haven't really watched too much of it. since Anderson Silva stopped doing it. Like when he was on his streak, it was just artful to watch, and there's really not that much entertainment value after that. Especially not that I want to pay for. Let's put it that way. You know, I would pay money to sit there and watch Anderson Silva and see what happened.
Or if GSP came back or something like that, probably watch that. GSP versus Nate Diaz. Oh, sorry, Nick Diaz. That'd be a good fight.
I would always try to go to the sports bar and get like dinner and all that.
Watch it for drinks, please.
It's definitely the cheapest way to do it. Although at one time I got a 120-inch projector screen in my house, and so I had people come over and they, paid a little bit of money to pitch in for the food and for the fight, and that was pretty cool. All right, my goal is to be in bed before dawn.
I do gotta say, it was really cool watching Ferguson get knocked out. I'm a huge Ferguson fan. He got knocked out with a front kick coming straight up the middle, hit him in the chin, and his face wobbled, and he crumbled to the ground. So that was a pretty cool knockout, but I could have watched that for free. So I kind of regret being $100 now. See if I can find it. Still showing. This was.
Yeah. Yo.
What's up, baby?
What's up, man?
What you riding on?
What are you guys doing?
We're talking about Earth.
No, we're not.
You with that teacher? So you whipped that teacher into shape, baby?
Huh?
Your neighbor, the teacher?
Yeah.
Talk to her again? Did you finally talk to her again?
No, I talk to her sometimes. Yeah. I don't talk to her about the Earth though. No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's too touchy, you know.
Davey Numbs, everybody.
End up fucking starting a fight.
Well, you should be able to talk to her without fighting. It's just cosmology.
Yeah, but you know, people are stupid. People are brainwashed. You know, it's I mean, you could lead. What's the saying? You could lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink it, right? So.
Cat Williams said, no, never mind. I'll leave that out. You can lead a Glover to a conclusion, but you can't make him think. You feel me, Kev?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy, man. You know how people going into 2023. You know, people still think we live on a fucking ball. It's just crazy.
Hey, do you remember Armando Vargas?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I wonder if that YouTube channel still up.
What you talking about? Oh man. Tell you what.
There's a boxer by the name. There it is. Armando Vargas. Five years ago.
Well, yeah, man. I was in another fucking chat talking about some guy about evolution. This guy believes in evolution. I'm like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You really believe that monkeys turned into people? All that nonsense? Come on, man. Grow up. Grow the fuck up. You know? Fucking ridiculous. Doesn't even make any sense.
Fuck out of here!
It's just crazy how stupid people are, man. It really is. I'm losing patience. I'm losing tolerance for people. You know? You know, there's a lot of touchy subjects. I don't know. I don't want to even bring it up. Forget it. Forget it. There's a lot I want to say right now, but you know, I don't know. It might offend somebody. God forbid. You know. Oof. God forbid I offend someone. You know.
I'm about to kind of say, God forbid anybody go back and listen to what I was saying in 2017 and be offended.
I want to talk. Yo, you're breaking up. You're breaking up a bit.
Sure.
You're breaking up, dude.
Bro, oh man, we'll make it.
Anyway, it's great. Oh. Anyway, I was in another chat, and this guy got all fucking butthurt because I brought, he was talking about religion, and I was questioning him. I was like, I was challenging him, and he got all fucking defensive about it, like a little bitch. And he kept muting me and shit. I'm like, dude, how you gonna have a civilized debate if you keep muting me and I can't talk? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, your best bet would be to record it on your end and post it on your channel, and then hopefully a couple random people see this loser muting you and hiding from the truth.
I don't know how to do that, though. That's a good idea. I just don't know how to do that.
Yeah, there's like live StreamYard or something, and there's a couple. If you have the internet, I don't have the internet for it, but if you have the internet power, yeah, I would just Google it and YouTube it, and you can learn pretty much anything.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good idea, though.
Yeah. Some.
Yeah, this guy was a fucking. Never mind.
Yeah, the best thing you can do is get them to double speak, record it, post it, and whoever is gonna see it is gonna see it, and they're gonna see them double speaking, and they're gonna recognize it.
See, I need to learn how to do that, though, man. I need to figure out how to do that. I'm golden.
OBS, Open Broadcast System or Source or something like that, and then you can record your screen and all the audio that comes across. So you can either live stream it, record it, or both. So
Yeah, I'm still
not. It will be worth it.
But yeah, man, like, we were, this guy was so fucking sensitive. Like, we were talking about religion, and he was, like, trying to push, like, this Christianity bullshit. I was like, dude, all I did was, like, I just said, dude, I disagree, yada, 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 and he got all mad. He got all butthurt. And he's like, how dare you disagree with the Jesus Christ is the truth.
you can disagree.
I'm like,
You
bro,
can
what the
disagree.
fuck? What are
That's
you, a
fine.
fucking priest? What are you, a fucking?
Hey, Dave, you can disagree. You got freedom of speech here, bro. I just want to ask you a question. Have you ever had to pay for a lawyer?
But this guy, he was like a sensitive little bitch.
Hey, Davey. Hey, Davey.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, Davey?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
You ever had to pay for a lawyer? You ever had to go to court?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go to court?
You ever had to get a lawyer and go to court?
Yeah.
So if you could have just read like 5 chapters into the New Testament, you would have saw the part where Jesus says, "Agree with your adversary quickly, lest he turn you over to the bailiff." So because you said not guilty and you brought controversy before the court, you brought it from the private into the public, you know you're going to lose playing their game. So you should have said, "Yeah, I'm guilty of whatever you did," and settled outside of court and try to settle the matter. Instead of giving the lawyer your money, settle with the person who's got a problem with you all by yourself. But, if you think that the Bible has no merit, I guess just continue paying the lawyers, and I'm sure they're going to do a great job for you and make sure that you're always that 1.5% that wins in the court case.
Dude, all I said was, all I said was, I don't believe. Forget it, because now you're gonna.
What?
No, bro, I'm not going to mute you. I'm not going to mute you, bro. You don't know who I am? Don't you remember? I'm the guy who used to run the free speech hangouts.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you know who you're talking to.
I love you too. Listen, all I said was, I don't believe in Christ. I believe in God. I don't believe in religion. I think religion equals division. That's all I said. And he just kept muting me. I'm like, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? I can't have a difference in opinion? Like, come on. But, this guy was like, all up in his feelings. So.
Video, or it didn't happen.
So he was just being like a little girl, And I was like, dude, like, I'm not, like, you could think what you want, but I disagree with you. Simple as that. And he was like, just telling me, like, this is the truth, that Jesus is the truth. I'm like, dude, I don't believe in religion. I think religion equals division. I think it's all bullshit. I believe in God the Almighty. That's it. Period. I believe in God. That's it. So I don't know. I'm sure you guys may feel different. Maybe not. I don't know. But the fact that he kept muting me and he didn't let me talk just shows that I mean,
Where was this happening?
In another fucking chat. I don't know. In another chat.
Gem Panda.
Yeah. I don't know.
Not likely.
It's just annoying, Can't even
Yeah, I admit people should be able to take you on head on. Like, I'm not going to meet you here. I'm a follower of Christ, but I believe you have the right to believe whatever you want to believe, bro. And you can express your frustration about the Christians. But here's the thing, man. Not all of us will mute you. Some of us will take you head on. I think AI Overlord is one of the type of people that if you were to challenge him, he ain't going to mute you, bro. You'll be muting yourself when he's done.
Exactly, and that's why I respect you guys.
That's proper, right? That's proper. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's why I respect you. But the other chat, they're just like they're little girls.
Well, all I know is that Jesus, guys, he was anti-establishment, whether it was religion or government. It didn't seem like he was bowing down to nobody. And he was also one of the people to, just kind of say whatever came to his mouth. Like if he was thinking about it, and he sure didn't like to be asked no questions, but he would tell it like it is. And that'll get you in trouble, apparently.
Yeah, the problem is like religion. Like you and I can go back and forth for hours about Jesus, but it's just a touchy thing, you know. It's a touchy subject. So, but
not for me, bro. I've been doing this. You know, you can say things, you know, like, why doesn't God kill murderers? You know, why doesn't God stop people from doing bad things? And, you know, I'll try my best to answer the question, like, with scripture if I can. So, you know, you might have beef with the Messiah, you know, but I think that, I think you should be more open-minded to people who are anti-establishment and don't trust their government and don't trust their religion. I think that if you did a little research, you'd find out that just like today, the religious class had a separate language than the speaking class, so they would be, you know, charging all this money, temple tax, and Jesus was like, hell no, we ain't doing that. So he went and he like shut it down with a whip, but he didn't actually hit anybody, I don't think. He was just like, you know, turning over the changers and saying like, no, we ain't gonna be, you know, making money up in here. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be like making this like a house of merchandise, you know, because I believe he warned in the scripture, you know, watch out lest they turn you into merchandise. I don't want to be merchandise. I don't know about you, but if this dude is like warning you, like, watch out, they trying to make merchandise out of you, I might want to listen to that dude and see what he got to say.
Can I ask you a question though? And if you don't get angry.
Oh, you've known me for years. Have you ever seen me get angry?
No, I don't think so. No. All right. So you got your opinion. Try not to wake up my neighbors. All right. You got your opinion. I got my opinion. Like, you believe in Christ. I believe in God. You know. But let me ask you a question, because this you know, like I said, we could go back and forth for hours about this Christ Jesus thing. But okay, you believe that in order to get into heaven, you need to go through Christ, correct?
That's correct. Because in the book of Hebrews, it says Jesus Christ, or Jesus of Nazareth, or whatever you want to call him, he's the high priest of the Most High God, after the order of Melchizedek forever. So the way to get to the Father is through the Son. And the proof, the evidence for this, because I'm not used to witnessing to Jews, the evidence for this is the miracles that even the Jews themselves agree that he did, but said that he did it under the power of Satan. And his answer to that was, a house divided against itself wouldn't stand, showing that by doing these miracles, it had to be through the power of God, because no man or devil has the power to do these things. And that's why the Jews even said that, you know, he was doing the miracle. They didn't deny the miracles, they just denied where it came from. And that's when Jesus got really pissed off and said, you can blaspheme me all you want, but don't blaspheme the Holy Spirit, because they were saying that he's doing these miracles through Satan or Beelzebub. And he was like, why are you going to throw my Father under the bus like that? Like, obviously, I'm doing these miracles through the creator of the heavens and earth, because no one else will be able to pull this stuff off.
Okay. I mean, because I have a couple questions to ask you, but, you know, I don't want to offend you. You know what I'm saying? So
it would be impossible to do so.
I know you have thick skin, though. You don't have thin skin like that little bitch I was talking to before.
Been through the trenches.
I'll just ask you. All right, so okay. You honestly, okay. Let me see. What if you really, in order to get to heaven, if you really need to believe in Jesus Christ to get to heaven, what happened to all the other people that lived before Jesus Christ? Okay, did they not get?
I believe his salvation was for the world, one sacrifice for all time. I believe that it's a powerful sacrifice. It's so powerful that it's retroactive, meaning that the people that were following the law back in the day, because it says in the Bible that God's law is written on man's heart so that they are without excuse. So as long as they had compassion, because God says that love covers a multitude of sin. So as long as people were compassionate with each other and followed the law, they didn't steal wives, they didn't kill people and steal lives, they respected their parents because those are probably the only people in the world who actually give a fuck about you. They didn't worship creation, they worship the creator. All these things that we're supposed to do, like give your slaves a day off, for fuck's sake. Don't work them 7 days a week. This sort of thing. Like, as long as they were doing good by their slaves, by their wives, by other men, I think that they get in through merit because they didn't have Christ to accept. So jungle people in the jungle know not to steal lives. Don't steal cattle. Don't steal wives. Right?
Yeah. Anyways, the classical theological answer to that is the sacrifice at its point in time is irrelevant. It's just that it is applied to the account. So God accounts to you Christ's righteousness. Now, the people that didn't know Christ in the past, for example, Abraham, his faith was accounted as righteousness, right? But the actual righteousness that was credited to his account was Christ's. But it was by faith. So Abraham believed God and it was credited as righteousness. The Bible goes out of its way to make sure that everyone understands that it's not by merit, that it's by grace alone. And it actually uses double negatives and exclusive logic. Like, if it was by works, then it couldn't be a gift. And if it's by a gift, then it can't be by works. So that means that it's a gift. Unequivocally. So nobody ever earned it, let's put it that way.
Okay. So
yeah, I think his answer was better than mine, or more aligned with the testimony.
I mean, like, I'm not saying I disagree with the Bible. I think there are truths in there. I do. But I think there are a lot of lies as well. I mean, like, you honestly, like, you really believe that, like, Jesus rose from the dead and then, like, moved, like, these boulders and shit like that? Like, you believe that?
That's easy.
I mean, like, you can, like, can you picture that happening today? Like, someone, like, rising from the dead? I mean, what's the difference between 2,000 years ago and today? You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like fantasy shit. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. That's just.
Yeah, but think about it. You're saying, how does a physical body reconstitute itself in free space, right? Essentially, because that's what it would be. But that's really nothing. I mean, that's nothing. Physical matter being reconstituted. Think about it. How simple is that? It's easy. Through mechanical processes, right? Super simple. Okay, the hard part is the spiritual side, right? The part that really matters, the part that really is tangible to who we are. Our bodies, yes, they are us, but they're not the primary form of what we are. As Yoda said, we are luminous beings, not this crude matter. So for example, I could go over to my saw right now and chop my arm off, right? And I could get a prosthetic, or I could have it sewn back on. But what about my soul? Can I cut my soul in half?
No.
So, like, to me, from my perspective, like, yes, the world is extravagant. There's a lot of intelligence in the design. There's a lot of power displayed. But really, the material world is of no consequence. It's easy peasy for a being that's of a higher entropic level, right? Same as it's no big deal for us to do things with things we can deal with, like plastic and metal. What really is amazing is how do you create or how do you make another sentient agent besides yourself? That has absolutely no explanation whatsoever. So in other words, that's the only thing that impresses me. Yes, don't get me wrong, creation in general impresses me in the ways that it does, but the idea of a sentient agent not existing and then being brought into existence from previously not existing, that is the true miracle. So in other words, raising from the dead, walking on water, any of those things are like whoop-de-doo. Yes, we can't do them.
Exactly. That's my point.
But for a being that is on a higher level, it would be easy peasy. It would be of no consequence. It would be like a walk in the park.
Yeah, but like, what Jesus was a human, right? He was a human being. So what makes him special? What makes him
what made Neo? Think about it. What made Neo special in the Matrix?
I don't even know if I forgot. I think I saw the Matrix years ago. I don't even remember what the fuck.
Well, what made him special is that he, quote unquote, manipulated the code with his mind. Right, so he was able to control the reality within the Matrix because he was on a higher level mentally, and he believed in it and had faith. So in other words, mind over matter. So it's really this simple. As weird as this is going to sound, it really is this simple. And if you really think about it long enough, and you follow like the logic and the rationale, mind, right? Like sentient mind is the prime source over matter. Sentient mind isn't subordinate to matter. It's the other way around. So things like trees and rocks and water and all of these things, they're just essentially, for lack of a better word, a simulation in God's mind. And being such, just like in the Matrix, like the architect, right, or the oracle, they could control the Matrix because they were on a higher level than the code and then the system and the programming. So if you are the programmer, right, and you know the code of the system, and you're able with your mind to control the code, manipulating the environment within the system that you've created is child's play. So in other words, thinking of Jesus rising from the dead as being something amazing, okay, from our perspective, maybe, but from a being like the architect's perspective, it's like, I could do that while I'm half asleep.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, why are you limited? Think about it. Why are you limited? You have to breathe. Why? Well, because you have to metabolize in order for your cells to survive. Right? So you have to breathe. But what if you don't have to breathe? Then the idea of drowning or the idea of being suffocated or the idea of not having the resource that you need to stay alive is no longer a fear for you. Right? Or, for example, getting shot, If you get shot, why do you die? Well, it's because the bullet hits you and separates your tissue. But what if your tissue doesn't separate when a bullet hits you? And you don't have to worry about bullets anymore. But all of these things that we have within our realm that we exist in are governed by laws. Just like Morpheus told Neo, Everything in this system is governed by rules. And if you are above the rules and you control the rules, then you control reality.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, fair enough. But let's just take it from your own assertions. You say you believe in God, right? That being the case, is it not within such a being's prerogative? And mind you, I'm not vying for any particular worldview. I'm just going by the categorical logic, like a God type being. Is it not within a God type's being prerogative to grant power within the system that it created to anyone it so chooses at any time? Well, the answer is obviously yes. If it desired so, it could, if it wanted to, give power to Joe, give power to Bob, give power to Sally, or give power to Jesus, or enter the creation itself and give power to itself. It could do all of those things, could it not? Well, the answer is obviously yes. Of course it could. So all that being said, the idea of miracles is just like whoop-de-doo. Of course, if there's a God-type being, and I'm saying this as an if statement, if there is a God-type being that's the source of this realm, then miracles are whoop-de-whoop-de-doo. It's like whoop-de-ha. It's not even a challenge. Like, for example, you have your favorite video game, let's say. One I play, used to play that had a code. It was called Turok. And you put in the Turok code, beware oblivion is at hand, and then you would get what's known as God mode. And in God mode, you could pass through walls. You could have infinite ammo. You could never die. You could float, right? Why? Because you are manipulating the code within the system. Now, from the perspective of the game, Turok is an agent within the game, and I am outside of the game in another dimension, controlling what's inside with codes and power over the code and the way the laws of the system function. So, in other words, being an higher entropic being, miracles, granting powers to people, is easy peasy pie. So for me, philosophically, I find it, impossible to simultaneously believe in a God being creator while simultaneously being skeptical about miracles. To me, they just go hand in hand. It'd be par for the course. The real thing to wonder in my mind would be, why is there not more miracles? Maybe that, and to be fair, some atheists and anti-theists argue that point. It's like, well, if God existed, then there'd be miracles all the time. Right?
Right.
But remember this, though. I already posited the idea that the true miracle is not manipulations of the environment, but the characters within the environment, being us. So every time a baby is born, that is a miracle. A new sentient agent that previously did not exist came online, became self-aware. We watch movies like Terminator and we see the robots become self-aware, and everyone's like, oh my goodness, it became self-aware. What a big deal. Forgetting that human beings become self-aware. We're born, and then all of a sudden we're awake and we see, and we're in the environment, and we're like, where did we come from? How did I get here? Is that not a miracle that happens almost every day around the world?
Yeah. Yeah, I just I don't know. I just don't. I just don't believe in religion. I believe in God. That's it. I don't believe in Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, whoever. I just believe in God. Simple.
Well, that's where I got to correct you. Christianity isn't really a religion, because a religion is something that says, don't ask questions, you just got to believe it, right? In Christianity, it says to test all things and to keep that which is good. So what that means is that you don't believe in shit. Like, you have to test everything out on its individual character, individual basis. Everything works. And then what you gain from that, the knowledge that you gain, like, you keep that and throw away everything else. I think that's what that means. So really, like, if you're a Christian, you're more like a scientist, right? Because you're testing everything and not just taking for granted that, oh yeah, they said this happened. It's like, okay, so let's take the New Testament, for example, and let's test it. Okay, so Alexander the Great, he conquered the known world. He had a military that was capable of doing that and capable of adding, soldiers every battle. Even though he conquered them, he still gained more soldiers and gained more, productivity and kept gaining, right? Well, there was only 15 copies or something like that of Alexander the Great. But for the Greek New Testament alone, right, and this is a guy who had no military, who had no, power, authority, and there's 5,000 copies of the Greek New Testament alone, compared to, this guy, Alexander the Great, who conquered the known world, got a handful. So the time when they wrote it down, for Alexander the Great, it was 500 years after it happened, they wrote it down. And then for Christ, it was within 100 years, they wrote it down. So then you got the accuracy of the text, which is the third criteria of finding out if one of these ancient manuscripts is a good, well-preserved copy. If there was an original, you could just be like Dan Brown and go into the Vatican and change, the one original, and then everybody would think that, Jesus had kids and a family and a normal life. But since there's all these copies, what you can't do is you can't go dig up the copy of Mark that they recently discovered wrapped around a mummy's head in Egypt and change that, because it hadn't been discovered yet. So the accuracy of these copies is 99.6%. So you can argue whether he, walked on water. You can argue whether he raised the dead, but you can't really argue if he existed, because if you do, then you got to throw out Alexander the Great, most of Greek history, because, well, let's just be honest, the New Testament is an embarrassment of wealth when it comes to how much knowledge we have and how many copies compared to the Iliad and all the other Greek texts.
Yeah, I'll submit to you, Larry, that's part of the paradigm of the information reset, by disillusioning people with history. So, like you said, if you have to throw this out, then you have to throw everything out. So if you just set off with the premise that history itself is scandalous, then you've already set the precedent to throw everything out. So now you're at a reset of truth. Now, it doesn't matter whether you believe in Christianity or any of the other things that occurred within history. At that point, you're just being a blank slate. And now you can be positive with whatever new idea, right?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I'm not trying to throw out history. I take it for what it's worth. If some dude wrote down a story, right? If his king told him to do it, or if this guy was locked up under duress at the time, and he wrote it down, I'm not imagining that, hey, this story might be kind of skewed. But if it's documents in the Bible of, someone's family tree, That might be a little more accurate, but still, the milkman could have laid the plumbing down, and that might not be your grandfather. It might have been the milkman. So, like I said, you got to take it for what it's worth. But the thing about Christ is that they asked the Sanhedrin, which is the high court of the Pharisees, and it was like the highest power except for Rome in the land at the time. They said, what are we going to do about this Jesus guy and his followers? And like an elder spoke up. He was like an elder's elder, right? He said, well, there's been plenty of people like them who came and gone. And if there's nothing to the story, then it'll vanish with history. But if there's something to it, and he really was the Messiah, then we couldn't stop it even if he tried. So, according to the Sanhedrin, they said that basically, if it really is, he's the Messiah. They couldn't stop it if they tried.
Yeah, it's touchy, It's touchy.
Well, the thing is, whether you believe in Christianity at present or not, obviously, if you don't yet believe in it, then this would apply to somebody, is that it does have, out of the myriad of world religions, quote unquote, it does have a mutually exclusive truth claim that is different than all other world religions, which is part of the reason why it's not included in any of the syncretic push towards the New World Order or the New World One religion. It's excluded at every turn. All the other religions could get along. Like you've seen this thing coexist, right? This little sign where it shows all the different religions getting along. Well, Christianity can't get along with all those religions. And now, whether you believe it or not, it really don't matter. It is powerful. It is pertinent to history. It's definitely pertinent to the flat Earth discussion in the light of the Catholic Church and George Lamont and the Big Bang Theory and heliocentrism and all of that, right? It's all connected. And it's connected to the post-temple Pharisaical, Talmudic, Judaistic alternative religion that was competing against Christianity. They were unhappy that Christianity was taken over and Judaism was going, the way of the dodo, or at least their version. And that's where some of these tendrils went forth into the future and became institutions like the Jesuits and all these other things. They've all been working in the back burner to reinstate the, whatever version of religion that they wanted. And of course, to that end, like I said, Christianity is excluded. And anyone who believes in Christianity proper, the concept itself, being any classical sense, would be under their rules worthy of execution. And part of their goal is to enact those rules. Some call it reenacting the Noahide laws or whatever, but it's all going to be under the guise of one world religion and syncretism. But like I said, you don't have to believe in either of these religions. It's irrelevant. The point is that they believe it and they're acting on it behind the scenes, and it's affecting your life whether you realize it or not. And it's been affecting your life since before you were born with the heliocentric paradigm.
How do you know they believe in it though?
It's all part of the plan. Well, because they have a cultural history that goes back thousands of years in writings. They fought wars over it, et cetera, et cetera. So, I mean, by any measure, that would be a good measure to say they believe in it. Obviously, I can't see inside their mind. And like I said, it doesn't even matter if they believe it, to be honest. They act on it as if they believe it. And the actions are what's dangerous to other people.
Yeah, but... Oh, okay, you're talking about the, yeah, okay.
Like this whole, like, think about, like, this whole, like, we're in a flat earth server, and we're talking about flat earth versus heliocentrism and all the world control system, right? They've been working on this for millennia. You know, they have a plan, and they know what they're doing. And they're actually, whether we realize it or not, you know, a lot of flat earthers are full of themselves thinking that they've come to this truth on their own and that they haven't been played a hand by the powers that be, right? And to be fair, some have, but most have been fed it from the mainstream, whether it's YouTube or whatever other social media. They've been given the idea. This idea, this resurgence of flat earth has been posited in the culture by some entity out there that did it on purpose at this time in our history for a reason. And rest assured, they have a plan. And releasing and people adopting and all the discussion about heliocentrism, about where we are in the world, where we are in the universe, where we came from, who our creator is, what we're supposed to be doing. They want all of that to be reset so that they can syncretize a new world order and a new world religion. And so in order to do that, they have to dissolve all the other ties. And what better way to do it than to basically upturn almost all religions, upturn almost all cosmologies, and upturn almost all histories, until where now you have a blank slate, and who are you going to trust at that point? Well, obviously you say to yourself, I'm going to trust myself because I'm a good person to myself. I wouldn't lie to myself. I will scrutinize. I will discover the truth. I will look at the data and make my own decisions. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, they're feeding to you what data they want you to make these decisions about. And they're feeding you the culture in which you exist to make these decisions. And you think you're doing it by yourself, but just like in the writings that they've had before, they've laid out their plans, exactly how they're going to do it. And so far, it's been going the way they said it's going to go. Like you remember, I don't know if you remember, but back in the day, there was Yuri Bezmenov, right? Yuri Bezmenov was a defector from Russia, and he came over and said the communist plan, right? How to do Marxist language takeover, how to infiltrate the banks, how to infiltrate this social club, and this and that, and this and that, right? And eventually the whole social sphere will change in the Western world. And people were like, oh, that's crazy. But guess what? Almost everything he said came true already. So they told us their plan, right? You could call it a warning, or you could call it some people think it's that they have to do that. It's part of the rules of the game. You know, on a higher level, like you said, you believe in God, like there's a certain hierarchy of the rules that they have to follow, like the rules of war. And part of those rules, people believe, is that they must tell everyone what their plan is. Right? And that way, in some weird sense, the masses are consenting to it by not fighting against it, by not resisting, and by slowly accepting these subtle changes, whether it has to do with the way we deal with money, the way we deal with society, the way we deal with our families. We slowly but surely, as a society, not individuals necessarily, because some are bucking the system, obviously, but as a society, in general, we are accepting all of these changes with open arms. Give me more, give me more, give me more. And they say, gladly, we'll gladly give you the next step, since you so graciously accepted this step.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like today, they overturned Roe v. Wade. Tomorrow, they, do something else. And then the next day, they do something else. And everyone thinks there's progress. But behind the scenes, they're playing both sides. They give you a little to the left. So you think, oh, things are going that way. And then all of a sudden, they move it a little to the right. And you're like, oh, things are just going back to normal. But see, the problem is you've already been moved so far to the left. Going back to normal is so far from the previous normal. So eventually, like a frog getting boiled, the old cliche, they finally reach the point where you're cooked. And all along, you thought you were making progress for freedom or progress for free speech or progress for your family. But at every turn, you were basically ceding the point to them without even realizing it, because you had no other choice, because the logistics in your environment were created in a way to make it an offer you couldn't refuse.
Yeah, it's complex. It's very complex.
You know what, my friend? I don't know what the answer to this, conundrum between you and I, because it's a pretty big one, right? But it's not the end of the world. It's not worth me and you being enemies over. We've known each other for a long time on the internet, not in real life. But I would say go find a Talmud and find what the rabbis said about Jesus, what they said about him, and read it for yourself. And, decide for yourself, why would they say that? Because on one hand, you got a guy named Matthew, allegedly, who's making a really strong case that he's, a Messiah from the line of David. And then on the other hand, you got some rabbis who's saying that he's boiling hell in human excrement. So, those are two controversial statements, right? And I guess it would be up to you to figure out which one's true. So look at both sides of the coin and do your own diligence. And I would say, you got 100 years or so to figure it out. Good luck.
Wow. Must be drinking kale every day.
Right. Yeah.
You're gonna live to 100 and you're already like 25. Another 100 years, it's 125. Holy moly.
Well, I just figure everybody's going to tap out about 100 eating the American diet. So I've already counted 25 of those years. Basically, is how I'm doing my math. You as a man got about 100 years to figure it out, unless you like playing with rifles and hand grenades in the army now. I'm at home.
Hey, did you ever see? So there's this thing where they said that people that live to like over 120 years start to grow a third set of teeth.
What?
Yeah, for real. Crazy. So like, like the old sayings where like, people would live to a few hundred years or even up to 1,000 years, right? And so, from our point of view, we're like, man, how could you live 1,000 years with no teeth, right? Because we suffer from not having the teeth. But obviously, we have a more advanced corrosive diet to our teeth. But, if it's the case that you get a new set of teeth when you get to about 120, and you just take away the idea of sugar and stuff, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Because I thought to myself before, it's like the way teeth work when you're a kid, right? They don't work like anything else that you have. Your fingers grow out. They don't grow out and fall off and then new fingers come. But your teeth do when you get your adult teeth. So it's like there's absolutely no reason why they can't regrow. It's just pure genetics, basically. And the apparatus is all there. So I always wondered to myself, man, why can't you just regrow a set of teeth? And I actually, in part of my searching through flat earth stuff and all kinds of truth community stuff, came across, one thing I came across was the eyeglasses conspiracy, right? So there's like some Italian company that owns like 80% market share of eyeglasses in the United States and a lot of the Western world. And they push for corrective measures, right? So when I was growing up, and I'm sure you experienced this too, people would go to the eye doctor and they'd get corrective lenses and eye exercises, and you were supposed to do them, and then you wouldn't need glasses, right? So it'd fit. Whereas now, you just show up and they give you a stronger prescription every time. Pay us more money, here's this new prescription. Pay us more money. And so I found a similar thing with teeth. I saw this whole subculture of people that basically regrow their teeth. And I don't mean from complete. It's like you need the dentin or whatever it is that's the core. If you don't have that, then you can't do this. But like they put minerals, and they keep their mouth healthy and they put minerals on it. And there's a way like your teeth recoat themselves with the minerals.
Yeah, you need the enamel. You need enamel.
Yeah, so the enamel will recoat as long as you have whatever it is underneath it. But, it's not like overnight. You have to do it in a process. And it kind of it made sense to me from a sense like other diets. But you have to have that pH balance and like whatever minerals in your diet. And then it'll just almost like, you electroplate something where it's just like a chemical, or you chemical dip something where you coat the top with a very thin layer. And like your teeth, I basically found out like your teeth can do that. So you have like a small cavity, right? And then you just do this method and it teeth heals. You don't go to the dentist and he drills a huge hole and fills it with metal. But guess what? Both of those things I just described take. They take effort, patience, right? And you have to wait for the result, which our culture just doesn't like anymore. Now it's just I want my kid to see, and I don't want to sit there and have him do exercises, so just give me the next glasses.
Dude, speaking of teeth,
I do remember that, bro. They would tell you to exercise your eyes, focus hard, focus good.
Bro, speaking of teeth, I just had to have like 4 cavities filled, bro. My teeth are horrible. But I was gonna ask you, what is there like any specific like toothpaste that you use?
Dude, I'm way past. For myself, I'm over that. But my mom used to swear by just brushing your teeth with baking soda, and of course, obviously, people swear that fluoride's bad for you. Even though, like, when I was a kid, they kept telling you, you need fluoride. Now, guess what? And this is interesting now that you mention it. I remember the propaganda for fluoride was that somehow fluoride helps the process of the recoating of your enamel, which I just described earlier. So it's interesting how in the mainstream, they promote this idea of getting your teeth fixed at a dentist, like basically getting a body work on your teeth, rather than holistic healing. But simultaneously in the mainstream, they have fluoride, which was touted as helping that coating process of your teeth to re-enamel themselves. So it's almost like a contradiction. It's very subtle. It's very subtle the way they do these things. It's like, I call it ideological inoculation, right? Where you're given an idea and then your brain basically accepts it and the contrapositive simultaneously, and it leads to inaction. So for example, there's a lot of those things that have happened in the past few years, right? Where you're given both sides simultaneously, right? Like the controversy and the solution at the same time. And then it basically leads to you yourself doing nothing, right? Because you're like, oh, it's solved already. But really, it isn't. It's just posited as an idea that it's solved. And so you just can be comfortable that it's being solved. So you're like, oh, I don't need to worry about it. Someone's taking care of it somewhere. And I've noticed that in a lot of things.
Yeah, but yeah, the teeth though, like I stopped using fluoride years ago, you know. I just refuse to use it. I think
yeah, I found, you know what else I found hard was getting rid of soy and getting rid of high fructose corn syrup. Like trying to find food that doesn't have those things in it.
Yeah, like dentists, they don't tell you about, you know, your diet. They just give you a tube of fluoride and say, here you go. You know? Yeah, I think I don't know. I think dentists are full of shit, to be honest. But
no, that's proctologists.
I've had a lot of dentists do me solids throughout my life. I needed help. Broke my front teeth out one night at a party. They fixed it real quick, and I still have this stuff on my teeth. They said it was going to last 5 years. It's lasted almost 10. I've had countless oral surgeries to fix gum stuff. My dentist says a lot about diet. He says that most of what people consume is the problem. Smokers, drinkers, sugar addicts, all three. It fucks your mouth up, fucks your teeth up. So
yeah, that's
I used to play. I used to sit in front, play. I used to sit in front, and play video games, and you know, like boxes of Willy Wonka candy. Take the whole box and just one right after the other, nonstop.
Yep. So I was just saying that because there are some dentists out there that know what they're doing, and there are a lot of them who are full of shit too. Yeah, a lot of them. So it just depends.
Yeah, but even that, you're explaining like we had a catastrophic failure already. You know, so it's really.
Well, yeah, they fixed me up, but I mean, like maintaining my teeth, I do what my dentist says, and I have great teeth, and I put it through a lot of shit before. So I don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's a gray area.
Yeah, we had this guy in my unit where he had like the most beautiful teeth, and everyone would tell him all the time, "Dude, why are your teeth so crazy? What do you do?" And all he would say, all I do is just brush my teeth. That's it.
Yeah. Some people are blessed, man. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's genetics. Yeah, a lot of it's genetics.
Yeah, he didn't even floss. He didn't even floss, bro. And you know your dentist says to floss.
If you can hack it, floss twice a day. If you can fit it in, do it gently. You know, don't dig up in there. Just clear it out twice a day.
I just want my teeth replaced with a mono tooth, like almost like Jaws from Moonraker.
Like a cartoon one tooth.
Yeah, one big tooth across. Now, obviously, it would still have the striations, so it looked natural, but it'd just be one big block of like titanium or something really gnarly.
I feel like that wouldn't work.
Like, I don't know. Bite through cables.
Yeah, see, like I went to the dentist like a couple days ago, and I have an open bite for some reason, so I have to go to an orthodontist now, and I don't know if I'm gonna need.
Yeah, they're gonna make money off you.
Yeah, I might need surgery. I have no idea.
Okay. Are you experiencing any like physical symptoms that it's hard to get through your day because of?
Yeah.
Whoa, shit!
Yeah.
What's happening?
Nah, I'm just, I'm grinding my teeth. That, I just tell. I could just, it's just hard. It's making it harder to speak. I just have a bad open bite.
Crazy. Okay. Well, then you got to fix it.
I might. It's my jaw though. I might need surgery. I don't know.
Did you get in a lot of fights?
Yeah.
All right. Only takes a couple gnarly hits to fuck your shit up. So.
Yeah, but my also tongue thrusting. Apparently, I don't know.
Tongue thrusting. Shit. No, you know what? That is a good problem to have, I'd say.
Yeah. So I hope I don't need jaw surgery, but I might. I may. So.
When I was researching all that stuff, I came across this girl who was telling her life story, and it was like she had something wrong with her enamel or whatever. It was basically like she couldn't produce enamel, so her teeth were basically all dentin, right? So basically just like a hard candy with the shell sucked off of it, just waiting to be emulsified. And she would explain like she'd wake up with chunks of her teeth, spitting them out, and she lost all her teeth like before she was a teenager. But somehow she came into the fortune of being able to have a complete refit of her teeth. But they let her design them like exactly the way she wanted. So they put this like standard, tooth the way they said, and then she looked at them. She said, "Oh, I want these teeth to be a little sharper here, and a little more angled here," until she liked the way they look. So I thought that was pretty cool. So it's like, if you can afford it, obviously that's like in the 30 grand range. But if you do have catastrophic failure on most of your teeth, then you do at least get the option, if you can afford it, to have like designer set of teeth exactly the way you want. She got the little canines, the little extended canines. Not vampire teeth, but you know how some people have those.
Yeah.
So I had a really high pain tolerance coming up, and I'm not sure if I pulled a couple extra or if I wasn't born with them, but I don't have all of my teeth, but I've never had any pulled. So I've only been to the dentist like a couple times in my life to get chipped teeth repaired, which they've lasted pretty good over the years. But yeah, I have a overbite. I just bite over the underbite and chew my food. I guess mine is as bad as some people. I've seen some people who had to have like surgeries or corrective braces or whatever, but yeah, I've had very, very few problems with my teeth. I developed my first cavity when my adult teeth came in. So top left back corner, I think I got a cavity back there. It's the first time I've ever experienced tooth sensitivity in my entire life. And that didn't really start till I got into like my late 30s. So I think it grew in too close to the other tooth, and I always get like food stuck back there. So I think that's why I have a cavity. Just one though, in 40 years.
Just one, wow. Did you ever have a problem with your gums or just your teeth?
No, just playing football, crack a tooth. Somebody threw a football at me, it hit the phone. 1980s dial-up phone, and then the phone hit my tooth and chipped my tooth. And then I think playing soccer, this kid threw the soccer ball at me, hit me in the face right before I beat his ass into a corner, and chipped my tooth. So I've had a couple of those repaired. But other than the impact, one cavity. And I don't know. I'm not really like hardcore about brushing my teeth. I use just kind of toothpaste with no fluoride in it. And in the past, I've used baking soda and coconut oil.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like there's enough, I feel like there's enough fluoride in the water as it is. So, I just don't, plus fluoride, I don't know. I don't know. Don't feel like I need it. But yeah, you know, supposedly if you have a lot of, you know, if you have injuries to your jaw and stuff like that, it can, you know, affect your teeth and your gums. I didn't know that until my dentist told me, but you know, now I know.
So I chewed tobacco for about 4 or 5 years, real heavy, and took down my gums, my lower front gums, pretty bad, to the point where so I didn't get like surgery. I quit doing it, but I didn't have anything done to it. So they just kept getting worse anyway because they're already receding, and once they get past a certain point, they just keep going. And anyway, so I had to have gum surgery, and I'll tell you what, like I was interested in the process and everything. I got to, you know, I dug deep on the information about it and such because I'm a hypochondriac anyway. But my dentist is amazing, and he explained and showed me all the stuff and how he did it and what he did, and the shit that he did to fix my gums is it's out of this world, like mind-blowing medical science kind of shit that I didn't know. Like, how did people learn this? You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, yeah, so I, like, my gums are like halfway back, which is crazy compared to how they used to look. And they like healed and developed a little bit of new gum. And I, you know, I just don't even know how the fuck all that happened, but it's crazy stuff sometimes that these dentists can do.
So you
drill a hole under each gum, under each tooth, and then pull it forward and up where it was supposed to be.
No, he did some nutty stuff. He took skin from the inside top of my mouth, where the soft palate, and then he put it up front and sewed it all in there in between my teeth and shit, dude. It was nuts. It was nuts.
All right, you're about to get Paula Deaned.
What's that?
Oh man, you're gonna find out.
No.
So when you say the N-word like 25 years ago, and then lose everything you got, all your sponsors.
Perfect.
I was just talking about gums and stuff, man.
Oh yeah, Paula Dean coming at you.
Yeah, KJ uses good stuff. KJ uses good toothpaste. Check it in live stream voice text.
Yeah, it's great. I recommend it.
Oh, charcoal, yeah. And coconut oil,
It
yeah.
tastes terrible and it's very messy, but it works well.
All right, this girl is famous for having her teeth redone down in Savannah. That's not the best picture of her teeth, but
well, those are some chompers, though, eh? It's all fake. So what they do a lot of times is they'll just dig your entire. Listen, they'll dig your entire mouth out and they'll give you a brand new set of gums and teeth. That's what they'll do. They'll just surgically replace your fucking mouth, the whole thing.
yeah. So she was like a poster child for this one guy who I can't remember his name. He's a big dentist down in Savannah, and that's where her restaurant is. So she's a famous cook, if nobody knows.
Yeah, I've heard her name a bunch.
So, like, she was advertised for the total mouth restoration. Like, she had it done there at that dentist. So,
yeah,
like,
it's
they
clear.
basically you get every single tooth either replaced, like each one individually, or lately they came out with this thing called All on 4, where they basically give you a complete. It's like a permanent denture that's riveted into your head with 4.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm talking about. It's a brand new half of your face.
That does look like, you know what? The more I look at that picture, the more it looks like the little icon for like a horror movie or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Grandma's Chompers.
Grandma's Chompers. Like, in the red
Grandma's
background.
Chompers 3.
And just
I got
like
my new
blood
teeth,
lettering.
kitties.
All the more for me to eat you with.
This summer, Grandma's Chompers. 7. This summer. Don't go over to Grandma's tonight. I don't know why. I don't know where I was going to go with that. I'm too tired to do the fucking voices.
Well, maybe, you know what? It could be about, so the dentures that she used to have get jealous, right? And then they come out of the little denture case and chase her down.
Yeah.
You remember those little wind-up teeth?
Yeah, the wind-up
chase people
teeth,
down?
Yep. I also remember a wax candy that was like teeth that you would put in. I don't know. It was weird.
Yeah, I got a night guard now. So my dentist they made me a night guard just to wear when I'm sleeping now so I don't grind my teeth.
Oh, I got a song for you.
Something I should have got years ago. But, you know, more late than never.
I grew up with headgear too, but I think it was 2 years of headgear. No braces though. I said, Mom, I'm not doing braces. I don't care how ugly I get.
Oh man, I don't care, dude.
Right? Fuck braces.
Dude, I don't care if I don't care if I need braces, Invisalign, whatever the fuck, surgery. As long as they fix
Do
my fucking-
Invisalign, man. I'd give that a shot. I've always, well, yeah. Always wondered what that's like.
You know, yeah. Whatever they could do, you know. But, you know. But, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, that's your song, bro. That's your song.
Oh, the Dennis Rodman. Huh. Funny. I used to run on his tippy toes.
Dude, running on your tiptoes is legit.
Tippy toes.
That's how you get stats. Dude, you gotta think about it, man. Animals run on their tiptoes, and they're fast.
See what the fuck's on Netflix, man.
Man, you gotta listen to that song, though. Did you listen? Made it just for you. It's like a teeth grinder's nightmare.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I don't know if it's from PTSD. I mean, I'm not really sure, but you know, like for the past couple of years, I've been grinding my teeth like crazy. You know, in my sleep. I don't know, and it just like worn them down.
I've got one that wore down, but it's because like I had some dental work done that wasn't perfect, right? And so you know how they try to tell you to bite down on this little plate to get your thing to match. It didn't match, so it just ground down my other tooth. Now it's like got a perfect flat spot. But the rest of it's a globe.
Mom, Dad, Bill has.
Oh, that scared me. Random compressor start. Oh man. You guys are animals. How do you stay up so late?
Oh man, how to answer that one?
Well, I'm right here. I'm right here with you.
Yeah.
Can't do it as good as I used to. Once you hit 40, you lose your superpower of being able to stay awake ad infinitum.
Yeah. Maybe.
That's my
I'm
theory.
hoping not to.
My theory is every decade you lose a power.
I will say that I agree in a lot of ways. Some years you use, but here's the deal. I think some you lose nothing, and some you lose two. Some decades. But yeah, I mean, you know, the fire burns, doesn't it? And then it doesn't.
Oh man, I'm finally done for the night. Oh yes.
Nothing. No good movies.
Oh. I'm at the age where what I used to do is I could decide for myself. I'm just going to stay up all night because it's way too late. I might as well just stay up and go into the next day. Now, whenever I try doing that, I just sleep the whole next day away. I fall asleep like right around dawn, and then I'm not awake until like 9 o'clock the next day.
Yeah. Yep.
I was raised by my grandfather.
Great. Got one of those beautiful moths stuck in here. Freaking jerk. You little jerkums. Seriously. Yes. Dude, that thing's massive. Yeah. Dumbass flew right back in. Freaking dumbass. Come here, dumbass. Dumb retard. Alright, that's it. It's go time, Holmes. Oh, he landed on me. Sweet. I got you, buddy. There you go. Good job, Holmes. And stay out.
Hey, Dave, you still here, bro?
Yeah.
All right, man. I gave you this book to read. It's a really good book if you could stomach it, and maybe it would shed a little light on maybe some things that you're misunderstanding. So, you ever heard "Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater"?
No.
Well, it's like the phrase that, just because the washing machine's broke doesn't mean you should throw it out. Maybe it just needs like a $10 switch, right? Or just because, someone lies sometimes doesn't mean they can't tell the truth some other times. So even a broken clock is right twice a day. Never heard any of that. Anyway, I sent you a book, man. It's a book that really inspired me, and it was definitely one of the books that you should pay close attention to if you get the chance, bro. And the only reason I'm sending it to you is because you asked some questions, and it kind of made me think of this.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Why not?
This one.
How big is the book? How long is it? What, are you gonna post a link? Oh, is this it? Game of life. How to play it. 1925. Wow. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Who were you just talking to?
So you just sent me a book.
Oh, Larry.
Yeah.
Cool. He's not in the voice text though. Voice chat rather. Man, I need to go to bed.
Oh. Yeah, me too.
I can't stop watching these fucking dance videos. These dudes are so amazing. All right. Well, shit. Watch that last one if you guys didn't watch any of the other ones. That one's fucking yuck.
Oh man.
Wasn't he? Oh, never mind. Wait, where did Larry go?
To bed. Probably to bed, bro.
Oh, because he just said he was gonna send me a book. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, sometimes people go to sleep involuntarily.
No, I got the
But
book.
maybe-
I just, I don't know. I guess he sent me it and then down. Yeah, I'm getting fucking tired. Fucking 3:30.
I think Larry did send you the book.
Yeah,
The
someone
Game
just sent
of
me.
Life and How to Play It.
Yeah.
It's right here in the live stream voice text.
Okay, let me see.
I'll tag you.
Yeah, right here. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I'll fall asleep tonight, listening to it.
I'm probably gonna listen to it as well. It's good that it's an audio. It's in audio, so that sounds like a good idea, actually.
Yeah, why not? Yeah. So it's only like 2.5 hours, so it's not bad.
Master Key Society. They get a subscribe from me.
Game of life. I've played it. Well, definitely sounds interesting. For sure. All right, thanks, Jamsey. Smoke another cigarette. Pass the fuck out.
think there's holes in both theories from what I've seen. So I'm just I don't really, to be honest with you, David, the reason why I don't get into it is because there's a lot of division and there's a lot of negative energy that weighs in on it. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't, and it's not going to change my life, even if we find out it is flat. But
I 100% disagree with that. Yes, there's negative energy if you allow it, and we'll have this conversation. It's going to be.
Hello and welcome to the Syncretism Society podcast, episode 8. My good friends, as you can tell, my dear friend Santos is not sitting beside me today. Earlier today, his father, Victor Bonacci, passed away at hospital, and I just want to send out the greatest and largest condolences and prayers to him and his whole family. We're all with you, my brother, and we're supporting you all the way through, as you know. So Logan will be sitting in today as our dear guest. Yes. And we have a very, very, very special guest today. You all know him very well. Mr. David Weiss. Round of applause, guys.
No, come on. I don't know if they all know me. I mean, I am outspoken a little bit. But
they all know you, David. They all know you.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Yeah. So it's amazing to have you on here. Really excited about the content that you've been providing. I've been watching you for a while now.
Okay.
And I was saying how you literally, I'm not going to go and say the word, but you literally take a nice all over all the Globers. Nice one. Nice big one.
You know what? It's so easy to do, and people that they're, we have our dedicated Globers who basically are soulless, channels for Satan or whatever you want to call it. But then there's just the normal people that are like, oh, flat earth is stupid. And they don't understand their own model, and they don't understand our model. They think that we're a disc floating in space, which you've seen me show every time. And that's crazy. We're not that, and they've been to the Flat Earth Society. We're not that. That's not us. That's crazy. And I would think that flat earthers are stupid too. Here's what I just want to clear up. When we say the earth is flat, there's hills and valleys and stuff. So it's not flat like that. We live on a plane with hills and valleys, and we don't know what's under it. Nobody knows whether ball or flat. We don't know how many dimensions are above us or below us. There's so much we don't know, but we know that we don't know. Ballers think they know it all. One thing that we all know for sure, that anyone that's researching, is that we don't live on a spinning space ball flying through an infinite space vacuum. We didn't evolve from pond scum.
For sure.
I mean, maybe some have, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I could point some out downstairs.
Yeah,
from our studio for sure. There's a couple, but man, I'm so excited to have our audience look at some of your content, man, and let's get into it, man. Before we get into it, if possible, my friend, can you just give us a little bit of background about you and how you got into the flat Earth?
Imagine a teenage girl being grabbed by the ankle and dragged into a pit of alligators that are very hungry. That's how I got into flat Earth, right? Because I was forced.
Alligators.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was just horrible. I was like, flat Earth. I was doing a conspiracy podcast, and I hate the word conspiracy now just because it's so psyopted. But I was looking into all of the deceptions, the New York one, Connecticut, the marathon, all that stuff, and I was doing great work on it. And working with tons of other people. And then people said, hey, look into flat Earth. And I was like, oh, that's funny. Ha, ha, ha. And then they'd send it again. I'm like, okay, you're banned from ever listening to my podcast again. And then I was forced by Sophia Smallstorm to take a look. Right? I was like, not you too. And I went in closed-minded, planning to debunk it. Just going to end this. This is dumb. It's the dumbest thing ever. And I thought it was the dumbest thing ever because of all of the programming I had to believing what flat Earth isn't. What, they wanted me to believe something that it really isn't.
Yeah.
And then when I started understanding, I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but it's all online. I got to prove this myself. Spent $1,000, bought a Nikon P900, good tripod. And I went down to look at something that should have been 66 feet over the curve. And there it was. And I could see the water, the surface of the water for dozens of miles beyond it, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature. And I'm like, that's not a refraction. That's just there. And then I understood I started looking into how our eyes work, and we have tons of videos explaining the angular resolution limits of your eyes and what
Yes.
happens. That's not the only reason things disappear because of angular resolution. When it's angular resolution only, you take a zoom camera and bring that ship right back into view.
Yep.
Right. So, but then sometimes like, I really can't bring it back. Well, that's because there's miraging going on. There's haze. There's little waves in the, as things go into the distance, something's big and it moves away. It gets smaller and smaller and smaller. So if I had a wave this big, right, it doesn't really block it, right? It doesn't really block it. But as I go away,
Obviously,
that wave isn't getting, I come backwards. That wave isn't getting smaller and it starts blocking. And then everything converges into the horizon. And it's a fake horizon. Clouds at 5 or 10,000 feet, whatever height that cloud deck is, when you look out over the water, just 20 miles away, 20, 30 miles away max, they're already compressed into the water.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And then everything just goes beyond. And it just looks like it's going down.
So I have a question on that for you.
Before we get into we I don't think we recorded this. So Logan, for our guests out there, Logan is neutral.
Yeah, I'm neutral. I don't really care because it's not going to change my life. But anyway, David said he has a reason why.
That's the one thing that triggers me. When someone says, what difference does it make? It's not going to change my life. It's going to change your life.
To hear what you have to say on that.
It's going to change your life.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's awesome. So I like to learn new things. Okay. So I observe the hell out of nature. Okay. Especially being here in the sun in Mexico.
Nature doesn't
lie. And when you're at high noon here on the beach, and I put my hands up. Now I know there's obviously light refraction that plays a role into all this, but when you're putting your hands up above to block out the light, to look at the sun, to me anyway, from my perspective, I see the sun as a specific size. And then on the top deck of my casita, I have a fourth spot where I can go up there and I can watch the sunset. And to me, the sun is bigger as it comes down, what it appears to be going below the horizon than above. Now, if it is going straight across the earth, then to me, it would be the same size and it would get smaller as it moves away from us. And that just is not what has happened since I've been observing it here.
And that's because you do not understand what you're seeing. And tonight, I'm going to teach you all what you're seeing. Okay.
Awesome.
So I'm going to show you guys two tables. Are these the same width and dimension?
Well, I know.
You know.
Yeah, no, I've watched your stuff.
Okay,
on,
so again, so your eyes, it's very difficult. So this is just showing you that unless you can touch it and measure it, you can't really tell. So first, let's you guys, you probably have seen this, but I want to show it again because then I'm going to lead into something new that I'm going to show. Have you seen my flat Earth kitchen? Seen this?
Yes, I've watched your video on this.
Just real quick so people can see it. We're looking.
This is for our guests for sure.
We're looking at the sun from the elevation of the sun. This line is level. Yes, it's level. I verified it in the full video, but you can see that it's level. Here's my counter. Here it is moving along. This is it can be a cloud deck or a mountaintop, whatever. It's opaque and it's above it. Now we're going to look at the view of the same path from the table, from the far end of the table, and look at the line. It looks like it's going down. If I showed you this first and said, is this line level? You would say, no, it's going down. And look, it never went below this, but this is from the viewer's point of view at your eye level. This is compressed into the horizon. Look at the line now. It's almost going straight down. Okay. So this is just without any atmosphere, refraction, magnification, nothing. Okay. Now we compare it to a real sunset. And look, it goes behind. This is the real sunset, an atmospheric deck. So this is that cardboard bottle thing I had. Right. Yep. But your eyes can't see the difference between that line and the apparent horizon. And it all crunches together and it all just disappears beyond this cloud deck, atmospheric deck of opacity. So now we're going to talk about perspective. So when you watch something go away, it gets smaller. Bam, it just goes away and it gets smaller because you are at the same level as that thing. As it goes away, it gets smaller. Nobody disagrees with that. So this is perspective, and it literally goes away until it disappears. Now, these lines are all level, but look at these lines here. These are almost going straight down, okay? This is a hallway, and it's level, but your eye perceives these as going down. So here we have a sun that's already elevated, okay? It's really going straight across, but due to perspective, it goes down, and this is what an observer would see. This is like a cross view of it. And this is what you would see. Though this sun is just going down due to perspective like I just demonstrated. Okay. So I forget what the name of the effect is. So here are the train cars. It's already reduced.
Yeah.
And as it goes away, it really doesn't change size very much. So this is a cartoon. Let's look at it in reality. Here's two balls, okay, that are the same size, 6 feet apart. The one in the distance is way, way, way small, okay? So we have a camera looking at it. One's very close, one's very far. It shrank already, as things do as they go into the distance. But when we lift the camera up, straight up, not getting any closer to the other one, watch what happens, okay? Because when something is already away from you, its perspective drop gets less and less. And at 7 feet high, they're pretty much the same size, right? So if I move this ball along the track, it's not going to get any smaller. And perspective tells you it's going down, okay? This is all just a trick of the eyes.
Yeah.
And that's how it works. Now, here's another thing. There's two more things I'm going to tell you. One, as that sun is going away, as it becomes lower and lower, you're looking, like when you're looking at the sun above you, you're looking through just a little bit of atmosphere. But when you're looking at the sun away from you and it's already dropped, you're looking at it through all of the atmosphere. And when you're looking out over water, there's moisture in that air. So as the sun is going away, remember, it's already up. It's not going to get much smaller. It's also being magnified a little bit sometimes, not every day. That's why sunsets look at different sizes on different days, okay? It's called atmospheric magnification. That just plays a little part. And then the last thing is it's really not bigger. When you see, the next time you guys have an opportunity to see a moonrise or moonset that is gigantic on the horizon, well, you go, wow, that's big. It's not. It's the same size as this one above you. And the way to do it, you know, you think like, wow, look at that moon. You take a picture and you look at the picture and go, oh, it looks tiny, right?
Yeah.
But you look at it, it's gigantic.
Huge,
it's your
yeah.
mind. Here's what you do. Sounds gay. It's not. Turn around, spread your legs, bend over, and look at the moon upside down through your legs. And
What's
it will
gonna
be
happen?
tiny.
You're kidding me.
It will be tiny.
Why?
Because your brain short circuits and it can't.
Oh my God.
It's totally a short circuit. It's the way we see things. We don't
kidding
see.
me.
Yeah. So the whole argument of the sun not getting smaller, and by the way, it does get smaller many,
Ryan,
many,
you
many
hearing this?
times, depending
We're
on
gonna
the.
try it out later.
Yeah. Is it a full moon? Look at my
No, it was a few days ago.
Yeah. So, well, it might be big enough, but this was taken by a soldier in Afghanistan. Super dry, not over the water, and no humidity, and the sun just goes away. Paul McCartney knows the fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. And this, look, we are spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Why isn't that sun going down? It's just going away, and it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller until you can't see it anymore. Okay. So,
and then you zoom in and then you'll see it again.
well, here's one. Looks like this one's setting over the water, right? But as I showed you before in my kitchen one, you can't see that there's space between the sun and the water. And when you zoom in, because, you know, these clouds over here are the same size, height as the ones above you. But when you zoom in, oh, look, it's not touching the water. It's still up there.
Oh.
And then over distance, like right here becomes opaque, and the sun will just go behind that. And it looks like it's going down. It's not. We showed you that with the perspective. And it looks like it's disappearing behind the horizon, but it's not. There is no physical horizon. We can see too far. It's all nonsense. Next.
I love this guy.
That was a good explanation.
It is. It is. That's why it's so.
That was a good
It's very simple to
Yeah.
fall into the flat Earth because
So
it's all the
here's the
proof
thing.
is the pudding.
Sorry, I just get very excited.
Yeah, I would be too.
When you're looking at things that you can't touch, there's many reasons. Like people say, well, why do the stars rotate in the opposite direction in the south? Well, if I'm sitting here watching the stars spin around me and they're coming from my left shoulder to my right shoulder, so they're going this way, right? Left shoulder to right shoulder.
Right.
Well, if I was in the south and I was over here, they're going from my right shoulder to my left
your
shoulder.
left, yeah.
And they're not going in a different direction. Here's what you just think about this. No matter where you are in the earth, the stars, the sun, and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. They're all going in the same direction. Okay. Whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise, just has to do with the direction that you are facing. They all rise in the east, set in the west. They're all spinning around like a perfect clock above us.
Of course, guys. If the globe's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, we're traveling through space. it's 66,000 miles per hour. Do you think the celestial, the stars, would stay in the exact same positions?
We're
centuries
chasing
and
the sun
millennia, over and over again?
4.5 billion miles a year we move.
Yeah,
4.5 billion, and there's
billion.
no parallax, no
None.
parallax ever. But
Come
NASA says that they can measure parallax from like June and then December, when we're on the other side of the sun, 183 million miles, and they can tell by the parallax on how far they are, right? But what about the 4.4 billion miles that we moved, in the course of a year? And then when you talk about these speeds and distances, people have no friggin' idea. Let me just show you. Watch this. This is the hypersonic sled. It's going to go by Mach 8.4. Don't blink. Okay. Did you see it?
Whoa.
Okay.
That's
Did you
Mach
see it?
8.4?
This is Mach 8.4.
Wow.
We are orbiting the sun 10 times faster than that. And we are chasing the sun 90 times faster than that.
Insane.
And all of these orbits, all of these motions are not straight. Like they're elliptical motions. Imagine you're in a car on a perfectly smooth road and you have a dinner plate and you fill it with water to the edge and you're going perfectly straight on a perfectly smooth road. That's fine, right? But when you take a little bit of a turn, that water is coming right off the plate. But we have lakes that look like this. We are going 10 times and 90 times in two different directions faster than that hypersonic sled, but we have lakes that don't do this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the high priest of scientism, he says that because of the spin of the Earth, the water bulges at the equator. Well, that makes sense. I get it. It makes sense. It was 14 miles high. 14 miles high? If I left Alaska and I wanted to fly to Santiago, I'm only flying at 5 miles high. At what point do I triple my height, triple my normal cruising altitude to skim over a hump of water? Okay.
Well, I don't think they promote its actual water. They said that over the billions of years of development of the Earth, that it's turned into oblate spheroid. So it's not the water itself that they're talking about. They're talking,
bro.
Yeah, exactly. The BS that they're pulling is that the thing has turned into this oblate spheroid. It's no longer a sphere. Meanwhile, I've
so what does gravity follow the contour of that?
It's
like
all
you're going
nonsense.
and gravity goes
It's
up,
all
now
nonsense.
go up, now go down. It's the dumbest thing ever. Here, you know,
of course it is.
You know my Bitcoin challenge. I have a Bitcoin challenge on my app. If you watch the daily video every day for 2 weeks and you still think the Earth is a globe, do you know about it?
No.
Oh,
Enlighten us.
have you seen my app?
I know about your app. Yes, for sure.
All right. I'm going to show you the app in a minute. We're going to go over seasons, then I'll show you the app, and then I'll tell you my challenge. And then I got another challenge. The first challenge, you get 3 Bitcoins. The second challenge, you get 100 Bitcoins.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. First of all, you got 100 Bitcoin?
I'm going to give 100 Bitcoins.
You
for
got 100
anybody.
Bitcoin, David?
Wait until you hear the challenge. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's.
I'm in crypto myself. 100 Bitcoin.
Nice.
That's no joke.
Are you a
man.
Hexican?
I'm part of the Ripple army.
Ripple, baby.
Oh boy. Good luck. You're either going to make it or not make it.
No,
Yeah,
but right,
we'll see.
Hinman's deposition was yesterday, so we're about to find out what's going on with the case. Yeah, everything's.
I've got some Ripple. All right. So getting back to Logan's questions.
Yes.
Logan, what about seasons? You want to ask that question?
Yeah, actually, since we're at questions, the other one that I observe is the sun's pattern as it spins around according to the flat Earth model, and the amount of daylight and nighttime certain places on the map have. So I was looking at the south of the very south of South America and Argentina, and it having during December it has
As you're saying this, remember daylight and sunlight are 2 different things.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I got you. So the sunrise and sunset gives it about 16 hours of daylight, as well, according to the map here.
Some sunlight mixed in there, yes.
Right, and then you have all the way at the opposite end up in Alaska. I don't know the town, but it doesn't.
It doesn't set at all. Correct.
Right. So how do you manage that kind of aspects?
Yeah.
With the
So on the tilted wobbling space ball, we're supposedly tilted at whatever degrees, right? My green is picking up. So we're tilted. So when the sun is summer, when it's over the Tropic of Cancer, it's summer in the north, and everything has its weather patterns. 6 months later, it's the opposite, and equal latitudes south, should have the same weather, but they don't. It's completely different. Animal life is different. Plant life is different. Everything, weather, light, it's all different. So that kind of disproves the globe right there and leans towards the flat earth model. When I say lean, I mean heavily represents what we're seeing on the flat earth. What we're seeing here, this is a dome, and we have an external light just moving just a tiny bit. And you watch the light patterns. This is the actual light patterns put on the flat earth map from time and date. And you see when the sun moves in, it lights up this area. And when it moves out, it wraps around. So in the far south, the light will wrap. Watch, because it comes around and it wraps around. And it wraps around here. So the sun is long gone because it antarched away from you, hint, hint. Okay. Versus when you're in the north in Norway or Alaska, the sun is arcing around you. Arctic, hint, hint. Okay. So they're telling you what's going on. This is how it happens. If the earth was a spinning globe, besides us all being dead, you wouldn't have light patterns like this. You would have matching seasons at 60 degrees south and 60 degrees north. And when you look in Alaska, there's bison, whatever, moose, all different types of plants. But at equal latitude south, there's almost nothing. There's almost nothing. And that's because the way the sun goes around. So let me pull up my app and we'll talk about seasons and the light patterns. I have to activate it here.
You getting all this, Logan?
Yeah, no,
He's
definitely.
taking it in. It's new information, and we're going to get into why it matters because with all the crap, I listened to your podcast yesterday. You guys were hitting on all the stuff that we're worried about, and this is the most important topic of our time because if we ever get our freedoms back, how long are we going to keep it when the elite, the people that are running this place, they know the truth of this world? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. I'm having an issue. Give me 1 second.
No worries. No worries at all.
What is so go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say about the flat earth. People need to understand that what they're trying to push onto us is the fact that we're so insignificant that we evolved, like you say, from this pond scum, that we're spinning on this globe, traveling through space meaninglessly. And this is what they're taking from us. So it does change everything.
It changes everything.
It changes the whole ball game. So,
all right, Logan. So
here we go. Yeah.
Everything I'm going to say here is really easy to understand. Clear your head from the memorization and regurgitation training you had in all of your schooling. And we're going to learn something new that's very, very simple. All right. And so imagine, before I show you, imagine, Logan, you and I are, where you guys, you're in friggin' Mexico, so you don't even know what snow is, but maybe you know what snow is. Let's say you're here in Connecticut.
York, so I know
you're from New York. All right, upstate New York.
Yeah.
So it's freezing cold, middle of the winter. We're sitting outside in a snowy field for some stupid reason, and we're about 20 feet apart, okay? And we're freezing. And then somebody comes over with a long pole and a big, huge heat lamp and holds it 10 feet over your head. You look up and you're like, I feel that heat. It's coming down on me. That's your summer sun. I'm 20 feet away, and I see that, due to perspective, much lower in the sky. I could barely feel the heat. It's far away, and I don't feel the heat. That's my winter sun. And then they move that light over, straight and leveled, 10 feet over my head. I'm like, ice is melting off of me. It's lower in your sky. It's farther away. You don't feel the heat. That's your winter sun. So right here, and this proves that we're not a spinning ball flying through space. Seasons make 0 sense on a globe Earth. So the sun and the moon are a perfect clock. Right now, we are part of this Earth system. We, as humans, we can't live off of this Earth. We're connected to it, and they're lying to us about the time. The sun should be pinned to the hour hand, but they're telling us it's an hour later than it is for some ridiculous reason. So the sun keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Remember, there used to be 13 months of 28 days. Yep. And as you can see, the sun is catching up to the moon and the moon is waning. The sun will lap the moon once every 28 days. So the moon keeps track of the weeks and the months. Okay? You with me so far?
Yes.
So now I'm going to turn on the stars are also going in the exact same direction. They tell us the moon is going in the opposite direction. It's ridiculous. The sun is going, it doesn't lap the stars don't lap the sun every 28 days like the sun laps the moon. The stars lap the sun once a year. What does that mean? So we were just in the Tropic of Cancer, which has moved past, and now we're in Leo. And it's slowly, Leo is going to get past the sun in about a month. It takes about a month for each one of these to pass. So that's how the sun is in each zodiac. So, so also the sun that we see, we'll get into that, migrates in between the Tropic of Cancer, which is this inner yellow line, and the Tropic of Capricorn. As you can see, it goes pretty warm in Mexico, right over you, just like that heat lamp, right over you. But I'm up here in the north. It's still pretty close. It's not too bad. Australia is having their winter, right? Because the sun is finally, it's coming back. You know, June and July, it was out over here, but now it's moving back towards Australia. If I jump forward to December, the sun is out over Australia. They're having their summer. We're having our winter. Up here in New York, it's freaking cold because look, here's New York. You see my mouse? And the sun's going to come around all the way over here. So far away, like that heat lamp, far away, low in the sky, shorter days, less heat. Like at the high point of the day in December, the highest point of the sun for that day, on a clear day, you can look at the sun here in Connecticut and not even feel the heat on your face. But in June, when the sun is on the horizon, the most severe tilt, if we lived on a ball, that's more than the 23-degree tilt, literally on the horizon, as soon as it shows up, I could feel the heat on my face. That's a much less direct phase. You know, they would tell you there should be an ice age according to mainstream science every morning, but there's not. And it gets worse. In the helio nonsensical bullshit model, they tell us that during our northern summer, we're 3.5 million miles farther from the sun than we are in the winter. So they want us to believe that on December 21st, when I'm looking up at the sun, pretty direct angle, and I can't feel the heat, that we're 3.5 million miles closer than when in June, I look at the sun on the horizon and I feel the heat on my face. This is nonsense. This is complete mind control. They've inverted everything. All right. So real quick, and I'll just get out of the app. Every day, here's the thing. 3 Bitcoins for if you watch the featured video every day for 2 weeks, and then you can come up with 1 proof of the globe. But before you do it, you have to hit the question mark. And when you do, up comes what Google is hiding from you. Right now, they're still on YouTube, but we have plans to move them off of YouTube because of the censorship. But if you say, hey, Dave, what about eclipses? What about gravity? What about ships over the horizon? If I click ships over the horizon, hit open YouTube, up comes a list of videos that Google will not serve you. They don't want you seeing these. They haven't deleted them yet. They've deleted a bunch, but they're in here. And then you watch these and you're like, all right, I got to go test that myself. Don't believe anything I'm telling you. You need to test this yourself. Unlike NASA, we can't verify anything. Also in the app, if you hit the web button, tons of other resources. Our video will be here. When you guys upload the video, it'll be right there under DITRH interviews. Here's my channel, DITRH, the initials for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, short videos. Biblical Flat Earth, amazing stuff, even if you're not into the Bible. And then on the bottom right, one of my favorites is Tartaria and Mud Floods.
Baby. I love that.
And then also I've added Stellium 7, where he's showing mammoths, mountains that were mammoths. You know, I laughed at that until I was forced to watch it again. I'm like, Jesus. Now you go outside and you don't know what the heck you're looking at. It's truly amazing. Tons of stuff. Books. One of my favorites, 16 Emergency Landings that prove flat Earth. I'll show you that in a moment.
Nice.
And another one, the Iron Republic. What's beyond Antarctica? Very, 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 very interesting story. Tons of stuff in there. Tons of resources. And if you're unsure about spending $3 on an app, what's that?
The Iron Republic is what again?
It's a story about. Let me get out of the app. Also in the app, tons of, like, when you're talking flat Earth with somebody, you want to show them some pictures. You're like, oh, you believe in satellites? Like, you believe this is going on?
Is that what people really believe in?
This is what people believe. Look, check this out. Imagine this satellite right here is geostationary, which means this one stays above this point of land, right? Well, the Earth is this is what the Earth is doing. This is what the Earth is doing. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting the sun at at that hypersonic 10 times the hypersonic sled speed and chasing the sun. And that satellite somehow mimics all of those distance, all of those directions, speeding up and slowing down on all of them, and somehow stays over the same point of land. That is nonsense. Complete and total nonsense.
Insanity. It really is
Insanity. And there's so much more. And another feature I'm adding, which is literally I'm testing it this week. I think it's going to need another week or two, but you can find other flat earthers that have the app. You can turn it on and you can say, hey, you know what? I don't want to be invisible. That's fine. Or you can say, hey, just give my general position or give my exact position. So I could be like down in Mexico and say, hey, I want to go grab some tacos. And I'll look at it and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers hanging out in the taco place on the corner. And I'll go in. I'm like, hey, I'm the guy with the gray hat. Come say hello. Like if I was at a beach and someone said, hey, sent me a message like, hey, I'm at this beach. I'm going to the tiki bar. Come say hello. I'm in. I love meeting flat earthers. They're the greatest people on earth. So,
wow.
You said you're in Connecticut?
I am.
Where? That's where
I'm in lower Fairfield County.
Oh, Fairfield. Okay.
Is that okay?
Nice.
Oh man, we need this information out to everyone. Everybody.
You're really tan for Connecticut, though, my friend.
I spend a lot of time on the water, and nice. I enjoy my summers the best I can because the sun cures the C word, and suntan lotion gives you the C word.
That's right.
Oh yeah, big time.
So I don't use suntan lotion. And I also turn my brightness down a little bit because I don't want to be.
Oh, it's good, man.
My light
a little saturated. Going on. Oh, good for you. I'm happy that you get out there in the sun.
Yeah. When are you gonna come visit us, David?
I want to come soon. I'm literally considering moving to Mexico. So
do it. Come to our town, man. Come to our town.
I will. We'll talk about it. So So seasons prove the Earth is flat. Prove that it's not a globe. What else you got? What here? If I said to you right now, what's the number one thing? We've taken the sun shrinking off the table. What's the number one thing that makes you think the Earth is a globe? I'm not even going to say flat. Let's not talk flat. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't think it's a globe.
All right, we're done. We're done
to
here,
be
everybody.
Really clear with everybody that's listening. I'm neutral because I said.
So what do you think it is, though? If it's not a globe.
No,
it's not a flatter plane.
No, I lean more towards the firmament. I believe that we're under something.
Okay.
And I think the Earth is an egg shaped, and we're actually underwater. But it's a little bit of a deep rabbit hole to go down since we're not even kind of getting into that.
I would love to get into that a little bit too. Why not? Let's get into that. My question is this. My question to Logan is this: when you picture the plane that we are on, right? When you close your eyes, what do you see?
Oh, for sure.
Do you see us standing on a sphere? Do you see us standing on an oblate spheroid like Neil deGrasse?
No, dude, I'm not into the globe at all.
So what do you feel that we're on? What do you feel that we're standing on? What is it that you think that we're standing on then? If it's not a globe and if it's not a flat plane, then what is it? Is it a triangle? Is it or what is it?
I mean, we could get into so many different. Well, I mean, obviously, we're on a flat stationary.
So you believe?
I totally am 100% on board with that for sure. But there are many other layers to this whole entire concept.
Absolutely. There's heavenly realms right above us. We can see them. Look at the clouds.
There's things we can't really kind of define, I think.
100%. We're 1,000% on the same page.
That's what I'm after, the stuff that we can't define. Yeah, the stuff that we can't define. David, I have a question for you. This is my last one, right? And I know you'll be the best person to ask. How do you clarify the moon observational points when you're on the flat Earth and everybody's seeing the same exact moon, the picture of it? If you're standing in one area and you look up, you're going to have an exact replica of someone standing in the far north looking at it. Whereas if you're really looking at it from that flat Earth and you're
what do you mean by the same size? You mean?
I'm talking about the same.
No, the same.
I'm about exactly
the same face, but the
like in the south, but it looks like that in the north.
But it does look like it's cartwheeling as it goes across, just because it's turning around. And in the south, it's upside down. Well, if you drew a smiley face on your ceiling and one of you stood at one end of the room and one stood at the other end, one's going to see a sad face, one's going to see a smiley face.
Of course,
that's just the orientation. That's fine. Yeah. But that's people like, well, no, it's because you're upside down. And no, that's mind control. So here's the thing. The things that we see in the sky, I don't believe any of them are physical. They're all, for lack of a better word, projections into our realm through the firmament. right? I don't believe that the sun that we see, and there's so much more evidence coming out. If you've looked into the second sun or the spirit sun, as Crow 777 talks about,
Yes.
and we've seen it during an eclipse when the sun is dimmed enough where you can see the projector. You ever watch a rear view movie on like a hanging sheet or something? You can watch the whole movie on the sheet, but if you look at the sheet real carefully, you can see the projector, the source of that projection. So I believe that the sun and the moon are being projected into what I call our personal atmospheric dome. So each person is inside of the, in the center of each personal atmospheric dome. So watch, the sun's over here. It's set for this person. It's set. And as it comes back, watch this point of light, here it comes, is rising, this intersection right here. So it's noon here. It's, early afternoon here, late afternoon here.
I'm not catching. What do those domes represent?
So these represent the way we see. We can only see a couple hundred miles. And the sun is being projected, and we're seeing it in our personal atmospheric dome. So as it moves along, imagine this being Connecticut and this being California.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So as the sun is moving away, it's noon there. It's noon there. It's late afternoon here. It's evening here. Okay. As the sun moves away, that's how we see it. So it's being projected and it's just moving around. And then, this is an animation, that's an animation. So we can do it in real life and get the same results. So I took a glass dome, if I could find it, it moved. And I got a light and I put it outside the dome and I moved it over. And what we see is I don't see the video. It's gone now. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So this is actually more of sunrise and sunset, but watch, I'm just moving the light across the top, not lowering it. And it looks better in person. You look inside the dome and it really looks like a ball sun. It looks like a ball. Like when you take a magnifying glass and focus it, to burn things, it looks like a ball. And then it never goes below. It just, watch, I'm bringing it back now. It appears on the horizon, sunrise. It rises up through the sky. And noon for the observer, and then it just goes away, and then it fades away. It never goes below. Let me show you I don't know, you guys you've seen this, right? My this is my drone. Freezing cold. It has to be below freezing, no humidity, super clear. And I watched the sun. It went down, down, down in 5 minutes times. It just went down, down, down. And if the earth was spinning, it would keep going, but it didn't. It went down, 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 down. And it stopped and it sat there. Super sped up. It just sat there for 10 minutes. It should have been long gone. And instead of it going down,
oh my Lord.
Instead of it going down, watch. It just
disappeared.
Just disappears.
It just disappeared. This is the
Brother,
most.
is that not
this is
proof
like,
enough? Where was that at? Where was that at?
I filmed this 7 different times from Connecticut. Okay. But you have to be, people are like, well, how come other people haven't filmed this? I'm like, because you don't have retards out there at, it's freezing cold, super clear, flying a drone that's about to drop out of the sky because its batteries are freezing and looking out a sun that it's a tiny little speck, right?
Look at that. Huh.
Yeah.
Is
And it
that
just
proof
fades.
enough?
It fades away.
Is that not proof enough?
That's just, that's.
And but here's the thing, people, it's out of focus. You need a solar filter, right? So
okay.
When you please somebody, when I please the trolls, whatever, I listen. I said, okay. And I went up, I put a solar filter on, and the sun went down, 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 and it disappeared before it even got to the most interesting part, because the solar filter makes it so you can't see the dim light. So then I landed the drone, took the solar filter off, put it back up. Oh, there's the sun. Right? It looked like it's set with the stupid solar filter. That's why when they yell solar filter, what they're saying is put a blindfold on, and you might as well put a muzzle on too. Okay. So again, I filmed this again and again and again. I have a playlist called Sun Fade Out Playlist on DITRH. It's mind blowing when you watch these things. It'll make you cry when you watch it in full. This is what's happening.
Where's this at?
On my YouTube channel, and they're in the app also. On the app, where did the sun go? Hit the question mark. Where did the sun?
What day on the calendar was these?
This one, I don't know. I do them all. I mean, it was cold. It has to be. It's normally November, December, January, February. Yeah. Because once the summer sun comes back, there's too much moisture in the air, and then the atmosphere gets too thick, and then you see it set behind that atmospheric horizon. before it
Besides
fades
just
away.
disappearing like that, it stops.
Right.
It stops its
but
decline.
It literally went down, down, down. It was you can watch it. It's going down, 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 and it stopped.
There is no explanation.
Yeah,
for
that's
that.
well, that's the stuff that you can't explain. That's
No.
yeah.
You can't explain it. The sun's just moving away. It's very simple. The
Yeah.
sun's moving away. Earth is flat. It matters, not the shape of the earth. Like, I used to say when I was dragged in kicking and screaming from the alligators, I said, what difference does it fucking make? I still have to go to work, right? And I had my own company. I was making more money than I ever thought I could make. And then something in the universe said, walk away from it all, Dave. Send this message out, because if we get our freedoms back, how long can we hold it if we're in a prison planet in our mind, flying through an infinite space vacuum where, most of the world has no idea who they are or the power of their mind. They don't want you to know that your thoughts create your reality. This center that you're in, did you help create it?
Of course.
Yeah. So you helped create it because you had positive intentions, you sent it out, and the universe conspires to give you whatever you're thinking about, not whatever you want.
Hands
If you're
down, my
focusing
friend.
on what you don't want, they're going to give it to you. Okay. Focus on what you want and it gets delivered. I have a friend who isn't happy with his job, and he made a comment, and I really felt it, a month ago. He's like, I'm really done with this business. I need to do something else. I'm done with it. Okay. Right. And so he's still plugging away at his job, but all of a sudden his bosses started coming down on him and started laying more and more and more crap on him. And like, look, he's like, I think they're setting me up to fail. Well, that's the universe conspiring to help him out. He's like, you just said you didn't want this, so we're helping you make that move. It's literally like you're in a river and you go with the flow, and the flow is your thoughts. And if you try to stop that river, it's just going to back up until it busts the dam. Okay. So I walked away to bring this to people. The amount of emails I get, people saying, Dave, I was depressed. I was lost. I didn't, wasn't happy. And after I found Flat Earth, my depression went away. I've never been more interested. I've met the greatest people. I went to Flattoberfest, which is a conference we're having in South Carolina in October this year. And life, it gets better. Here's the thing. When you become a flat earther, you lose some friends. Some friends are just like, they can't handle it. And then it's all right. That's their journey. My brother and sister don't talk to me. We never even discuss flat earth, so I don't even know. But you make a new family. Every single flat earther I've met at all these conferences I've gone to are now my best friends. They're amazing. And my app, the Find Other Flat Earthers feature, is going to bring people together. There's going to be babies because of this. Okay.
Little flat earth babies, huh?
I mean, great. So you like talking to flat earthers. What if you were out in town, you flipped up your map and go, hey, there's a couple flat earthers. Wait, let me zoom in. You're like, hey, they're over there at the tequila bar. You're going over there to say hello.
Because you already have more than one thing in common with somebody. If they believe in the flat earth, you already know there's more in common.
Right.
They're awake and aware.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And they're the most interesting people from all walks of life, all socioeconomical levels. They're all awesome. And I always say, if I had a roll of $100 bills and I dropped it at the conference, somebody would figure out whose it was and return it to me.
Wow.
Okay. And you can't say that anywhere else. Flat earthers are amazing people. Amazing people.
I just like people that are in that kind of mindset of challenging everything that's on the norm.
But I heard Santos say it yesterday that he's not going to stop because flat earth is important. When someone says it's not important, that is the worst case of Stockholm syndrome ever. It's not important that you don't know who you are. It's not important that you don't know where you are. That's not important that they're hiding free energy. They're hiding our history. They're hiding more land.
Everything.
They're hiding everything. They're hiding your true potential. And the thing is, everyone's like, I went to lunch with an old friend of mine when I was in the printing business. And as we walked into the place, he went and put a friggin' face muzzle on. And I friggin' yelled at him. And I told him, I called him a lot of names, one being a cuck. And I told him, I was like, what the? He goes, well, I don't know what the rules are. What rules? Here's the thing. The only power government, mind control, govern the mind, is in your imagination. It's just like space, the only thing that's going to space is your imagination. What is beyond the shoreline of Antarctica? Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It contains our world pond. Okay. Yeah. If you're at a pond and you went to the edge and you dug a hole lower than the pond's going to flow out. Antarctica is the highest land on Earth. It's the container of our pond. What's beyond it? Maybe there's more land out here.
That's what I wanted to talk to you
Yeah.
about. I want to really move away. No, not move away, but I really wanted to get into the things that we don't know, the things that aren't factual to us. Yes, everything that you're presenting right now is bare facts. It's absolute evidence. What's outside of? Let's dig deep. Let's see what we could.
Here's a Japanese map showing all of these other continents outside of Antarctica.
Outside. So what do you think? Do you think that the firmament, right, is the dome over our pond? Or do you think the firmament is the dome over all the ponds?
You know, one of the people that came up with I call it the egg theory, the cosmic egg theory. We're here, our sun and moon are circling around, but then there's another sun and moon out here. Maybe Mars and Venus are the sun and moon out here. And I did a little model. I got to film it where I have a distant sun. I have the light out farther away, and then I looked at my dome in the middle, and it looked like a star. I'm like, huh, it looks like just like the way we see it. And then out here is another sun and moon, which would be the sun would be Saturn and the moon would be Jupiter. Right. So these are possibilities. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm called The Outward Flow of Civilizations about where did all the Mayans and the Incans and all of these, civilizations, where did they go? Maybe they flowed outwards with their sun, and then a new sun was born in the middle. Sounds a little biblical, right? So the sun oscillates, it moves. Where the sun goes, people go. Maybe there's more civilizations out here.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It might be underground tunnels leading you to them as well. You don't even.
I would call people that live in the extra land, the extra territory, I would call them extraterrestrials. And if we live in the inner space, they're coming from outer space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so the book that's in the app, and you can find it on YouTube. John the Morgile read the whole book online. It's about a senator that retired, got sick of the politics and everything, and went to Antarctica, and he found an opening, and he was like going through it, and then they came out. They're in the ocean. They were lost for about a month, and they came across some land, and some people came out on a boat and said, "Oi," and they spoke English. And they're like, we're from America. Where are you from? He goes, "This is the Iron Republic." And he's like, "Where's the Iron Republic?" And he goes, "Well, it's on the other side of Antarctica, about the same distance America is." And they're like, "What?" And they went in. This was in the late 1800s. And they were taught, the guy wrote these articles about flat screen TVs and electric cars and levitating things and a whole different advanced society that was living out there. And they said, "Where did you come from?" And they're like, "Well, we used to live where you lived in the 1600s, but we didn't like the tyranny."
So we moved.
Imagine that.
That's interesting, man. You get into the Truman Show and him exiting the stage.
The True Man Show. True Man Show.
Yeah,
man.
Right?
Yeah.
The True Man Show.
Yeah. I actually, it's interesting, David, you're talking about this, and then you were bringing it up because I have somebody that I can't remember who it was. I think her name's Lisa. If you're watching this, thank you, Lisa. But she had sent an email on us being involved in 4 different worlds, and those are the 4 corners. And so we're in this one world where the sun is, and the sun's about to move from this one to the next one, and they don't want you to know that.
Here we go.
Here
we go.
Right.
And that's why are all the elite running to all the elite running to what's off of Australia?
What's that?
The land off of Australia. It's I'm just spacing on the name. I'm having a brain fart.
New Zealand?
New Zealand. Why are all the elite buying property in New Zealand? Because it's out there. If our sun moves outwards, that's going to be the tropical lands. Okay.
Wow.
So I don't know if you guys have seen the Iwaranon stuff. Have you seen that yet?
No. What's that?
Okay, this is mind blowing, and I resisted it at first, but it is
excited.
friggin' mind blowing. Ready? You ready? This is an inverted picture, a reverse picture of the moon. And
yes, I've seen. All right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so he mapped out all the countries, and they're all here. It's like the coincidences on top of coincidences.
Dang.
It's too much. It's just too much. So this outer yellow line is the shoreline of our world. So Antarctica would be out here. And so our North Pole is right here on this red line. Well, what is all this other land? So our North Pole they always tell us it's moving, right? It's moving Our North Pole's moving. So if our North Pole's moving, it goes all the way around here in a great year, like 25,000 and some odd years. So it moves 15 degrees every 2,160 years. So this puddle, the sun again goes around our North Pole. So it melts out this puddle. So in 10,000 years from now, the puddle's going to be over here.
Yep.
Okay. And this is where everyone's going to be. And these places out here, these outer places are very, I guess they're, I don't know. It's fascinating. It's like, I don't know, maybe our controllers are here in the middle because it always stays unfrozen because it's part of all of the circle. On the app, this is, and I put this video up. It got deleted from its original channel. On the app, you hit the web button right in the center, right here, the lost history of flat Earth. Hit that puppy. And now, like, if you know my channel, DITRH, my videos are less than 5 minutes each because for people with short attention span or people that think flat Earth is stupid, they're not going to watch a 5-hour video.
Never.
Yeah.
You're absolutely
they're not.
right.
But here's the thing. If you're looking for, turn off, get rid of Netflix, get rid of your television, get rid of the whole thing. I tell people, and everyone that does this, I say, watch the first 10 minutes. If it's interesting, watch the second 10 minutes. It's 7 parts. Then if you like the second 10 minutes, you're 20 minutes in, just watch chapter 1 and then, come back another time. And the same thing happens every single time. Everyone watches the whole thing. I've watched it 4 times already and I'm ready to watch it again. 5-hour video. And I watch all my videos on double speed. I watch this at regular speed. Regular speed.
Oh, you watch it on regular speed?
I can't wait for the next cold, rainy day because I'm going to put it up on the big screen. I'm going to get some snacks and I'm going to watch the whole thing again. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's got over 300. I put it up not long ago. It's got over 300,000 views. It should have 300 million views.
Oh, wow. We're going to watch it.
Dude,
sure.
you are going to explode. Your brain is going to go, holy crap. Flat Earthers know that they don't know. What's that?
Is it who's the gentleman that put the videos up?
He's anonymous. He calls himself Iwaranon. And then there's also another 18-part series, much shorter videos that are phenomenal. It gets into mud floods, Sataria, technology, microwave buildings, what churches really were. It gets into everything. It gets into everything, and you can't turn it off.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if we had some of them who are on the outside looking in, sending us this information.
Oh,
making
sure.
these videos.
Sure.
So you know what's funny is I forget who said it. Maybe you guys were talking about it. This is Santos said it yesterday, I believe. This is the apocalypse. This is the lifting of the veil. Flat Earth came here to free us. Flat Earth. Why does Flat Earth matter? As I was saying, if you don't know where you are, you lost control. People that wake up to Flat Earth unplugged from the Matrix. Everyone that's living in this life is Neo in the Matrix at the beginning of the video. And all the flat earthers are Neo at the end of the Matrix when they've taken their power back and they've realized who they are, where they are. And they say, no, I'm not listening to you, Mr. Smith. You are a friggin' tool. Okay. And that's our governments.
For sure. We're living
Those
this.
are the apex,
We're
the
living
apex
in the
predators is what I like to call them. But
yeah.
This is the Matrix.
Oh, for sure.
We're in it.
Of course.
We're in
Logan,
it right now.
Are you aware of the flight routes?
Yeah, I've looked into the
Yeah, but
flight
there was
routes.
one that you were like, how does this work, right? And,
Yeah, but I went on and I looked at it and I was
made
able
sense?
to debunk. Yeah, I was able to make
Okay.
sense of it myself.
Okay.
You were able to make sense of it. How?
I don't remember. I'd have to go look at my.
Let me show you one that you can't make
Go
sense
ahead.
of. How's
Show
that?
us the audience.
So-
it's for the
so-
benefit
so-
of everybody else.
So this is Santiago, Chile, and this is Eastern Australia. And if you want to fly, you would think, why don't you just go like this?
Directly.
Right.
Yeah, but we can't disturb the penguins. So, but you can still fly around. This would be the short. But instead instead of going this way to Australia, they go this way. What the hell are they doing? So when you go to Australia, when you go fly there, you go all the way up, all the way over, and all the way down. And it's worse. If you want to go to Western Australia, again, this would be the shortest route. Okay. They go north, they go all the way over to China and Singapore and down. This is ridiculous. But when you look at it on a flat Earth map, here we go. We go up across America, China, Singapore, Western Australia, a straight line. Okay. That's how you get there. Sometimes the flights vary by like 5 hours. That's because they use the jet streams up there
Right.
and sometimes they're not as favorable as they want. If you look at the jet streams, they show us the jet streams, being this huge sine wave. But on the app, if you hit the winds, and I go to 40,000 feet winds, right now we have these white and pink areas. Those are going 200 to 300 miles an hour. And by the way, they're outrunning the spin of the Earth, that 200 to 300 miles an hour. That's crazy. If the Earth was spinning, they'd be outrunning the spin instead of lagging behind like they should. But, but also these winds here are favorable. This is like 100, 150 mile an hour wind. So you fly up, you grab these tailwinds, and then you get over there. Bam.
Wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
Fascinating stuff.
Totally. I like that. The last part, that the other worlds, because that's totally got my attention. I'm gonna have to start digging into it.
That is very again. Hit the Tatario. Find out about Tatario. Watch John. If you're like, oh my god, I don't have time for these big videos. John Levy, JONLEVI. All of his videos are 20 minutes. You're going to go, oh, this guy sounds a little bit depressed, but then you'll realize he's awesome. Like John Levy video comes out, drop everything, watch it, 20 minutes, right? And you can listen to him at 2.0 and he sounds like 1.0.
Is that just John Levy on YouTube?
John Levy on YouTube. Yeah. And I'm going to actually make a separate button for him in the app. His channel deserves a direct link with no other interference. Amazing stuff. But the other thing is, NASA, the liars at NASA, you know that NASA's fake, right?
The National Association of Space
well,
Actors.
I mean, I have my own kind of concepts on why NASA does what they do. So.
Do you think NASA is in space?
No. I mean, I personally believe NASA is actually trying to project what they really want to do, and they need enough consciousness to tap into that idea to make it a reality. So that's just kind of what I believe.
I can follow that. So I just want to show you what happens is NASA's in charge of radar. NASA's in charge of GPS. NASA's in charge of all flight routes, all international flight routes. So they've got full control of where people go, and how they get there. So there occasionally, though, something happens on an airplane and they have to do an emergency landing. As a matter of fact, I think it's today's featured video. Today's video on the app is another emergency landing. Look at that. So if you have the app, make sure you don't miss that. Or if you miss it, just hit the archive button next to the featured video and watch it. But
links are in the description, guys.
Links are in the description. Nice, thanks. So if you look at the flight routes, there's a flight from Taiwan to LA. As I'm stalling, as I find it, here it is. So Taiwan to LA, this is where they say they're going. This is where Hawaii is. And right about here, there's a medical emergency. They needed to land the plane right away. Someone had a heart attack or a baby, I'm not sure. And they could have landed here, or they could have kept going. But instead, they went over 1,000 miles out of the way, a couple thousand miles maybe, to land in Alaska. And the reason is because Taiwan,
direct route,
emergency, Alaska, Los Angeles, right? So there's 16 times that this has been documented. And every time they land in a crazy place, according to the Globe. But if you take a line on the flat Earth map and draw it from the origin to the destination, they always land right on that line where they were going every single time. How many times does that have to happen before you realize that you don't live on a spinning crazy space ball?
I mean, how many pilots have been put on the spot, and how many pilots have been recorded and asked, do we live on a flat plane? And all of them go, yeah.
Well, most of them. And somebody just said there was a pilot that just was talking to us and said he used to be in the military. He said, yeah, it's very common. Most pilots know more than you realize, but they can't say anything because they lose their job.
Lose their job. Yeah, of course.
Globebusters interviewed a KLM pilot, a woman, and she's like, yeah, and I know this, and she's showing all this stuff, and just the whole show was fantastic. Next day, she was grounded.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah. Right. And now astronauts are coming out and admitting that we never went, and they're backpedaling. Like just the other day, Conan, you know what? Let me bring this up. Did you see on Buzz Aldrin on Conan?
No, this was recent.
Yeah. I seen it. And he goes,
Let me play it.
Space landing. Yeah, go ahead. Play it.
So he was on there, and again, this is them moving the globe post, I call it, where they're because all the documentation of all of the documentation of the moon landing stuff, it's all being taken apart. It's like looking at the movie Jaws, going, yeah, I can see that it's not real now. It doesn't hold up over time. So they're literally backpedaling. So
even non-flat earthers believe that we can go to the moon.
Right. No.
Stop sharing that.
I did go to the moon landing, dude. It's all
Yeah. So share with sound. It's really short. I'll play this. Ready?
Yeah, watch this.
Yeah. So let me get going. Can you guys see that, right?
Anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was
didn't. No, you didn't.
what?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well, no. What we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
was
and a few
exciting.
other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
This was
Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah,
Not a bad line for an
That's just
actor.
brilliant.
What?
Because
Said you watched an
there
animation.
wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation. You watched animation.
Insanity. People who believe that we landed there deserve to be in an insane asylum. It's just the end.
And
of
they
it.
think we're the crazy ones. All right, here's my 100 Bitcoin offer. You ready?
Bring it.
100 Bitcoin.
$20,000 of Bitcoin, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
How much? 40.
40 grand.
Yeah. So 100, so whatever, $4 million. Big deal. You're not going to win it. Show me something dumber than the heliocentric model. Show me something dumber. It could be, show me something dumber, right? So, somebody came close, actually. They said Don Pettit, and I'm like,
that is pretty
yeah,
close.
it's pretty dumb, but it's not dumber than the heliocentric model. The heliocentric model, people go, flat Earth is ridiculous. There's tons of proof of the globe, and there's none of flat Earth. Well, it's worse than polar opposite because there's no proof of the globe, and the heliocentric model is the dumbest shit on Earth.
Now that's for sure.
Yeah, no, it really is. It really is.
Yeah.
Oh God, Lord, help us, save us.
So
save us.
Listen, Logan, you triggered me on 2 points. One, your name's Logan, and we had a Logan that we don't like very much. So I'm trying to get over that. That's not your fault.
But good on me, dude.
This is the best Logan.
I'm not. It's my own personal problem.
He's the complete polar opposite of that Logan. I guarantee you.
Thank God. And so, why does it matter? All the flat Earth, I woke people up to all those other deceptions I talked about, and they go right back to sleep because it doesn't affect them. Flat Earth, when you become flat Earther, you think about it every single day because it connects you back to your truth. Your soul goes, he's seeing the truth now. I can talk. He'll listen, and we take our minds out of the television programming, the television programming, just listen to the words. And we take it back. Like every once in a while, every 6 months or so, I go, I want to watch the news. I want to watch the news. I want to watch a segment of the news. 5 minutes in, I literally think I have cancer. Okay. I think that the news causes cancer. Okay. Just to be honest, it causes cancer. And so watch the news, get cancer. There you go. So when you wake up to the flat Earth, you take our power back. And I'm glad you're into crypto. People say, well, crypto is evil. The word crypto and, governments are tracking and this and stuff. Bitcoin is trackable. It's super trackable. Many, many things.
Of course
Ripple,
it is.
trackable. But there's privacy coins out there. When people wake
Monero.
up to what Monero and Pirate
Okay.
Chain,
Yeah,
right?
Pirate
And-
Chain,
yeah. And other ones. So
Yeah.
when people wake up to this, the people that are running this world are the people that are controlling us with their nonsense fiat money. They don't need money. They need money to control us. They have our minds in a prison. That's the globe. And they control us with their money. Now we need money to operate in their system. People say, why don't we just trade? I was like, well, I've got something, I've got this big crystal here that you guys want, and I want to buy that painting from you. Well, how am I going to transfer the money or whatever, whatever. And crypto is the perfect money. If it's done right, if we control it, and we do control it. So the way to take them down is stop playing in their money game. So that's number one, and wake the F up to where you are, who you are, what you are. Take back your God-given power that they've tricked us into giving away.
Yep. And take
That's
back
it.
your wealth.
This
Take back
is
the-
the most important topic ever of our time, and it affects every single person on this planet. 9/11 doesn't affect people in Africa, doesn't affect people in Ohio. Okay, nobody cares. You know, they don't care, but this affects every single person. So again,
For sure.
we need to
For sure.
wake up. And
You know-
guess what? There ain't a lot of time left. Okay,
There
this
isn't.
is it. This is
David,
it.
we say all the time, Santos and I, we constantly repeat ourselves over and over again. The flat, stationary, horizontal plane is the number one thing that needs to come out.
I heard you say that yesterday, and I was like, you know, I've always looked up to Santos for years, and the fact that I heard that Santos and you were excited to have me on their show, I'm like, the world is totally upside down. This is insane. This is insane, right?
It's our number one tenet, for God's sakes. Our first tenet in syncretism is to know that you live on a flat, stationary plane. This is number one. You cannot know anything else. We don't want you to know anything else. That's the first thing we need to know.
I tell people do this, right? Go outside and sit down, get yourself nice and situated, and meditate, and imagine yourself spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing at 500,000 miles an hour, moving sideways, right? And then literally you feel like shit. Your soul is like, what the fuck are you doing? And then shake it off, get a glass of water, and then come out and sit and say, I'm sitting on the foundation of the universe. It doesn't move under any circumstance. All of the luminaries are circling in perfect order above me. And just by saying that and imagining it, your spirit lifts right away. You're like, whoa, I feel lighter. I feel great. Your mind comes together. Your soul starts talking to you again.
Yes.
Because right now, I think people's souls are pissed. They're pissed at them. They're like, what are you doing? Right? The awakening's here. All the information's here. The elite are telling us what's going on. They're telling us everything. Right? And people just don't see it. They're telling us.
That's part of the show.
Do you like
David,
my
that's part
shirt?
of the show. What's it say?
It says, never go full fucking retard.
Never go.
He's got the dart on there.
It's not a dart. It's the jab.
It's the jab.
It's the jab.
Yeah, that's the jab.
And by the way, my t-shirts, I have awesome t-shirts. One of them is my new favorite one is let me show it to you. It's they're all in the app on the t-shirt shop. Where did it go? Where did my thing just go? Here it is. And this is one I made, which I really love. Hug safe. Verified.
I'm vaccinated. I love
That's
it.
good, man.
I love it. Yeah, because we have a group chat, right, that we have with the community throughout Playa del Carmen, Cancun, and Tulum, and we have a lot of people. It's a mixed group, right? So a lot of people are really woke, and then there's some people that aren't. There's some people that are even vaccinated, and you know, we're talking about how the simple fact of you being vaccinated allows
easy
them
what
to
you say here. I want to put this on YouTube also.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's not
So
not talk about it then at all. Then.
Yeah.
It's not good. They'll flag us for this one.
Yeah. I'm surprised how yesterday's stream stayed up for you guys. You
Yeah,
guys were
man.
out of
No, we
control.
don't-
Calling
We're
for
gonna tone it down though. We're gonna tone it down. We have to tone it down.
isn't that crazy? The land of the free. Watch what you say. Don't say what you think.
Yeah.
It's just insanity what's going on.
Yeah.
Right?
No, for sure.
Hard to tail end, man.
Hey, let me ask you a quick astrology question. In astrology, I used to laugh, like, how's a planet, 40 million miles away going to affect me? But once you understand that they're right here within our system and they're all energetic and, sentient, you understand, like, wow, it totally affects my life. You chart the motions of all of these celestial objects, and you can be a baller and still get it right because the models kind of have the same motions. And I've noticed that flat earthers really can put the model together much better, and I think they're just become more powerful astrologers. Does astrology take into account the motion of the earth, considering we're moving in 4 different directions at once, going billions of miles a year? I don't think it does.
I've never observed it that way. I mean, I'm an avid astrologer, and I've never.
But you
even
don't pay attention to the earth moving.
Not
Well,
at all.
that means it's not moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't-
Wouldn't you take it into account?
The only thing that moves is the ecliptic.
Okay.
Like it's on, that's the most important part of the whole thing is the ecliptic, which is
Mhm.
the ring.
I see.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the idea that the ecliptic's moving like they tell us is beyond insane.
Right, right.
We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour in a curved loop and somehow all the other planets keep up with us and they stay on the same plane.
Million things.
It would be going like this. It would be going in every direction at once.
Of course. The sun, for God's sakes, they say is 93 million miles.
Well, there's a
93
reason for
billion
that because it's
miles
tied
away.
to Saturn and stuff through the numbers and all that kind of stuff. That's the
But
reason
that
we
you got to
say
look at that
Yeah.
and from a different paradigm. It all is
Yeah.
tied
It's gotta be
together.
a
You're
different
right.
paradigm, yeah.
You know,
Just simple things. Just simple things like 100. The moon is supposedly, they say, 170,000 kilometers away. The sun is 93 billion, 93
million.
billion miles away. Excuse me, 93 million. But they perfectly eclipse.
Wait, so the
Perfect.
chances
of that happening,
400 times bigger, 400 times farther, is 1 in a quadrillion. You know, a
I
number
don't
so
think
big.
that's the moon anyway, personally. I think
Wait, that's fine. That's fine. And then happening again. Well, that's like winning the Powerball 2 days in a row, right? And then it's worse. It's worse than that. And then it happens every year. And then 18 years later, the entire cycle repeats. Okay, the Soros cycle. The eclipses repeat every 18 years. Does that sound like a random beehive heliocentric gravity induced theory dark matter universe, or does it sound like a perfectly ordered clock in the sky?
Oh, it's a perfect.
David,
definitely, it's perfectly orchestrated.
I'm moving in close to the camera on this one.
All right, I'm
You ready for this? Was this question?
Sure.
What the fuck is it?
What the fuck is this place?
What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah, we're in a physical simulation, and we're here to expand the mind of the creator. Okay,
We are the creator.
We are the creator. With
We are the
our
creator.
soul, this is just a meat
Absolutely.
suit. Our soul animates this meat suit, and our
Yeah.
soul is a piece of the creator. All of us together are the creator. Okay,
That's right.
and we're here to expand the mind. So those of you that are lost in the television programming, those of you that have sold your souls in all the different ways that you can do that, are, you know, look at Biden, soulless. Okay, look at all the people in higher government, all the people in Hollywood. They're all, you know, they've all lost their souls. I mean, who was it on 60 Minutes? Was it not Billy Joel? One that said he sold his soul to the big guy. You know, he's paying.
Oh, that was
Bob
yeah,
Dylan. Bob
young
Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan.
Bob Dylan, yeah.
And there's many, 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 many stories of this. So, you know, whether you believe it or not, that's your problem. I believe it. And our we have a simple, what is this place? It is an amusement park that we agreed to come to expand the mind of the creator. And we have just a couple of rules. Don't lose control of your soul, and don't break anyone else's free will. Have a good time.
Do you think you come back? Do you think you
Yeah,
come back?
well, you either come back if you fail the class and you have to do it again, or if you pass the class, maybe you come back. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm not sure which
Have
one's
you read
hell and
any of
which
the
one's
law?
heaven, which
Have
is
you read
great.
it?
Do you think? I'm sorry, Logan.
No, go
do you
ahead.
do you think that you move forward somewhere and you maybe become something else?
Yes, I think that
we pass the class just like you would upgrade, move on to 6th, 7th, 8th grade, so on and so forth.
I think that we're all rising up, and you know, or those of us that are maintaining control of our soul and listening to our soul rather than to the television programming and getting cancer. We rise up and we become bigger and better, and then our souls probably travel in groups and stuff. So we have different lives here. I can't prove any of that. That's what resonates with me.
Yeah.
That's what
Me too.
resonates with me.
No.
And Jeff Berwick said today, and he goes, but everyone's afraid of death. He goes, death is probably the most amazing thing that could ever happen to you in any circumstance. And he goes, but don't get me wrong. I don't want to, I don't want to FOMO out of this place. I want to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
He goes,
Yeah.
but the worst case scenario is the best thing that could ever happen.
Of
Okay, where
course.
you have
You get to find out what's
unlimited,
going on.
unlimited
You have to find
potential.
out.
Like when
Yeah.
you die,
Yeah.
you go back to unlimited potential. Right here, we literally are trapped in this meat suit in this crazy world with psychopaths. I find it fascinating. I love
it.
puzzles, and this place is a puzzle. And I love roller coasters. This place is a roller coaster.
Roller
I'm
coaster.
happy as can be.
Yeah.
David, what's your birthday? Just your month and day.
July 16th.
Oh, okay.
Oh, happy belated, man.
Yeah. Happy
Yeah,
birthday.
yeah. Thank you.
Happy
Well,
belated.
it's interesting because you have so I'm into the cards. I'm into tarot and astrology and all that stuff. And so-
Fascinating stuff. That's the
Yeah,
real
yeah. So
science. I don't
you
understand.
and Santos have the same birth card. The
I
Queen
know. I
card.
heard that the other day.
Yeah.
When was he born? Like July.
He's March 24th. But
Oh,
the
okay.
cards have a certain boilerplate chart to them, and July 16th is the Queen clubs, which is the same as Santos.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what are
Crazy.
we doing on time, by the way?
I got to run anyway.
We got to
'cause
go.
I
Time's
got
up.
reading.
Time's up. Hey, David.
David, thank you so much, man, for sharing your wisdom.
You're such a blessing just to have on, man. Really, truthfully, man. I love your energy and I love your everything about you, everything. And I would love for you to come on again if you can, please, with Santos here. It'll be.
How close are you guys to the water in Mexico?
2 blocks.
Right here. It's literally right.
Two
All right,
blocks.
I'm moving there.
Oh,
I'm coming.
it's not 2 city blocks, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's just crossing
It's-
2 streets. I should
it's
say it's
cr-
crossing
yeah.
2 streets.
All right.
It's a.
And you're on the. Are you on the Gulf side or the ocean side?
No, we're
We are on the water. Like we're 2 streets.
Which
over
side?
from
On the ocean side, the Pacific side, or the Gulf
on the
side?
Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side.
On the Atlantic side. Okay.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're in Cancun. We're right.
Oh,
We're one
okay.
town up from Cancun.
I don't know my geography of
You
Mexico.
got to
that
come to
well.
Puerto Morelos.
Yeah.
It's
Alright.
one town over. It's magical. You really
It
got
is.
to come.
We'll talk about it.
Let's
in.
talk about it.
Let me tell people real quick. If you're a flat earther, you probably already know about my app. Get the app because the Find Other Flat Earthers thing is going to be a game changer. We're going to
That
use
is a
their
game changer.
technology to bring us together when they want us apart. Okay. There's going to be flat earth meetups every day, everywhere, because people are going to go out. Like if I'm in like New York City or Mexico or California, I'll look and I'm like, hey, there's some flat earthers at this beach or at this bar. I'm going to go. I'm going to meet new people every time I go out.
Love it. Quickly, can you tell us about what's going on in October again?
In October, if you go to flatearthfestivals.com, and we have it's a dual conference and music festival, 2 days. I think it's Saturday and Sunday in like February and October 22nd, right around that weekend, whatever it is. Flatearthfestivals.com. Click Flattoberfest. It's inexpensive. It's in South Carolina. There's people coming from all over the country. I believe there's people coming from other countries. I'm driving down from Connecticut, and this is the third or fourth time. And it's always a blast just getting around flat earthers. Forget the presentations, forget all the other stuff. It's all about meeting, like you turn around, the person behind you that you've never seen before is your closest friend.
Hey man, I'm probably gonna come. I'm probably gonna join you, man.
Absolutely, 100%. Flatearthfestivals.com.
Where in South
Check it
Carolina?
out. It's in Spartanburg, I believe. I'm saying that correctly. I got yelled
I
at.
know that's where that's at. Yeah.
Okay.
And grab a ticket and grab the hotel or find a bed and breakfast because I don't know how many there are.
Wonderful. David, all of David's links are in the description, guys. Go to his channel. Guys, so much. He has so much to offer, so much. And promise us you're going to come on again, right?
I will come on again. I would like to talk to Santos. It's always been something I've wanted to do.
Of course.
The app, just watch out. They're on the Android. You need an 8.0 or higher. There's already a Flat Earth Society, but it's run by the Ron Media Group, who ripped off the name, ripped off some of the graphics. I think their app is free. I'm not even sure. Don't send me emails telling me my app sucks. My app is the highest rated app in both stores. Okay. And they're gatekeeping you there. They have, the trolls on there. It's just horrible.
Your app is just $1.99 or something, right?
It's $2.99. $2.99 one-time charge. Now people say, well, there's a pop-up that says, would you like to subscribe? The pop-up shows up. It's 99 cents a month, but you don't have to pay it. It pops up once a day. There's no ad. You exit out the second it comes up and it's gone. And that's it. And you still get everything. But the app costs thousands of dollars a month to run. So people wanted me to add more stuff. They're like, put a donation link on there, Dave. And I'm like, they don't let you put a donation link. So I put a subscribe link and you could just literally exit out. But if you love the app and you want to support me, it's $11 a year. Go for it.
I'm going to go for it. I'm already there. That's it.
Yeah.
You got
the
me
app, the new feature that's the only thing that it's going to require a subscription. It'll still work, but you just can't message somebody unless you're a subscriber because the messaging costs money. I'm starting literally my own instant messenger thing. It's insane.
You're the man.
cool.
You are the man. You are the
Good
man.
for you, man.
Guys, get on his app, download it, subscribe. All right. You need to be supporting these people. You need to be supporting people.
Here's the thing though. I'm not asking for donations. I'm telling you, basically, if you bought me a beer in a bar, it would cost you more, and then I'd piss it away, and that would be the end of it. We'd have a good time. It would probably be worth it. $3, you get the app for your whole life. Just read the reviews. Read the reviews. And here's the thing. Here's another challenge. Nobody can read the reviews and not buy the app. Just the way it is. I'm offering 0 Bitcoins for that.
I like how transparent you are.
I love him. I'm telling you, I love this guy.
That's awesome.
All right, my good friends out there. Thank you all for joining us.
Awesome.
Signing out.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, David.
One love.
Appreciate your time, man.
See ya. Thanks,
Much
guys.
love to you.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse. All right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really.
No.
Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people argue with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
and this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's not existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position. Not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician. Give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision. Tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition. On the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Number games are fun, but we're gonna move on. Because
I just wanted to ask quickly, Matthew.
I wanted to point out the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because.
Well, I
just
was
wanna
going to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it.
Right.
logically.
So is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right.
Okay, let's let Wolf take
what
it.
does knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure,
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, but you might also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know that?
Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there.
Okay.
I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked
evidence.
it better
So
with the
you could
Canada example.
could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say
He
that you
told me.
believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what
Curvature,
it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
Right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
No, I'm
Well, what
talking
you
about.
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also, it has nothing to do
sunsets,
with the
all that
actual Earth, right?
But
But
we're talking
everything
about
to
the
do
Earth,
with
though.
big rooms.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're
How
talking
big
about
is
what you
that? The
stand on.
universe?
Huh?
What you stand on. You know what's
The
below your
ground.
feet.
Like I go to the
Yeah.
ocean.
We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It
Yeah.
looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One
that's
second,
right.
I just want to
agree with
say,
that.
so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
Yeah,
Let me
exactly.
respond to what Crack
That's a
said.
good point, right?
Let me
So
respond to what he said.
exactly, you're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is
me.
kind of
I
what we're seeing.
know that the sun
Is it
is
not?
I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I
But you
cannot
just said you
prove
don't
it.
know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
I thought you just said
You said the
I don't know
sun
the
in your
distance of the sun.
experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
Because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea that you can clearly know is salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so, how would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on? In relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what
Flawed.
you're saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is salt water. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're
I
back
can't
to
prove
this.
the
As we said, we can't prove the globe, and then now
I
you say you
think
can prove
that's
the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again.
I
So
think that's
okay,
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
well,
It's hard to
there's
prove anything in the physical world.
not hard.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go to
it.
the
This is
ocean
the
and
logic we're
prove
talking about, right?
that there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive like dog. That was funny.
Someone go on
Just to
YouTube
lighten
and
the
see that,
mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, but you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what
I
NASA
don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco over
Matthew,
Okay.
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? That my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of
Is it
five.
your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same way.
Yeah. Oh, great.
But Matthew, you're not saying you're saying that
Can we
NASA haven't
can
proven
we do
things.
like can we do the same thing for like with one now? We did the same thing with the word prove. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number one. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word prove.
Okay,
If we have
okay.
different ways of
Because
talking.
I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
If you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that
you
a
could say,
proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
if you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. Was kind of
I'm
wishy-washy.
again. I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants
Yeah,
to be
like one apple.
specific, not
One
colloquial.
apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No, I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking what prove it is. You know, but I
Set
want
a
to
bar,
know.
yeah. Let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof, the word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove?
Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you
Why
one
is it
specific
maybe an
question. Is
illusion?
it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an
No.
hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
Yeah, that's all
What
I'm
is
saying.
that?
He's saying, wait, Sasha, he's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and
That's
so
what
we
he's.
can just I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but
we
here's
can agree.
here's three proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school, okay? Like, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof, right,
Right.
Matthew?
So,
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
right, Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So, how many senses do we have to use before we start to? How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say, and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic heating element that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth, and you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So, what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. It would just say that
would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the with our physical senses. I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof the same way that mathematics. and
Okay,
logic
could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained
Yeah.
upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time. How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think no matter how many physical senses you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
No, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's
that
not
you
provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then, like
No,
you.
I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most
you're
radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
Listen,
damn.
no. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let
what
me
we
explain the difference.
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But
Right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof, evidence, or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example: you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that you could.
Mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one man.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait, so what does true mean then if it's not reality? Because reality is
true is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be
the
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then. So you definitely don't know it then.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot, all the while.
You can't know salt water. You can't know pot. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See, like, listen, let me just address Says Who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. but he knows. But he
I said
never
I could know all
experienced.
of those things. It's just I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things. Because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
But you can't
thus,
know
it
something
equates
and say it's
to
not proven at the
emotion.
same time. You already
Yeah.
said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven. I
No,
can't say
there's
it's
a
true.
difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've
Well,
never
okay.
experienced or observed, can
So,
you?
crack your example of
Okay.
the boiling pot's an example, a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I
now.
get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada,
You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak
Yeah,
almost. Where
so you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay,
I'm
does
100%
Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the
Hey,
ocean.
hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm gonna mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all,
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no,
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
no, I would say that I don't
Right.
use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe to
Exactly
begin with.
right.
So then you can't know that it's a globe, since you've
Now,
just
knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that there's
can't prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No,
So
you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said I
Okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
all
Since you
kinds
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would be
Maybe I
better.
can try and bridge the gap here a little bit.
Yeah, crypto.
He was
Crypto,
talking about.
sorry, I don't want to get in the
So-
weeds. Sorry about
Are you
that.
saying,
Yeah, maybe I can.
question, please. Are
No.
you saying
Yes. No.
that you
Hello.
can prove?
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
we
Go for it.
Quick
Alright, cool.
question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. Can you? So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
Yeah, so
saying
you're just
you
asking
can
the same
prove-
question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay, now this is I'm trying to think who came up with this
It's
definition.
like
but it's-
2,000 years old.
yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
Yes, of
so,
course.
yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what you spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs, as were, will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle. Right. Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily. Right. Okay. So truth would be the right leg. Okay. It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg. Okay. In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole. Okay. Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is. Okay. But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another. Anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No,
It's just
you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. You just got wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know
of any arguments.
Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
I want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
To justify true belief, crypto. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're
I
right,
know
Matthew,
that there are
obviously,
problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
fundamental.
thing and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can
What are
you
you
one
pissed about,
question?
EC?
One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixing.
Go ahead. Can you explain?
No,
no.
Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah,
But
give you guys
yes.
some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
I don't. He said math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right?
Right,
Matthew?
exactly.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, like, you know, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should
etc.
ask there, man.
I think the main
you know
point
what,
that we
you're-
need to
you're
point
right
out
about
here,
that.
I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
You saw us on Reddit?
Yeah. I was just scrolling through and went through a Reddit tunnel, and then I got to Flat Earth Theories and like Flat Earth Society or something like that.
Yeah.
And now I saw this Discord and I got pretty interested.
Okay. So what's interesting do you think about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
How is it flat? That's just my main question.
Sounds like there's two of you there.
Yeah, there is. I'm with my
Okay.
friend.
Cool. How is it flat? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely help you out with that. If you don't mind, whenever somebody else is talking, or whenever you stop talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah.
As you get some reverb. All right, so yeah, the question is, how is it flat? We'll definitely answer your question. Absolutely. But before we do that, I'd like to prod your knowledge a little bit. Either whoever's in here, Oliver or the other guy, your friend. There's 3 questions that I'd like to ask. And the 3 questions are the 3 points that I usually bring up to somebody that's new that comes in here. The first question, I'm just gonna tell you the points, and it's no really right or wrong answer. It's just, knowing what you know. So either you or your friend can answer this one. How did they figure out that the Earth has curvature, or it was measured to have curvature? That's point number 1. I'm just gonna go through the points. Point number 2 is axial rotation, that the Earth spins on its axis. So how did they figure out that the Earth was spinning on its axis, right? Point number 3, the vacuum of space being a reality that people, or a medium that people can travel to. The vacuum of space, right? How did they figure that out? So those 3 points right there, and we can start with curvature. You or your friend can answer, or both of you, whatever, doesn't matter to me. How did they figure out the curvature? How was it measured?
It was by like the center of Earth, and they're showing like how if you were to go like around, like if you were to go across the world, you would be able to like go from like Europe, or like you would be able to go to Europe to like Asia, not Europe, but like UK to Asia, or like you would be able to go to from like Florida to like, let's say like California, if you're like just going around. That's just like a bad example, but like, you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're saying that from traveling from one place to another is the way that they measured curvature. Now, I want to ask you, how long ago was the Earth known to be having curvature on it? Like, do you guys know that information? It's okay if you don't. I'm just wanting to know.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So,
Many hundreds of years.
as far, hang on, S1. Just hold tight. I'm having a conversation with Oliver at the moment. So there's no way that you know that they measured it. And ancient people, it doesn't matter who it is. But so you said the information is that they traveled the Earth and then they found that there's curvature there. Okay, so what people are you referring to when you say that? Is there anybody specific? Oliver.
For example, like Christopher Columbus, like those people who like traveled in ships. There was one guy, I'm pretty sure, I don't know who it was,
Like
but
the Indians back like in BC and shit like that. Because, you know, they used to travel the world on ships, and I believe they believed that the world was flat back then. But I think, I mean, I just did like 30-second search up, and it said that they used like calendars and stuff like that to figure out that the earth was round.
Okay. So they use calendars to measure the curvature of Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Can I chime in here?
Yeah, Parmesan. 1 second. I'm having a chat with Oliver. Just 1 second. So they use calendars. Is that what you said, Oliver?
It was either like it was calendars, or he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would cast at noon. It turns out there is one, and that's how I guess they found out that the Earth was round since over 2,000 years ago.
Okay, it sounds like you jump from one thing to the next. Can you mute your mic real quick, Oliver? Yeah, what you're talking about is Eratosthenes, the sticks and shadows and the well. So that was a guy back in ancient Greece, right? That did this particular thing that you're talking about. So he did that, and he assumed he didn't measure anything, because when you put a stick on the ground and you're measuring the shadow, now I'm gonna ask for your honesty. Could you measure the shape of the Earth doing that? Like, let's say you put a stick in the ground and you go like 10 miles away, and you put another stick in the ground, and because of the shadows that the sun's casting on those sticks, could you measure the shape of the ground that you're on, like it being curved or whatever?
Not technically, no.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because the shadow just goes forward. So like, technically, okay, I don't know how to explain this, but like if you're on like flat ground and the shadow is going forward, you can't really like figure out if you're on a globe or not, you know?
Yeah, you're correct. No, you're right. You're right. So the point is that the ancient Greece, you know, Eratosthenes, he didn't figure out that the Earth was a globe with the curvature, right? All he did was make an assumption. He started off with a presupposition that he was already on a spherical object. That's what he did, and then he just reified that with the idea that by seeing the different shadows that he was looking at, then he made the assumption that it is curved. You know, it just reified what he already thought before.
Yeah, can I say one?
So it wasn't. Just hang on this one. It wasn't that he measured anything. So I'm just making that point very clear. So whatever the information that you got from the internet, it doesn't support something that you could verify. Just like you said, because we're thinking about this logically at the moment, right? Even you could see that is not any way to measure the shape of the ground that you're standing on, right?
Yeah, but what about like the moon landing and the pictures from space and all that?
Yeah, so we'll get into that in just a second. But I want to point out that in ancient times, they didn't figure that the Earth was a globe. Yet they carried that information and gave it to other people and said that they did measure curvature for thousands of years, right? So that's a problem, because they didn't measure the Earth to be to have a curved surface, or they didn't measure the curvature. They only assumed it. So we're not even talking about what people are doing today. We're just talking about what they did a long time ago. So point number one being that the Earth has curvature cannot be substantiated. Or if I was to ask you, is there any way that you can actually find out if the Earth has curvature? Like, is there anything that you can do?
Can I say something?
Or Oliver's friend?
Like literally do, or in theory?
No, like physically. Go out and do.
Oh, okay, but like my question here is like, I mean, I could drive a boat from America to wherever, to like China or something.
Okay.
But like, if you mean like right now, in like my scenario, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I
So
want to
there's
say one thing about the guy before.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm having a
Yeah.
conversation with this one. So basically, there's nothing you could do right now to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, point number one being that the Earth has curvature and it's measured to have curvature. It can't be verified that it is curved. So I'm just really prodding your knowledge. Just like I said, there's no really right or wrong answer for you. It's just knowing what the information that you know about the globe Earth. So curvature, we could put that to a side for now and say that it's just a belief system that you have that it is curved. We'll just keep that to the side right now as a belief. Point number two, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, right? That it's actually spinning. Is there any way that you can tell me that the way they figured that out, that the Earth is spinning, or that you can actually tell that the Earth is spinning? Either one.
I mean, the sun, right?
Mhm.
The sun goes, sun. The sun
Well,
comes,
Yeah.
when
What
you're
does the
spinning.
sun? What does the sun do?
Gives daylight.
No, I mean we're talking specifically about how the Earth is spinning. What is the sun doing to tell you that the Earth is spinning?
It's just standing still. So like whenever the Earth is spinning, it becomes daytime and it becomes nighttime.
All right. So when you go outside, let's say when it's going to be daytime, right? What do you see the sun doing in the sky? Is it standing still or is it moving?
It's moving. So moving to like the top left and it's going.
Yeah, it's like kind of moving up and then down.
Okay, cool. We'll just say that the sun is moving across the sky. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so right before we got into this topic, you said that the sun was standing still, but everybody that can see the sun knows that it's moving across the sky. That's what we see. So how did they figure out that the sun was standing still and that we're moving? Because we see the sun moving across the sky and we can't tell we're moving. That's what we see. I want you to maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe if you want to look it up or something, but how did they figure that out? Because it looks like to us that the sun's moving across the sky. So there's in no way can point us to that the Earth is actually moving.
Wait, what was
That's
that?
true. That's. He said.
What's that, Oliver?
No, I agree. That's right.
Okay.
But I mean, I could do a little bit of research on it, but because
Sure,
I don't know
sure.
much about that.
No,
You know?
you're fine. You're fine. I'm just asking what you know right now. And, as far as what you know, that's you pointed to the sun and said the sun was the indicator that tells us that we're moving and the sun's standing still. But upon further investigation, like right now during our discussion, you can clearly know that the sun is moving across the sky and you can't tell that we're moving. So at this current time, we would say that it's just a belief that you have that we're spinning on our axis, like the Earth is spinning right now. It's just a belief right now. So we could put that to the side right now, as that's just something you believe. It's not something that you can actually verify or know. So the Earth spinning on its axis, point number 2. We'll move that to the side. We'll move on to point number 3. Point number 3 is the vacuum of space being a medium that people can travel to. How did we figure out that when you look up in the sky that it's a vacuum? Either by you verifying it or by information that how they figured it out.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Me personally, I don't know way too much about that.
Okay.
But how can we verify that the space is a vacuum? I mean, gravity, right? Isn't that how that works? Because it holds us in place, etc.
All right, did your friend want to chime in too, Oliver? It sounded like you wanted to say something.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so gravity and shit, I guess is what your answer was. So we're going to look into that just a second, but that the Earth has a pressurized system, right? The air that you breathe, it's got pressure. Would you agree with me on that, Oliver?
Yeah, Yeah.
All right, so we have pressure here in the ground level where we're at. It's about 14 psi, somewhere around there. So it's got pressure in it. Now they say that we're next to the vacuum of space, but there is no barrier in between the pressurized system and the vacuum of space. Well, that's a problem. Have you ever had air pressure in a tire and you press the little nozzle on the tire, the air where you put the air inside? When you press that, the air rushes out, right? Why does it do that? How come it doesn't stay in the tire?
Because you're squeezing the tire.
Right. So, well, it's interesting because the air inside of the tire is higher pressure than the air outside of the tire. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. It's not really like a no-brainer, but I just want you to see if you can agree with me on some points. Okay, so you agree that the inside of the tire, the air pressure is more, it's higher than the one outside.
Yeah. It's like a bike tire.
So we're thinking about the Earth too when we're saying this. On ground level, we have high pressure here, but when you go all the way to where they say space is, the vacuum of space, there's almost like no pressure whatsoever. But in the instance of where we have the tire, it seems like high pressure always moves to low pressure all the time. So if you have I'll give you an example, like a balloon filled with air, and you're holding the nozzle. When you let the nozzle go, the air is going to rush out of the balloon quickly. In any and all directions, the air will push out of the balloon. This is called entropy. High pressure systems will always move to low pressure systems. This is a natural law. It happens always. Hot moves to cold. High pressure moves to low pressure. It's a natural law. It happens always. Can you agree with me on that?
Okay, that makes sense so far.
Okay. So they say that there's high pressure here where we're at on ground level and a super low pressure where the vacuum of space is. Yet there is no container to hold that pressure inside the Earth. None whatsoever. It's an open system by every aspect and regards. So what would happen to the high pressure here on Earth next to a low pressure of the vacuum of space? If it was a reality, it would rush out into space and fill the available space. This is a natural law. It would happen this way always. So that is why when we talk about point number 3, the vacuum of space being a medium that you could travel to is not possible, because they say that it's a vacuum of space next to a high pressure system here on Earth. So
but doesn't that pressure stay in because of gravity and the the center of the Earth? Doesn't that have a huge gravitational pull? So doesn't that keep us all together?
Okay, so if we're talking about gravity, right? Has gravity ever held anything like pressure? Has it ever held pressure? Can I?
Okay, that's true.
Yeah. So gravity and pressure has no relation. There's nothing that you could tie it to, because we'd be able to blow air in front of our face and create pressure right in front of us, like a bunch of it, like a high pressure. But it doesn't happen, right?
What do you mean, Buffalo?
Yo, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So you know how if you go deeper into the water in the ocean, how is the water pressure?
Okay, so one thing I want you guys to remember is that the only way to achieve any kind of pressure is that you have to have a container. So it's called an antecedent. The necessary antecedent to gas pressure or any kind of pressure is a container. You need to have a container, any kind. It doesn't matter what kind. So in the case of water needs to be contained wherever it is. Okay, you can take a look at a glass of water, a swimming pool, a bathtub, a pond, a lake, ocean, even everything that you talk about with water, it's contained. And how do we know this? Because there's shores everywhere that you see water, right? And it reaches like the shore of the wherever you're at on the beach or whatever. But that water is contained.
What does it contain? With?
Sorry. That wasn't to you guys.
It's contained by the shores that everywhere that you see water. So like
medium.
Well, think about it's the shoreline. To take a look at a lake. Yeah, a lake is a good example. So you have a shoreline. You have a shoreline all the way around the lake, right? That's easy to see. You guys agree with me on that? And as you go further into the water, it gets deeper and deeper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, that water is contained. It's sitting more or less like in a bowl. Like that's just something that you put in your mind of what the container I'm talking about. Because your friend chimed in there and said, "Well, how do we have pressure?" Well, the water that he's speaking of is already contained. It doesn't matter what body of water you even describe. It has to be contained if there is to be pressure. It needs a container by necessity. So the necessary antecedent to pressure, or gas pressure, is a container. It needs to be contained. Think about it like this. If I have a pitcher of water and I pour it over a table, will that water have any depth to it? Like, will it gain a lot of depth? It will not. It will not. Once I put a glass there and I pour that water in the glass, now it's contained. It doesn't matter if the surface is open. All that I need are the walls of a container to contain something. Now it has volume.
Okay, I have two questions in mind right now, though.
Sure.
One being, why would the government want to make us believe the Earth is round? Why wouldn't they just tell us it's flat?
Oh, we'll get into that in just a second. I just want to wrap up the 3 points real quick. So the vacuum of space, and your friend was asking about how do we know water has pressure, and I told him about the walls of the container. Do you guys agree with me on that? I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the 3 points. That we need a container for gas pressure, or we need a container for water. Oliver?
Yeah, bro.
We're having mic problems. Sorry.
I have another question.
Sure.
Like, this is the last one, right?
Yeah. Let me wrap up these points. Okay. So
right.
if we're saying that you need a container, well, they're saying that it's an open system that rockets can travel into the vacuum of space and all that. Well, it doesn't have a container. This is what we need. We do need a container to have pressure here on Earth. So we still remain that the gas pressure, the air that you breathe, has pressure because it is contained. Now, what that container is, we don't know. Like, there's a lot of speculation and like, well, it's a dome, it's this and that. We don't know. All we understand is that it is contained in order for us to have pressure. So that being said, point number 3, the vacuum of space cannot be proven to be true. So 3 points. The first one was curvature. The second one was axial rotation. The third one is the vacuum of space. All 3 of them are beliefs. They are not backed up by empirical evidence and whatsoever. So that's just something for you to actually take a look at. Maybe you can pour yourself over some research on those 3 points, but make sure that you look into that a little bit deeper if you want, because we all have in this chat room. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take your questions. I don't know which ones you want to start with, but go ahead and start asking your questions, please, Oliver.
All right. So, can you show me what you think the Earth looks like?
Okay. What? Yeah.
Can you show me like what it looks like?
Like a picture, like a diagram or something?
Yeah.
All right. So flat Earth doesn't stand by any models. Now, that being said, there's a lot of images and stuff that you can see about the azimuthal equidistant projection, which is called the AE map. and it's the circle map with like the ice wall and like the continents in the middle, splayed out. That is.
So with the
Yeah.
ice wall, right? You see how Antarctica is like.
Yeah, I'm about to
side.
finish the point. Let me finish the point. So we don't ascribe to that. We just say that's a concept. Now, me personally, I don't even say that because we can't even figure out what the Earth is as a whole. So going to a model is just a reification fallacy. It just means that it's something that we're trying to, or at the very beginning of the movement of Flat Earth, we're trying to give the globe earthers something so that they can actually look at. Because that question that you just asked was asked a very lot of times. People would always say like, well, we know what the globe looks like. What does the flat earth look like? And the flat earthers were like, well, shoot, we got to give you something. So they gave them the AE map to satisfy them. And they're like, oh, well, that's what the earth looks like. But that's the point I'm making. I'm not saying that because that map that you see with the AE map with the ice ring has a lot of problems in it. Okay. So I don't ascribe to that. And I wouldn't want anybody in flat earth to as well, because once they do, it becomes a positive claim. And then you can ask questions about it. Like, what about the ice wall? Is there ice over here and ice over there? Then we're going to be like, well, we don't know. And then you're going to be like, well, see, how come you don't know? So right now, we don't say we can take a picture of the whole earth. There's nothing that we could do that you can see everything. Okay. We can only take pictures locally, high altitude imagery and all that good stuff. But as a whole, we can't do that. It's not possible. It hasn't been done. It has not been done. So I don't know if that was a question you were probably asking, but if I answered it, but Flat Earth doesn't make a claim to a model, any model.
All right, so what you're saying, you don't know if Antarctica is like surrounding Earth, like in the side, like on the side, like there's an ice wall. You don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so
then can't you just walk off the Earth? If the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you might want to mute your.
My bad.
All right, so we don't claim that you could actually traverse Antarctica. There's a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, past the 60th parallel, which means that if you try to attempt to go over there uninvited, you'll be stopped probably by the navies of the world, whatever waters you're traveling on. They'll probably stop you and tell you to turn around because you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. It's a protected land, and it has been ever since like the 50s, late 50s, early 60s, something like that. If you just Google the Antarctic Treaty, it'll pop up and you'll see all the information about it. But all the countries that have signed on to keep it a protected land have done so in the idea that nobody's going to be able to travel there freely. So that idea that you have that we could just walk over there and go see what's over there, we can't do that. Nobody can. Now, that being said, there are scientists there doing some work at McMurdo Station, and there's a couple of stations that are there in Antarctica. And also there's some tours that go down there, like some boats that go there. Very expensive tours, I might add. But you can go down there in a tour, and the tour guide will take you certain places, and then you can pet a penguin or whatever and come right back. It's pretty expensive. But you can't freely go over there and check it out for yourself, or nobody can actually do that. So that would answer that question.
So one last question. I'm sorry for bugging you, right?
Wait, I have one.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
So it's cold all around the Earth, right? So if it's cold around the Earth, because the reason why it's cold in the North Pole and the South Pole is because it's not facing the sun, and it's getting like the least amount of sun out of all the places in the Earth. So that's why it's all ice and everything like that. So if the Earth was flat, how would it be all ice all around if the sun was if the Earth wasn't round? How did that be happening?
Okay, here's the thing, and this is gonna probably throw you for a loop, but we can't Flat Earth can't answer that in the way that it would satisfy you, the way the globe has given you an explanation with Antarctica. What we do say is that the sun travels from the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, meaning that when it's summer in the north, it's winter in the south, right? So whatever lands are in the south, like Australia or whatever, it's winter time for them when it's summer for us, and vice versa. Summer for them, winter for us. So wherever the sun is, that's where the most, where it's hotter. So if you think about it, the lands are beyond, or where the sun's reach would probably be Antarctica and the Arctic. So both of those would be considered the furthest reaches of the sun, like where the sun is, But of course, they do have their what they would consider their summers, right? So
They're
when it's summer,
completely opposite. The north and south are completely opposite, and on a globe, they would be expected to be kind of the same.
yeah, but they're not the same though. The Arctic is very much different. It's got life and it's abundant, and
Yup, I made
the Antarctic is kind of void of life, and it's a bit more frigid, and there's very little life. You got certain animals that can only endure that kind of temperature, but the Arctic is a bit more tolerable as far as that goes. But it would work the same on a flat and level plane, the plane of existence that we're on, because the sun would only need to travel above the plane of existence. So it would just travel above us, and whatever motion it does, it does. But I wouldn't claim what the sun actually does, because there's this idea that with the seasons that the sun actually, and I'm going to show you a diagram. I was actually talking about this model yesterday with a couple of people on Flat Earth, and we agreed on it. So did you see that image I put up in live stream voice text, Oliver?
No, I'm going to it right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
All right. Flat Earth at the beginning of the movement was trying to explain the seasons in a way that it would make some sense to people coming from the globe. So they gave this model of what happens with the seasons and how the sun actually works and so on and so forth. But there's a problem with that model. I'm going to point out the problem with that model. On the equinox, the sun moves directly from east to west, and almost a straight line, very close to it. When you look at that diagram, that model, it shows that the sun is corkscrewing in and out over the flat Earth. But on the equinox, it moves directly straight on every location on Earth. You follow me?
Yeah.
So that diagram is a reification fallacy. It cannot work on flat Earth. This might bug some flat earthers who were actually looking at this model and claiming that this is how seasons work. But like I said, the equinox actually throws this off, because it doesn't do a spiral motion. It goes straight across the sky in a almost straight path. So we don't claim that this is the model for us to give you for the seasons. What we do say is that the sun is closer to us in the summertime. When it's summer, it's closer to the north, and in the north, when it's further from us, it's wintertime. So we could say that with assurance because we have this. I'm going to show you another image. You know what that's called?
I've seen it before, but I forgot.
The analemma.
Yeah.
The solar analemma. Now, if we say that what we can visually see in the sky is that the sun is closest to us, like at the very top of that analemma, that's when the sun is closest. And at the furthest, you can see at the bottom of that analemma, where it looks like it's bigger, then that's the furthest away from your position, wherever it's showing you right there. but at the very top is when it's the closest it is to you. At the very bottom, it's its furthest away to you. But the solar analemma, this is taken over the course of a year. That's how you get that analemma there at one particular location. So that's what we can say is actually happening, right? With assurance, because we could see that, and we could, do some time footage where it's actually taken over the course of a year, and we come up with this analemma. It looks like a figure 8. But like I mentioned to you before, that diagram that people were actually using, and I'll put it up once more, this one doesn't work. It's a reification fallacy because it's a model and it doesn't give us what we would see with the analemma. So seasons work perfectly, just not in that model that's being shown here. So I'd like to, at the same point I'm talking to you about it, clear the air with the flat earthers that are actually looking at this model and claiming it to be the explanation for seasons.
Model?
Yep. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah. Here's like the part where I don't know how you're gonna be able to defend this.
Okay.
What about like the pictures from space?
Okay, remember we're talking about that gas pressure needs to be contained. That was the third point of the vacuum of space, remember?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we need a container to have gas pressure, meaning there has to be some kind of barrier there between us and whatever else is beyond that, how can somebody travel beyond something that is like you're not able to get to that location? Because they say they can actually go into a location that breaks the laws of the second law of thermodynamics.
Does it have to be a physical barrier? Can it be an energy barrier?
Well, here's the thing, though. When we talk about gas being contained, like the air that we breathe, if it is contained, how could that be contained?
Can it be contained by an energy? Rather than physical.
Well, here's the thing. We can't ourselves know what the container is made of, but we know it has to be something solid to hold it in. That's what we can tell. Because if you have that much pressure over that amount of area, like as big as the Earth is, it would have to be something very, like, structurally saying it to be something super strong to hold it.
So can you have a pressure gas next to a vacuum without something physical in between them?
No.
Can you demonstrate this?
No, because it can't. Yeah, I was just gonna say that. It can't be demonstrated, Parmesan, and that is the problem. If you can't demonstrate, I'm gonna answer Oliver's question. If you can't demonstrate that gas pressure can be done in an open system, like you can have gas pressure in an open system, then you're gonna show us that you can actually do that. But if you can't demonstrate it, then it's not possible that people can travel into the vacuum of space, because all gas pressure needs to be contained.
So if somebody was able to make some kind of a device or a demonstration that would keep gas in a pressure next to a vacuum without any physical divide between them,
that's all that we would require. That's it right there. That's the golden.
Okay.
That's
and the reason I ask is I think there is something that works that way, but I'm just going to need to check before I come back to you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, because
please do.
A lot of people have checked this, and if you're thinking of gravity, gravity is not strong enough to do that.
We'll just wait till we'll wait till he comes back, because I think he's going to bring something that he's actually researched or something. But so far as we know, nothing has been shown to us over the years and the many people that have been looking into it, Parmesan. But to answer your question, Oliver, no, it's not possible because of the fact that we would have a contained environment. It's a closed system for all intents and purposes. And matter cannot travel beyond the contained system. because it's a closed system. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Now, I think my friend has to say something else, but I have like a final thing here. Now, this could obviously be faked, but I don't see why it would be. Now, all right, this isn't like hard evidence. I'm just putting it out there. There's a video on YouTube that was posted back in 2018, and they attached a GoPro to a weather balloon, I think it was, and they let it float into space, and it got like footage.
Okay.
Could I like send a link to you in DM or something?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll put it up in the live stream.
We have several of them down below. You can watch. You don't even have to pull it up. Don't we have several in our, down some of our rooms down below?
And like in the video, you can like almost see the horizon of the world and everything.
All right, let me put it up for everybody.
We've got plenty of those.
All right, so question I want to ask you, with the camera that they're using, or any camera, but before we get into the height that it actually went to, the camera that they're using has what is known to be barrel distortion, which means that it would give the image that it's represented as having some curvature onto it.
It's already showing curvature. Look at it. It's only a couple 100 feet off the ground.
Yeah.
It's already showing curvature. So you know it's a fisheye lens right there.
Yeah. Yeah, you could do that with you could pause it like maybe 6 or 7 seconds in, Oliver.
Yeah, see, it's showing it as a ball right now. It's not even up there.
Oliver, are you there? I don't know. Maybe he left. Oliver, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're looking at right now.
Yeah,
cool
12.
here.
You go to 12 seconds in there. It looks like curved, man. It's not even past.
Okay, you do have a point there.
ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected. And also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No. You can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
opens.
Yeah. On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you
ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right. Fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Here's Apollo 12 astronaut Alan Bean being interviewed about the Van Allen radiation belts.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No, now I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did. I don't know the distance to the Van Allen radiation belt.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
No effects on your cells?
We didn't even know it. I don't think anybody, well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside, and we didn't get any, added radiation. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
So you see, he wasn't even sure what the Van Allen belts were, and when he was told, he basically says that the radiation belts didn't apply to his mission because they hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay.
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
The guy just said, maybe somebody said we just went through the Van Allen radiation belts, but how is that possible if they hadn't been discovered yet?
Well, maybe somebody said you went through the radiation belt, but we didn't feel it inside. Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Not on our mission, by the way. They hadn't been discovered yet.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
Chuck, got to get this off my chest, like now.
Okay. Hopefully it's not like any chest hair.
No, it's not.
Okay,
I'm not
good.
particularly hairy anyway, so that's not a thing.
Okay.
All right, so when people say they want to go into space,
I want to go.
what do they
into space.
typically mean by that?
They mean I'm going to be an astronaut. I'm going into space, man. I'm going up there. I'm going up there.
Up there, and generally they mean they want to go into orbit. All right, anyone who has
that's
ever
not what
been in
they
space.
mean. They don't mean that. They want to go to space, man.
Well, okay. If that's the case, do you know how many people have left low Earth orbit?
Well, first of all, you are going to have to define low Earth orbit for me.
Okay, sorry. Okay.
Because
I'll say it another way. All right, the Apollo astronauts.
Okay,
that left Earth.
Right.
To go to the moon.
All right.
Okay.
And that's space.
Okay, wait a minute. So there was Apollo 10, 11, 12, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 8 missions left Earth to go to the moon. Not all of them landed, right? As famously Apollo 13 didn't. And Apollo 10 was just a dry run for Apollo 11. But those are the only people who have ever left Earth for a destination.
That's cool.
every other astronaut, hundreds of them, are called astronauts, and we still say they went into space. And what that means is they went into low Earth orbit.
Oh, that's just awful.
And so low Earth orbit is, in practice, where the space station is. It's about a couple of hundred miles up. So the distance from Earth's surface to the space station is less than the distance from New York City to Washington, D.C.
Oh, God, why are you depressing me like
I'm
this?
just trying to be honest about this.
This is awful.
Okay? So when people say to me, you want to go into space, and because somebody's got some orbital tourist thing, and I'm thinking, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe. Thank you. Not boldly going where hundreds have gone before, driving around the block, as low Earth orbit indicates. Okay? So, yeah, you can drive to Earth orbit in, 3 or 4 hours.
Oh.
All right? If the road were pointing straight up. So NASA and others, I'm not implicating NASA uniquely in this, when they say we are going into space, that's what they mean. Okay?
Okay, that makes sense.
That makes sense. So there's a distance for which that's it. And they rounded the number, so it's a nice clean number. It's 100 kilometers up, or about 62 miles.
Damn.
Okay?
So is the space station space? Is that beyond that threshold?
It's outside of that definitional layer.
But it's still
that.
low Earth orbit.
It's still LEO, low Earth orbit. And I'm sorry, as an astrophysicist, to me, space is the large-scale structure of the universe.
All right, listen, I can't find fault with anything you said. It kind of makes sense.
Frankly, I have been pushing NASA to revamp its vision. The shuttle did some extraordinary work in low orbit experiments, this International Space Station, moving cargo. It was an extraordinary accomplishment, and we're very proud of the work that it did. But now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program 30, 40 years ago. And so what we've said is, rather than keep on doing the same thing, let's invest in basic research around new technologies.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Now what we need is that next technological breakthrough. We're still using the same models for space travel that we used with the Apollo program.
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
Previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
The technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Well, that's a great question. The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Nowadays, outer space is a given in everyone's minds. It's virtually in every movie, video game, comic book, novel, and even music and TV shows, causing mostly everyone to believe in outer space without question, even though they have never been there or seen it for themselves. Did you know that we are told that a mere 536 people have been to space, with only 24 of them traveling beyond low Earth orbit? That's barely a drop in the bucket as far as the entirety of Earth's population is concerned. And one of the funniest things is that all 24 people that have supposedly been past low Earth orbit come from the Apollo missions that took place between 1963 and 1972.
Now think about that. The only people that have been to space, and I say that in quote when I say space, are these 24 guys, and the last time they went was 1972. And they just all happen to be Freemasons. Out of 7.8 billion people in the world, only these handful of people say they've been to space. And that's what your whole belief system lies upon. These 24 guys, what they say they've seen. Freemasons. And no one since then has been beyond low Earth orbit because they lost the technology to go back there. They never lost the technology. They never had it. And as long as they say they lost it, can't none of these new astronauts try to go there, and that's their excuse, so they never find out there's a firmament. You can't go anywhere beyond what they call low Earth orbit. So after 90 years, we're still only able to go in the same spot Auguste Piccard went in 1931. And that's because you can't go any further.
This is a story about legacy. People who know they were put here to do something different, something that would change the world. Auguste Piccard, and he goes into space and something that's never been done. My wild rabbit is to inspire everybody. I can see that in Auguste Piccard and Jacques Piccard because they represent never stop, never settle more than anything I've seen.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, started the serious game of searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof, searching for the world's roof.
Professor Piccard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. The preparations for the flight began at midnight, but thousands of people had made the journey from Zurich in special trains, whilst a battalion of Swiss troops held down the guy ropes. Professor Piccard himself superintended the arrangement, and then, when all was ready, he clambered inside the gondola which contained a mass of scientific instruments and gave the signal to let go. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the Earth. Just imagine, whilst we were sweltering in the heat wave, he was nearly frozen to death in 15 degrees centigrade below zero. After being aloft for over 12 hours, he eventually landed near Lake Garda in Italy.
We were on the scene as soon as the Austrian Alpine troops you now see on their way to the glacier to recover the envelope and gondola in which the intrepid professors had made a perfect landing.
And that capsule still sits at the Brussels Air Museum to this day from 1931. This professor was on coins, he was on stamps, he was in Popular Science magazine, and you got to ask yourself, well, why haven't we heard about this guy in history? Well, because he made a statement right here in Popular Science magazine 1931 about the shape of the Earth, what he seen when he went up, and it says, it seemed a flat disc with an upturned edge. And that is why he's not in the history books. And this was the very first man ever up there. And he told what he saw in Popular Science 1931, Professor Auguste Piccard. 90 years later, and NASA's capsule still looks like Auguste Piccard's capsule from 1931. The technology still looks the same, and it is still the same because we can't get past the firmament. There's no place to go.
Now, one thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelt. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the new
new world order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell your vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a bank note. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV all day, you get politically entertainment. The news that you see is all suggestive. Lowering frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone. To be locked up a road off by the vehicle. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed,
we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions. And they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite. And being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate. But there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
and there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awaken now, I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain. Just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply. And all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make. From the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight. Cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites.
We sleep, the alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
Just our common sense, everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can prove that this is the case as well. For instance, with the horizon, as you rise up, no matter how high you go on the top of Mount Everest, or if you go in a balloon higher and higher, we've gotten independent balloons have gone up with cameras, the horizon remains flat all the way around and rises to the eye of the camera all the way up, totally flat, and rises to the eye of the observer. So that's one proof. Now, if the Earth were a ball, no matter how big, the horizon is said to be the curvature of the ball.
If you were to go to NASA, it's all fraud, it's all fake. Pretty much everything NASA puts out is fraudulent. There are no images of Earth from space. Put an end to this topic once and for all, turn the Hubble round and show us Earth in real time, but they will not do it. They can't do it. It doesn't exist. It literally doesn't exist. Looking at these images of Earth, including the one they call the Big Blue Marble, which was released in 2002, I think. Zoom into it with Photoshop, you'll see where they've used the clone tool in Photoshop to take a picture of one of the clouds and stamp it in various places around the picture. They got lazy.
If the Earth is 25,000 miles in circumference, there must exist a curvature drop of 8 inches times the mile when you square the mile. 1 mile means there should be an 8-inch curvature drop. 2 miles, 2 times 2 times 8 is 32. That's 32-inch drop. 3 miles would be a 72-inch drop. And this would exponentially continue. Here's the longest bridge in the world. The Danyang Kongchan Grand Bridge in China. 102.4 miles long. There should exist nearly 7,000 feet of curvature drop in that bridge. 7,000 foot curvature drop. Do you see it? It ain't there. Look at the horizon. It's flat.
You can see in that dive shot that the inside camera, the horizon is completely flat. Then it goes to the outside and you got a huge curve. But when you're looking at some of the amateur balloon footage, some of it's lens corrected and it's completely flat. And others, like the GoPro stuff, the horizon will fluctuate as the camera spins and tilts. The horizon will go convex and concave, a lens effect. It's obviously not the horizon shifting every 2 seconds as the camera jumps. And when it's still, you can see all the way up, totally flat. NASA is essentially Hollywood, and all the images that you think you've seen of a spinning ball Earth are faked. And all the amateur balloon and rocket footage that we've sent up there shows a flat horizon that rises all the way up. And that's impossible on a ball.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat.
Imagine what you know tomorrow.
The horizon, for instance, is always completely flat, and you don't feel any motion. So if you were just born today and looked out, you wouldn't assume that you're standing on a spinning ball. You'd assume that you were on a flat, motionless plane. So to assume that we are on a spinning ball is actually contrary to our common sense and our everyday experience. And there's also experiments that have been done to test whether we're on a spinning ball or not.
My question was, why, if it's a flat Earth, why couldn't you stand on the coast of California with a telescope and see Japan or Hawaii or something? And I think you know the answer to that. I'll let you answer that.
Yeah. You can't see an unlimited distance. The lowest layer is the densest and not transparent. So if you imagine like a hot, humid day, the haze over a road, all telescopes will eventually blur out in that same kind of way due to the air. So no, you can't see an infinite distance.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that? Go to the seashore. Go to a seashore.
Watch. As ships sail away, they don't disappear all at once. No, first, the bottom will disappear. See, the bottom of the ship is gone. Now we can see midway up, and then the whole thing disappears. Now, ships came back. They didn't fall off the table. So people realized that the world is curved. I mean, it's a big curve, but it's curved. So, the process of testing claims, the world is flat, the world is round, is what we call science. Now, if you have a claim that can't be tested, that's what we call pseudoscience. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Boats don't disappear over the curvature of the horizon. Boats disappear due to perspective. All you have to do is go to the beach, watch a boat disappear from your eye, and then whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your high-powered zoom on your camera, and you can pull the entire boat right back into view. Whole mass and all. Yeah, that's right. You think the boat disappeared? Just whip out your telescope, your binoculars, or your zoom camera. You bring the entire boat back into view, completely debunking everything Coy just told you. And here's my video proof.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof.
Imagine that. You can debunk the curvature of the Earth yourself with just a simple zoom on your camera. Bye-bye, little boat.
The flat Earth? Well, that didn't stand up to tests. The round Earth did.
And you guys, come on. Everybody watches newscasts. You all use mobile phones. You all see airplanes fly around. You all go to see Ed Sheeran in concert one day in London, another day in Melbourne, Australia. This all depends on our fundamental understanding of the size of the Earth and its shape with extraordinary precision.
What the fuck did you just say?
The way we teach science is you're just some empty vessel and we pour the science into you and then you regurgitate it on an exam. Because Earth, we know it spins once a day, yes?
Off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Gets wider in the middle, and so Earth throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the pole. Not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level. Well, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire... I want to call it a lie. We've been fed...
It's a point of view thing, I think.
We've been fed Earth has been misrepresented to us by...
Science!
Pear-shaped.
Science!
So they're all trying to figure out, is the universe spinning around us, or are we spinning around the universe? They tell you, We don't know shit. We're looking at a bunch of lights in the goddamn sky. You're gonna tell me that light and that light that's 250, 100 trillion light years away? How the fuck did you figure that out?
Well, don't they have an explanation for that shit?
No, exactly. That's what you just said right now. What you just said now is what everyone's natural reaction. Because anytime someone says anything about space, you automatically think, someone figured it out. You don't know the guy's name. You don't know the name of the experiment. You didn't look into it yourself. You just think when someone tells you, how far is the Earth from the sun? They'll say, 93 million miles away. Like you just,
right. You
everybody relies on someone figured that out and someone double checked it. You're going on what you read. And right now, cosmology, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know what they found out? The cosmic microwave background shows that all the galaxies are on shelves lined up to us. That we're at the fucking center. They don't know what to think about. Yeah, there's a lot of controversy going on about it.
Well, you should see the stars do all sorts of strange motions, but you don't. You only see them make these perfect circles. That tells me that it's the stars that are moving, not the Earth.
The Copernicus principle, the one that we live by, is that we're insignificant, we mean nothing, we're a speck in the universe. That's the heliocentric model, that we go around the sun. The geocentric model means that everything goes around us. That's what this is in the Bible. That's what the first astronomers were saying. Ptolemy was the first one to say, yeah, we are the center. You can tell based on these observations, everything's revolving around us.
Earth is the center of the universe, and we stand still, and the universe spins around us.
You know what? They've lied so much. NASA's lied so goddamn much that I don't believe shit they say.
They've got that satellite image of that frozen moon. What's that frozen moon?
Oh, let me see if that's CGI. Find that They got a picture of a frozen fucking moon? I guarantee you it's CGI. No way they could take a picture.
The heliocentric model is in trouble. Watch as the sunlight shrinks and follows the sun. It's definitely a locally illuminating sun, not far away, not very big, and definitely not 93 million miles away.
There's a place in Bolivia called Salar de Uyuni, which is a salt flat. It's literally 100 miles wide one way and 80 miles across, and it's perfectly flat. And when it rains, literally you get an inch of water, and it looks like a perfect mirror. Now, how does that happen on a sphere? Yeah, it shows you that, you know, if you're one end of this salt flat, you can see perfectly clearly the other end 100 miles away. So it's just showing you that, you know, the Earth is flat, and without the effect of the waves in the sea, you'll be able to see a whole lot further. Took a picture across the Great Lakes from Michigan and was able to see, I believe, Chicago, which he shouldn't have been able to see. And the television station basically said it was a mirage.
I found this photo, Grandmere State Park. This is from Joshua Nowicki, and what you're seeing here is a mirage. We typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. very interesting here. Here's what's happening. This is a good example of a superior mirage. So Joshua was on the Lake Michigan shore. He was looking towards the west, and Chicago's beyond the horizon. Should not be able to see it. However, with the right conditions, we have an inversion. We have cold air near the cold lake water and some relatively warmer air above it. This will bend the image of that skyline back towards the viewer. And so typically we would not be able to see this. This image would be viewable from much, much higher in the sky.
They always say it's a mirage, but for a mirage to happen, you have to have very specific atmospheric conditions. It's not a mirage. It's simply that you're looking across a plain.
Now, how come in all these ball pictures, man, you can see all the continents pretty much, and there's just a little bit of clouds here and there. Man, it's like some of these pictures, like there's some where they show the Earth at night and you can see all the lights and stuff. It's like, you're telling me the entire continent didn't have clouds? The entire fucking continent, like you can see Africa and all these lights and all this stuff. Like, if you turn on your porch light, I guess you can see it from space, apparently. And it's like there's no clouds in some of these pictures.
And they spelled out the word sex, right, recently, probably a few months ago in one of the clouds.
But, if they do their research, they say, well, those are composites. And I said, well, how come they copy and paste the clouds on some of these? And they use the same cloud form. Like, if you're going to make a composite, but you shouldn't be copying and pasting clouds. That means you're adding stuff that's not real.
Yeah, and the thing is, those pictures that you're talking about, the blue marble pictures, I think there's about maybe 8 to 10 of them over time that NASA has put out, and you're absolutely right. None of those pictures look the same. The color of the water is different. Like you said, the continents are different sizes. It's just unbelievable. And I think what happened originally was they would put these things out and nobody was paying any attention to it. And then all of a sudden now, people are paying attention to it, and now they're pulling these pictures in, and it's an obvious fraud.
What?
And the thing is, there's supposedly tens of thousands of satellites orbiting Earth. We can't get any close-ups of Earth. We can't get a view of Australia with the buildings upside down.
And they'll look at you like you're crazy. But really, you're the sane one for asking real questions. They're the fucking idiots for just repeating schoolbook bullshit. That's how it works. I was taught schoolbook bullshit in public school, and somehow I was able to break free and free my mind. You know how I did it? I watched NASA rockets explode a bunch of times. Fly off sideways and not go to space.
If you watch the trajectory of the space shuttle, it doesn't go straight up. It always goes in a curve and out to sea. The point is, they actually go horizontal. The space shuttle goes horizontal. It never goes any further up. It goes horizontal, very, very low down in the atmosphere. It's still in the atmosphere while it's horizontal, so it never gets any higher. And it goes out of sight, not because it goes too high, because it goes too far downrange. And they have a plane that's mocked up to look like a space shuttle. It's a jet-powered aircraft. That's it. It's not a glider. It's an aircraft. And that's what they're fooling us, taking billions of dollars in and giving us images and fake planes for that $10 billion however many billions of dollars it is. What goes up must come down. And literally, we have not ever seen anything that has ever gone up and not come down.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
Rockets don't have brakes. It literally stopped. All of that angular momentum from the rotation of the rocket and the linear momentum from flying up just stopped. No, it had to have hit something. But what did it hit? If it hit a solid surface, the rocket would have been destroyed, and most likely the camera too, so we wouldn't have the footage, and obviously that's not the case.
Kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back, and the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
I know we have still not shattered that highest and hardest glass ceiling, but someday someone will, and hopefully sooner than we might think right now.
There's no place to go.
Although we weren't able to shatter that highest, hardest glass ceiling this time, thanks to you, it's got about 18 million cracks in it. And it may be hard to see tonight, but we are all standing under a glass ceiling right now.
People figured out that we were an enclosed system. The more advanced we got, it would be the biggest thought on our minds. That's all we care about. You could make a wildlife preserve 1,000 miles square. All people, all human beings would do is just be knocking on the fence constantly, going, why is this fence here? Who built the fence? Why are we in here? And so on and so on.
Why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
Earth, 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 yep, 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 Earth, Earth, yep, 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 yep.
Oh.
Earth!
If you start here, and you go around long enough in the same direction, you wind up in the place you started from. Yes, Thomas?
Why don't we fall off when we walk underneath, Miss Sarah?
Because of a force called gravity.
What does gravity look like?
Gravity is something we can't see, but we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space.
We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her. I've been patient with you, Sarah. Lord knows I've been patient. But now your words have revealed you.
The law of gravity was discovered by Sir Isaac Newton in 1687. That's almost 200 years ago, Uncle Evan.
But there is only one law. The law of God.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know. Einstein, in an Einsteinian answer, we would say gravity is the curvature of space and time. And objects will follow the curvature of space-time, and we interpret that as a force of gravity. That's probably the best answer I can give to a what is gravity question. Or why is there gravity? That's the best I can do there. I think that's a good start.
The world is round.
What?
You know how everybody believes the world is flat, like a pancake? Well, they're all wrong. The world is actually round, like an orange.
The world is an orange. And?
And? Well, that's it. It's a great idea. It's one of my best ones.
Yeah, but what kind of orange? Is it a navel or a juicer? What?
Look, just sleep on it. In the morning, the idea will come to you again, and you won't even remember where you got it. Get it?
Got it.
Good. I must say, I really thought you'd catch on to this a little quicker, Copernicus.
What? My name's not Copernicus. I'm Charlene Sinclair.
You're not Copernicus? This isn't 16th century Poland? Oh boy, I screwed up.
How do you brainwash? You repeat the same thing over and over again. You know, if somebody's resisting the concept, if you keep fucking repeating it, they'll incorporate it in their brain. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. But your brain has three-dimensionalized. Oh yeah, that's the Earth. How? Through repetition.
Let's just all get on our hands and knees and wait for a scientist or an astronaut to come along, or Neil deGrasse Tyson to come along and bestow upon us their knowledge.
Now, as you can see, this is the evolution meter, and I've put God, the creator of everything, on the right side, and evolution on the left. I won't change my mind, because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Mac, look, you're wasting our time. You're not going to get us to not believe in evolution.
And why is that?
Because the smartest scientists in the entire world all agree that it's real.
I'm glad you brought that up. Mr. Reynolds, these were all the smartest scientists. Only problem is, they kept being wrong.
This is insane, you fool.
I'm a fool because I have more faith in the saints that wrote the Bible?
Yeah, because you just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
And what makes you think what your scientists are writing is any more truer than my saints?
Because there are volumes of proven data, numbers, figures.
Have you poured through the data yourself? The numbers, the figures?
Well, no. No.
Oh, interesting. So let me get this straight, Mr. Reynolds. You get your information from a book written by men you've never met. And you take their words as truth based on a willingness to believe, a desire to accept, a leap of, dare I say it, faith?
Come on. Look, I mean, I don't even know how I'm supposed to respond to that. Like, come on.
I rest my case.
Matter tells space how to curve. Space tell... Did I get that right?
The science community is ignoring a lot of the things that we're looking at, and so normal people are going out and doing experiments. And one of the experiments has turned up an amazing fact that we've not been told, and it destroys the whole idea of this heliocentric system, and that is the moon. Now, you can actually measure the temperature of the moonlight next to the temperature of the shade of the moonlight, and you'll find the moonlight is colder than the shade, the opposite from the sun. So the moon is throwing out its own light, and that light is the opposite from the sun. Now, that tells you that it's not reflecting the sun's light. It's producing its own, and its light is different from the sun's. So, you know, the scientific community have not told us this, because they won't tell us this, because it destroys this idea that the sun is, is lighting up the moon.
everyone knows, like, if you're in sunlight, it's colder in the shade, right? So if it's 100 degrees in the sun, it's 90 degrees in the shade. You go to the moonlight, like especially in a full moon, especially if it's high in the sky, the moon is its own independent object. It is not reflecting the sun rays. The sun is its own object. Also, you know, about the same size, which is, you know, again, coincidentally, you know, why the moon fits so perfectly in front of the sun during an eclipse. We always thought it was a coincidence that even though it was 400 times farther away, that it was also exactly 400 times less diameter, which is why it fits. And the other weird thing about the moon, which everyone thinks, oh, it's just a coincidence, is that we never see the other side of it. It's constantly perfectly rotating, so we only see one side of the moon. Exactly one side. It's not like we have like a quarter of a degree every 5 years or half a degree here and there. It's always the same side. There are no coincidences when it comes to this system. It was deliberately built, but I think it was deliberately built to be detected. And I think we were naturally supposed to figure this thing out maybe as late as the 1970s, but the government figured it out first, and they have been spending a heck of a lot of money trying to keep it a secret.
When I look at the people who signed the Antarctic Treaty, and all the nations that were down there doing whatever they were doing signed a treaty, and I believe it was 1958 or somewhere thereabouts, saying, nope, nobody can stake a claim to Antarctica, and if you're going to go down there, you can only go down there for scientific reasons under carefully restricted guidance, but it's not a free-for-all. Nobody can just, you know, hey, I'm going to go check out Antarctica and do a high jump of my own. Nope, can't do it.
It's the only treaty that's you know, all these countries have signed and never broken and completely agreed on. It's the only one. You know, what treaty is there that everybody's agreed on? We're being kept away from it for a reason. You know, they have some scientific bases there, yeah, and literally it's controlled by the military because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
During 3 voyages lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. So the other question is, well, how come ships don't go off the sea if it's flat? How come ships don't fall off the edge? Well, here's why you don't fall off the edge. There's a 200 to 300 foot high wall that is the border that Scripture says is keeping everything in. Nothing's going past that.
Because they don't want you finding out what's beyond.
Personally, I think the unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice. But that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the risks. Thank you for your concern.
Here's the picture of the Earth from space. There it is. Since you were a kid, you've seen this image. But you've never seen it from that point of view. You've never seen that with your eyes from that scale of a model, that point of view, from outside of the planet's surface. Well, here's the first image that sold the whole thing. 1482. This is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing. It's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We didn't do it yet. It's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that. We don't have planes yet. It's a ball. You know what? We adopted this whole model like 400 or 500 years before the airplane. 400 years before the airplane, pretty much. Like beginning in the 1900s. They went to the North Pole in the 1900s. This is 1482. Nobody went to the top of the globe, to the bottom, or flew up, or built a skyscraper. It's funny that we said that this is what we're in right now. This is what we're on before any instrument approved. This is the first time we actually had like an instrument of flight actually go high enough